Okay, nothing but a random key up heard there. So we'll carry on. We've got a few club announcements before we get the party started tonight. I will be brief. You can find most of this information on w8wky.org. June 3rd, that's Saturday, we have a VA session at the Sharon Center United Methodist Church with N8WB and his crack crew of volunteer examiners. That's at 10 a.m. If you need a license, go get one. If you want to upgrade, here's your opportunity. June 15th will be our next monthly meeting. That's happening quickly, 7 to 9 from Wadsworth Eagles Airy. And that is the week before Field Day. And there's the segue, June 24th, Field Day. 3 weeks and 4 sleeps away, American Legion Hall in Rittman. Make plans on being there. And ARRL members, tomorrow is the last day to do that survey that was sent out, so please take a few minutes and fill that out. It will be instrumental in the direction that ARR goes in the next couple of years. So those are all of my announcements. Does anybody else out there have any announcements for the net this evening? Please call now. Okay, nothing heard again. All right, I will be using the club call sign this evening of W8WKY, and that should be interesting for those of you keeping score. See how many times I forget to do that. We will start this evening by taking in and out check-ins, as we always do. So if you're just checking in and out, want to get your ticket punched, now's the time to do it. This is W8WKY. I'm listening.
Whiskey, Bravo 8, Victor, Mike Whiskey.
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Kilo Oscar, KEAQKO, Nick and Akron.
AB8OU, Zeke in Coventry.
Whiskey 8, Charlie Tango Mike, Carry it, Portage Lakes, in and out.
W8WKY.
Q8, Phil Pato, sir. Martin Wadsworth, in and out.
Please punch my ticket. Whiskey Alpha 8, Kilo Oscar Charlie, Fred in Akron. I'll be in and out this evening. Have a great net, Nick. You always do a fine job. 7-3 to you and everyone else.
Whiskey, Victor, 3 Kilo, Mobile 8. Nick, I'm going to just let you know, no traffic. And as well, I ditto the former OP, and just go ahead and sign me in and out too. I'm clear. Have a good evening, all of you.
November 8, Whiskey Sugar, Bill in New London, in and out.
Kilo Bravo 8, Victor Hotel, Mike, Tom and Green, in and out.
Kilo Echo 8, India, Mike Echo, David Sterling, in and out.
All right, let me grab it there. A very orderly list of in and out check-ins there. Let me tell you who I got in case we missed anybody. WB8VMW, Jim, KE8QKO, Nick, AB8OU, Zeke, W8CTM, Carrie, the closer, KE8SFS, is that Southmark? Yeah. WA8KOC, WV3K, Phil, N8WS, Bill, KE8VHM, Tom. I always think it's Mike there at the end. K8IME, David in Sterling. Got you all in and out tonight. Thank you very much for stopping by. Let's do another round of in and out check-ins here. This is W8WKY. I'm listening.
Kilo Echo 8, Tango Lima Bravo. I'll be in and out. It's Randy in Rittman, and 73s to all you groovy cats and groovy chicks. Hey, Nick.
All right, we added Randy there, KE8TLB. Thanks for coming in and out of here, Randy. And 70, 70, and 73. What's that? 213. Good deal, Randy. Got you in there. All right, that's it for in and out check-ins tonight. Let's see who's out there wants to stick around and take a shot at W8ELM's trivia question tonight. This is W8WKY. I'm listening.
Alpha 8 Charlie Sierra, this is Gary in Fairlawn. I wouldn't miss an opportunity to tackle one of Eric's trivia questions. Just remember, everybody, the answer is not C. The answer is not Charlie. I'm just telling you. As Eric renegotiates the order of his distractors. AA8CS, back to W8WKY.
W8WKY, this is Kilo Echo 8, Victor Quebec X-Ray, KE8VQX, Joe in Akron.
W8KY, this is Kilo Echo 8, Uniform India Bravo, KE8UIB, John and Maslin.
All right, I got a short little list there. Let's say hi to these folks, let them know they got in here. KD8EPC was a blue screen check-in from NetLogger. Good to have you out there, Dustin. AA8CS, Gary, our fearless leader, good to have you on board. KE8VQX, Joe, thanks for being here tonight. And KE8UIV, John, living that $5 dream a nickel at a time. Who else is out there tonight?
N8LT on RF, the way it should be. Checking in.
Kilo Alpha 8, Mike, November Tango.
Whiskey Oscar 3 X-Ray, John in Cuyahoga Falls.
MIU, Wade in Ohio. KZ8TG, Mobile.
Kilo Echo 8, Echo Hotel Golf, KE8EHD, Mike in Navarre.
Kilo Charlie 8 Hotel Delta Papa KC8 HDP Jerry from Shreve. All right, we added some good ones on that round too. N8LTR on RF as it should be. KA8MNT Tom, thanks for being here. WO3X John, WD8MIU Wade, KZ8TG Mobile Tim, KE8EHG, and KC8HDP Mike and Jerry. Good to have you guys here tonight. I'm going to do one more round of check-ins, and then we're going to grab Tim before he disappears off the map. After we get Eric to read us the trivia question. One more round here, W8WKY, I'm listening. All right, nothing heard, my scope cleared. We got a good little group to start the night here. Let's go up to Eric, W8ELM, and see what he's got for trivia tonight. Eric, take it away.
W8WKY, this is Whiskey 8 Echo Lima Mike. Good evening, Nick, and everybody on the net. Gary, what do I say? You may know that occasionally I throw in a C. to liven things up a little bit. So that may have happened tonight, and it may not have. We'll just have to see. Anyway, brush up on your Italiano tonight. On June 10 and 11, the Italian Amateur Radio Association, ARI Fidenza, will hold a special event using the call sign IY4ELE, that's India Yankee 4 Echo Lima Echo, aboard a replica of Guglielmo Marconi's yacht, Elettra, spelled Echo Lima Echo Tango Tango Romeo Alpha. Marconi originally planned to give the yacht a different name. Your question. That name was Alpha La Spezia, Bravo, Trieste, Charlie, Rovenska, or Delta Scintilla. Again, Guglielmo Marconi's yacht, Elettra, was originally planned to have a different name. Alpha, La Spezia, Bravo, Trieste, Charlie, Rovenska, or Delta Scintilla. Back to Ned.
W8ELM, W8WKY. Oh, très bien. All right, interesting stuff there. Let's see if Tim down in Navarre knows any Italian tonight. KZ8TG, our only mobile. How you doing tonight, Tim? What do you got for the net, and what's your answer to the trivia question?
W8WKY. Nick, you stud you. How you doing tonight? Good to hear you. I know. I'm struggling to think if I know any words at all in Italian. So my guess is going to be because there's a tequila, and I know that's not Italian. Well, that's not Italian, but it's a word. So if you got to guess, you got to guess something, and you got to come up with something to say about why you guessed it. So that's fine, and I'm sticking to it. I'm just out here mobiling tonight. I was trying to get my irrigation system going in the garden, my water saving soaker system, and I needed some more material, so I had to water supply place up there, and I'm almost up now. Just taking my check-in, and everybody have a great night, and
KZ8TG, W8WKY. Tim, you were picket fencing through most of that, and it picket fenced right over your answer. So if you give your answer a couple of times so I can pull it out, go for it.
Delta. I don't know. I never used to have this problem, and then all of a sudden I do. So I don't know if something's going on with my mobile rig or whatever, but I picked Delta.
KZ8TG, W8WKY. That transmission was absolutely perfect without any interference at all. So I got you, Delta. Tim, you have a great night. Good luck with your irrigation system there. I hope you got all the pieces you need. And we're going to clear with you for now. And I'll probably hear you in the morning someday. Oh, you're on vacation, aren't you? You have a fun week off there, buddy. And travel safely. Godspeed in your travels. W8WKY going to clear with KZ8TG. Let's go to the top of the list here with Dustin. KD8EPC, my pal, will be listening to you tomorrow at 1 o'clock on the Boredom Breaker net right here on the W8WKY. KD8EPC, what do you got for the net tonight, and what's your answer to the trivia question?
All right, W8WKY and the net. This is KD8EPC. Boy, as far as the trivia goes, I have no idea. But because Gary told me not to, I'm going to have to pick Charlie. So that's my story there. Otherwise, not a whole lot else going on. Looking forward to the Boredom Breaker net and the Beacon net tomorrow night, both here on the W8WKY tomorrow. So with that, I don't have much else for you, Nick. Have a great rest of the net, and we'll catch you there again down the log. This is KD8EPC, back to net control.
KD8EPC, W8WKY. I'll be sitting here behind the keyboard for you tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night. We'll have a good time. Don't forget the Beacon net tomorrow night at 10 o'clock as well. Early check-ins at 9:30 with yours truly. Next up, we've got our fearless leader, AA8CS, W8WKY. Gary, what do you got for us, and what's your answer to the trivia question?
Good evening, Sarah and friends. Good evening, Eric. And Dustin, I'm just telling you, buddy, you're a loser. Seriously, I told you not to take C. You don't take C with Eric. You just don't do it. So I'm not going to take C. I would never take C when Eric's pulling the strings. Anyway, wow, this is so much fun. We had a fabulous, absolutely fabulous holiday weekend. My daughter is in from Texas, Austin, Texas, and it was great having her here. We had the family that was in town, which included my daughter, of course. We had a cookout, and the weather was perfect, and it was just wonderful. We did go to the cemetery, pay our respects, and it was just a wonderful, wonderful holiday, and I didn't listen or watch the news at all, so that made it even better. With that, it is good to be here with everyone this evening, and it just I just think that this is a great opportunity to show how smart we are. Although I don't know the answer to this question, but another fabulous question by truly the master of trivia, W8ELM. I'm going to go with La Spezia. I think that's Alpha. I know it's not C. I'm telling you right now, it's not C. But La Spezia sounds really good. All right, that's enough of that. W8WKY, this is AA8CS. Have a terrific Tuesday night, everyone. Talk to you soon. Oh, by the way, I did get the order in today, so we are well on our way to Field Day T-shirts. Yes, AA8CS, back to net.
AA8CS, W8WKY. Oh, Gary, I'm so glad that order is in. I'm looking forward to having a few more pieces of Sarah apparel. I certainly am, and we're all going to look sharp and will be easily seen there on Field Day. Remember, 3 weeks and 4 sleeps away. Thank you, Gary. You have a great night. I'm glad you had a great weekend with the family there. It's a great thing to have, and boy, I'd like to roll up some of this weather and save it for Field Day, let me tell you. Going to clear with AA8CS, our fearless leader. And next up, we have KE8VQX. Joe, how are you doing? What's your answer to the trivia question? How was your weekend? And what are your Field Day plans? KE8VQX, take it away.
W8WKY, this is Kilo Echo 8, Victor Quebec X-Ray. I have no Field Day plans because I'm going to be working then. Anyway, I think my answer for the trivia is going to be A, Alpha. La Spezia. I'm not Italian. don't speak Italian, but that's my answer. So anyways, KE8VQX back to W8WKY. Have a nice night.
KE8VQX, or W8WKY. There, you guys, I'll put a nickel in my jar for that one. I figured you'd be working there, Joe, and that's a shame because I think you would enjoy getting in there and working some other radios, or maybe bringing your radio to try out on a different antenna. But I hope you got your antenna rolled up before you mowed. I believe it was today or yesterday, so you didn't cut through any of those radials. W8WKY, clear with KEVQX. Next up, we got KE8UIB. John, what's your answer to the trivia? How was your weekend? And what are your plans for field day? Take it away, John.
W8WKY from KE8UIB. Good evening, Nick, and everybody out there on the net. And let's nab the trivia question first. Nobody's chosen B, so I will take B for Bravo, since my call sign ends in Bravo. And it's funny because a lot of people always refer to me as Johnny Bravo, so it's pretty ironic. It works out pretty good, so we'll just choose that tonight. Keep that simple, you guys. Field day. I'm hoping to make it around to several different club events, so that's kind of like my goal plan there. So it'll be a little bit of traveling between some clubs. And over the weekend, I did a lot of fishing and kayaking, and got some stuff done around the home. Then today was the Mrs. 50th birthday, so we went out and did some fishing after I got home from work and stuff. And now I'm just relaxing, playing radio for the night. You know, trying to live that $5 dream, a nickel at a time for sure. But with that, you guys, this is KE8UIB, and I will hand this back over to you, Nick. 7-3, y'all.
W8WKY.
Well, this is W8WKY, and we're going to clear with KE8UIB. John, it sounds like you're getting some good use out of your new truck there, and sounds like you had a fabulous weekend. And happy birthday, and many, many more to your obviously better half, Johnny Bravo. Going to clear with KE8UIB. Next up, we got N8LTR on RF as it should be. How you doing tonight?
Well, good evening to the group. And another twisted and perverse question from Eric. Oh, my. Yeah. I'm going to take an absolute wild guess and go with La Spezia. And we'll try that one on for size. Other than that, not doing too much today. I did manage to clean out some of the garage in a quest for 2 500-foot rolls of antenna wire that disappeared. And they were found along with 100-foot of low-loss 9913F that I didn't know I had, and a 500-foot roll of stranded ladder line. So that's got my head thinking about maybe a Sturba curtain for field day. So I'll have to give that one some thought. Turn it back to net control from N8LTR.
N8LTR, W8WKY. You're talking above my pay grade there on the curtain antenna. I'd be interested. You've got my email. You have a great night. Man, finding all that stuff in the garage, that was well worth the hassle, man. Good finds, good finds. W8WKY going to clear with N8LTR. Let's talk to Tom over in Canton, KA8MNT. What's your answer to the trivia, and what do you got for the net tonight?
W8WKY, this is KA8MNT. Well, good evening, everybody. Well, first of all, I have to come to Dustin's defense. He's not a loser. He's a rebel. With probably a lost cause, but he's a rebel. So, you know, we can go from there with him, kind of pull him out of that doldrum thing there. Trivia. Boy, I tell you, my Italian is about as good as my Swahili, and I can't speak either one of them. So, I guess I'm going to go with Bravo. That was my first inclination for some stupid reason, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. As far as field day, we kind of want to go around to the three clubs I belong to, which first off I would have to start off with Canton, because we'll be setting up the welcome tent and supposed to be greeting everybody. But later on in the afternoon, we hope to go over to Maslin and then possibly make it up to Sarah up there at the American Legion. So we're going to try and make our rounds this weekend, or that weekend, and check everybody out and see how things are going. But other than that, we had a fantastic breakfast with the 6-meter group on 50.4 this morning, and we solved a lot of the world's problems, so you can sleep better tonight, I hope. So with that, I want to say 7-3s, everybody. Stay safe, stay healthy, and keep smiling. KA8MNT, back to the net.
KA8MNT, W8WKY. Well, in your travels on field day, make it up to Sarah Club around dinner time, and we'll have KD8VYT feed you there. Russ May puts out a pretty good spread for our field day. So keep that in mind when you're traveling around. And I will sleep like a baby tonight, knowing that you are at the helm solving all of the world's problems. For real. W8WKY, clear with KA8MNT. Tom, I'll hear you in the morning, I imagine. And next up, we got WO3X. John, what's your answer to the trivia question? What do you got going on? What are your field day plans?
Good evening, Nick, and all on the net. This is WO3X. Let's see. Regarding the trivia question, I don't recognize any of the Italian words as being close to any English word except scintilla, which scintillating in English means like sparking and stuff like that. So I think I'm going to go with D Delta because I think Marconi liked to make sparks and things like that, you know, with the with those spark gap transmitters and all that. And let's see. Okay, back in I think it was 2019, up to 2019, the Cuyahoga Falls Amateur Radio Club used to meet in the Northampton Town Hall on the near the corner of West Bath Road and Northampton Road. Well, they closed that for renovation, and so we temporarily met in the church across Bath Road from that. And then, at first we met in the Quirk Cultural Center, which is the old Grant School on Grant Avenue in Cuyahoga Falls. But then the pandemic hit, so we met on Zoom. And after that cleared up, the Northampton Town Hall it's not going back to being used as a meeting place. So we've been meeting at the Pilgrim United Church of Christ on 130 Broad Boulevard. Well, it just so happens that the Jenks building is one block away, and in fact, you can see the Jenks building from where we park our cars for our Ham Club meeting. So last Wednesday, our club meets on the second and fourth Wednesdays of the month, and so Dave, NTAD, was playing from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock in that Jenks building, which used to be Schreiber Auto Parts and Repair. And now they've been using it for things like Dave's music group and so forth. And so I was able to stay for two of the tunes that they played, and it was really good. Dave was playing the string bass there. That thing is, I guess, about 6 feet tall. And so Dave was playing that, and there were at least 17 musical instruments altogether being played. Okay, regarding field day, I am going to operate one Echo Ohio WO3X at home here on battery power, and then during the night I'm going to go out to Groundhog Hill in Silver Springs Park in Stowe and operate W8VPV for several hours out there during the night. Well, let's see, before the operation starts, I'm going to help with the setup out there in Groundhog Hill, which will either be Friday evening or Saturday morning. And then after 2 p.m. on Sunday, I'll start my operation here at home and go back out to Groundhog Hill to help with the teardown and storage of the equipment. So that's my field day plans. With that, back to the net. This is WO3X.
W8WKY.
WO3, W8WKY. Well, it sounds like you've got your schedule all planned out there for field day. Sounds like a good time, and we'll be listening for you on your One Echo station there. Got you down for Delta, Scintilla, for your answer to the trivia question. Thanks for being here tonight, John. Always a pleasure talking to you. Going to clear with WO3X. And next up, we've got Warm Weather Wade. WD8MIU, W8WKY. Wade, what's your answer to the trivia question? What do you got for the net tonight?
Well, third Nick. I almost fell asleep there and I heard my name. I don't know. My guess is as good as anybody else, so I'll go with D for David. Like I said, I slept through the last couple of transactions there, so. At any rate, good evening, everybody, and hopefully everybody had a good holiday weekend. And I had my whole crew together. My son had my daughter and her kids over, and of course he had his kids here, and so I had the whole clan here. One of the many reasons I come up to Ohio, one is to go to the Ham Fest down in Xenia, Ohio. The other is to see my grandchildren multiple times, and my kids, and all my friends. And I've accomplished a lot of that stuff this visit. So my son, I even went to a USFL football game at Tom Benson Stadium, known as the Hall of Fame Stadium. So I can say I did that now too. So far a good stay, and still got some time to go yet. At any rate, turn it back over to you, Nick. Let's see, field day. I am probably going to be going to the St. Petersburg field day because that's the club I belong to down there, and see what they got going. I have not ever been to any event they've had as of yet, other than club meetings. And they had a trunk sale that Nick and Knight went and met me there, and we visited while I saw my trunk. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's stuff in my trunk. Anyway, back over to you, Nick. WD8MIU.
WD8MIU, W8WKY. It's great having you in town again, Wade. It's been fun talking to you on RF from time to time when you're out driving around. And when you get to the field day down there, shoot me a text, and maybe we can communicate by some HF there if you want to sit down and give it a shot. That would be kind of fun. Going to clear with WD8MIU. This is W8WKY. Next up, we got KE8EHG, Mike and Navarre. What's your answer to the trivia? What do you got for the net, and what are you doing on field day?
Good evening, everyone on the net there. So I got to see Wade down at Hamvention. It's good to see him down there. So, but answer to the trivia, I don't know. So they always say go with Charlie. So I'm going to go with Charlie, and it might have been El Rigatono or something like that. I don't know. And then field day, I want to do some operating at home. And like everyone else is saying, maybe hit some local clubs and say hello and just seeing what's going on there. So, all right. So, 7-3s, everyone. I'll be waiting for the answer. KE8EHC. Back to net.
Oh, KE8EHG, W8WKY. Mike's bucking the trend and going with Charlie. All right. Good man. I think Eric may just throw us a curveball sometime. Oh, actually, he did. And gave us a C very recently. Mike, have a great night. Have fun on field day. Thanks for checking in with us tonight. Going to clear with KE8EHG. Next up, we got Jerry down in Shreve, KC8HDP. Another fine net control operator for sure. What's your answer to the trivia? What are you doing on field day? What else you got for us tonight there, Jerry? KC8HDP, W8WKY. Go ahead.
Well, good evening, Nick. Thank you for doing the net this evening. Great job as always. And thank you, Eric, for the trivia question. It's a tough one. I better answer that trivia question before I forget. I am going to go with Charlie. Charlie does not sound Italian to me. And just because Marconi was Italian doesn't mean he would have had to use an Italian name for his boat. So I'm going to go with Charlie. I will be with the Wayne Amateur Radio Club in Worcester on field day. Going to be operating, I don't know, at least 3, maybe 4 stations there at the comm center at the corner of Oldman and Burbank Roads, the cement building there. Should be a lot of fun. I don't really have anything else for the net, so I'm going to send it back to you, Nick. W8WKY and the net from KC8HDP, Jerry in Shreve, 7-3.
KC8HDP, W8WKY. Well, maybe we can do some NVIS there on field day with all y'all up there. And I just want to confirm, that was Charlie for your answer, right?
That is affirmative, KC8HDP.
All right there, Jerry. Got you down for Charlie. Thanks for being here tonight. And I imagine, and I have a vivid imagination, that I will hear you on the WatchNet this evening there on KD8QGQ down there with Charlie in Millersburg. So everyone, after this one's over, if you haven't had enough net for the evening, jump down there to the WatchNet. That's a good time as well. Going to clear with KC8HDP. This is W8WKY. I'm at the bottom of my list. Let's see if anybody else out there wants to get on the net tonight. W8WKY, I'm listening.
KE8OPY, Dave and Barberton.
Charlie.
Kilo Foxtrot 8 Golf, Brian in Norton.
Kilowatt 8. American Motors Experimental in beautiful downtown Firestone Park.
November Tango 8 Delta NT8D Dave and Copley.
King Charles 8 Fox Queen Victor Mark up in Aurora, ACFQV.
All right, I knew if I waited long enough, we'd get North Mark in there. W8WKY, we added KE8OPY, KC3QFC, Mike, FedEx Mike. You were a little squirrely getting in there, but I recognize your voice. KF8G Brian, K8AMX, Dick in Firestone Park, NT8D Dave, the chief cat herder of the Barometer Net, and of course KC8FQV Mark. All right, we'll do one more round here, see if anybody else is out there, shake the trees. And then, Eric, you're on deck to reread the question, if you would, please, for our newcomers. Anybody else out there want to get in here? W8WKY, I'm listening. All right, nothing heard there. Let's go up to Eric, W8ELM. Would you reread the question for us, please?
W8WKY from W8ELM. On June 10th and 11th, the Italian Amateur Radio Association, we would say ARI Fidenza, will hold a special event using the call sign IY4ELE aboard a replica of Guglielmo Marconi's yacht Elettra. That's spelled E-L-E-T-T-R-A. Marconi originally planned to give the yacht a different name. Your question is, what was that name? Was it Alpha, La Spezia, Bravo, Trieste, Charlie, Rovenska, Delta, Scintilla? Back to net.
W8WKY.
W8ELM, thank you for reading the question. Let's get down to our list of newcomers there. We're going to start with Dave. KE8OPY, what's your answer to the trivia question? What are you doing on field day, and what do you got for the net tonight?
W8WKY, KE8OPY. Well, I'll tell you what, I have no plans whatsoever. I can't get in with groups of people due to cigarette smoke allergy, but I'm sitting out on my back deck right now. I'm not on battery. I'm actually plugged in, but I could go on battery. Always like to listen and see what's going on and kind of monitor. And if I can figure out where you guys are actually at, I kind of jump around at the time. Other than that, we're not doing anything. I'm usually a homebody anymore. I've got some groundhogs out here in the backyard. I got one who's gotten used to me, and she'll come up here on the porch, and she loves cat food. So when I was leaving cat food out here for the cats, she discovered it. So she's gotten to where she'll come to me and say, "Hey, my bowl needs filled back up again." And out here in the yard, I just looked at out there and realized she had a couple of young ones back there, and they do that every year, a couple of times a year. I wind up with the mama takes off and leaves the baby behind, and then that baby ends up having babies, and it's just a cycle that keeps on going. But with that, we'll just go ahead and turn it back to that. You guys have a good one, and we'll be listening. Let me see. As far as the question goes, I have no idea, but the coolest sounding one was Delta, so we'll just go with it. KE8OPY, back to net.
KE8OPY, W8WKY. You got the groundhog family tree going on back there. All right, man. I had a Caddyshack moment there. I got groundhogs dancing in my head now. I'll thank you for that later on tonight. Good to have you on board there, Dave. Going to clear with KE8OPY. Next, let's pick up Mike. Oh, man, you're mobile. I should have grabbed you first, but looks like you're still connected there, FedEx Mike. So have at it. What's your answer to the trivia question? What are you doing on field day, and what do you got for us tonight? KC3QFC. Take it away, Mike.
W8WKY, KC3QFC. Start off with trivia. I have no idea. I don't know much about Italia, so we're going to go with B, Bravo. Field day, I will not put anything. Right, late day. I won't be able to make it down there for field day, but I'll probably kick back and watch some TV, relax, take a night off, and who knows, maybe I'll set up the radio in the backyard and see if I can reach down there. Other than that, not much going on out here. It was a beautiful day. 84 degrees up here. Well, I'm trying to get rested. Bright, shining ball of light in the sky when I woke up about 2:30. And, let's see what. Work had called me and said apparently I have to take the truck down to get some service done on it. So I asked for a nice upgrade, and they just kind of scoffed at me and laughed, so I don't think I'll be getting the upgrade. But, hey, can't get anywhere unless you try, right? So, hopefully everybody had a good weekend, and we'll try to catch some of you in the morning for the barometer net. With that, back to net control. This is Kilo Charlie 3, Quebec Foxtrot Charlie.
KC3 QFC WAWKY. Thanks for stopping in here tonight there, FedEx Mike. You keep the rubber side down and the shiny side up. Maybe we'll catch up later on tonight on your late night travels. Going to clear with KC3 QFC. Next up we got Brian, KF8G. Brian, what's your answer to the trivia question? What do you got for the net? And will I be seeing you on field day?
Well, I guess my answer is my standard C. I could care less. I'm not much for trivia. Well, let's see. Field day. I checked my calendar, and I'm an official at the track at Nelson Ledges, at least for Saturday, so I don't know what's going on. Race goes kind of late. It's a 12 or 14-hour race, and I need to be there, so that's going to put a wrench in field day. But other than that, got my mom's Fiero out. Got that running. Been doing a little bit of nitpicky work to it. Put some new headlights in it today. I bought a set of Lucas H4 headlights back in the early 80s, and this still had the original halogen bulbs in it. When I drove the car to work this morning in the dark, it's like, these bulbs need to go. So I got some LEDs and replaced them out, and it's much more like what it should be. But yeah, I don't want to hear it. I put LEDs in it, but these are quality halogen lights, and they're not blinding. They have a light cutoff to them. There's an actual light pattern to them, unlike new vehicles these days, which just scatter stuff everywhere, including my Kia. Got the worst light pattern of anything I've ever seen. So that was my project for today. And the other day I put a radio in the car. And yeah, I'm thinking about putting the Vertex in just to make you happy, Nick. We'll see. I got to switch the bracket around on it, but it should be too difficult. Now, other than that, I'll look to hearing from you sometime or another. And you and Gary, AAHCS, our fearful, trembling leader on 6 meters one of these Sunday nights. So catch you later. Back to the net. KF8G.
KF8G, WAWKY. Wow, there's a whole lot to unpack there. I'm going to miss you on field day because I had fun with you on field day a couple years ago, and thank you for not blinding us with scattered headlights. I know exactly what you're talking about, and yes, I do prefer the sound of the Vertex. That radio sounded like you, so I'd go with the Vertex. Brian, good talking to you. Sorry I missed the Sunday afternoon net this time. I was in Pennsylvania, and I forgot the All-Star number, and I couldn't get into the Allman to find it. So I missed out. But I'll be there this week, I promise. Going to clear with KF8G. Next up, we've got Dick in Firestone Park, K8AMX. Dick, what's your answer to the trivia question? What do you got for the net tonight? And will I be seeing you on field day?
Alpha, nothing, and no. K8AMX.
Wow. Are you going to do that to me tonight? Come on, K8AMX. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty well. Boy, you gave me the perfect opportunity to keep my radio cool and answer all the questions. And so I'll stay with Alpha, and I have no idea what I'm doing on field day. Probably I'll come out and see what you guys are doing, and watch that score just increase with blinding speed. I wonder when we're going to go for high scores. But, well, who knows? So, anyway, I would like to go to the falls and then out to see you guys and down to Canton and who knows, maybe Tuscarawas County. And back in 67 and 68, I think, or 69, Tuscarawas County was 11th and 8th in the nation. And that was pretty darn good. So, anyway, I'm going to turn it back and say very good evening to all the chickens and the scanners, and I'll look forward to talking to everybody again soon. So, back to net. This is Kilowatt 8 American Motors Experimental, living the dream in beautiful downtown Firestone Park.
K8 AMX W8WKY. Thank you for coming back and sharing with us. You couldn't leave me hanging there with three short little answers. You know, the first time I met you, Dick, was at Field Day a couple of years ago. That was the first time I got to meet the voice of choice from Firestone Park. Good having you on board, Dick. Have a great night. Probably hear you in the morning as well. K8 AMX W8WKY. Next up, we've got NT8D Dave, Chief Cat Herder of the Barometer Net. How you doing tonight, Dave? What's your answer to the question? And where are you going to be on Field Day?
Good evening there, Nick. There's just one day. I thought there were 2 days. My general routine is to show up and help put up antennas, come back sometime either in the evening or in the morning and eat some food and maybe make a couple of contacts, and then come back on Sunday and help tear down the antennas. So if this is a normal summer, that's what it will be like. For those who are new to Field Day, if you want to have the most fun, do an overnight shift on 80 meters. That's where you're going to have the most fun. That's where it's at. I did that back in the day when we were at the pavilion outside, and we had a lightning storm that night, too. But I'll tell you, Bob put on the best food, too. Oh, it was so good. So there's good food, good camaraderie. It's a fun weekend. Pop in and out. You don't have to stay the whole time. It's not too far away, I think, for a lot of folks. I go in and out a couple of times there, Nick. So that's where I will be. Let me just get a quick beep here. Let's see. I'm going to go with B. Baker for the trivia. I just like the way that one sounds. Same with D, but I'm going to pick B. When I was on the Isle of Wight, I saw this big monument. It turns out to be the Marconi Monument there at the Needles at the end of the island, where he made his first contact into the Atlantic Ocean. And I was walking through London and walked by this building, had a plaque on the outside. It's like Marconi lived here. And I guess he had an apartment in that building at one point. Quick announcements. The boat is going to be inspected, or is scheduled to be inspected, next Tuesday, the 6th of June. And the big band that John was talking about, nice to see him the other night, is going to be playing at the Copley Gazebo on Father's Day for the Copley concerts on June 18th. So if you're looking for something to do on Father's Day, come out and celebrate with us. Back to W8 WKY. Great net there, and thanks for heading up tonight from NTAT.
NTAD, W8 WKY. Look forward to seeing you there on field day, and you come in and out as often as you want, and I'm sure we can find you a seat somewhere. Scott, RWX is going to be running 80 meters, and I'm sure he'll let you sit down there and make a few contacts on his DX10, by the way. That'd be a fun little radio to play with. I'm looking forward to it. And glad to hear things are moving forward with the boat as ever, Dave. That's awesome. Going to clear with NTAD. This is W8WKY. Next up, we've got Mark. KC8FQV. Mark, what's your answer to the trivia question? Where are you going to be on field day, and what do you got for us tonight?
All right, Nick, KCFK. Well, let's get the answer. I'm going to just take Alpha A. We'll try Alpha A. Field day, actually, I'm going to be traveling. I think I don't know where I'll be. Well, we know during that week we're out of town. And coming back to town that weekend, tentatively, don't know for sure. You never know. You know, of course, we hope we're going to go out of town. I'm tomorrow from the doctor. I was hoping to find out something today from the doctor, but he never called. They never seen the. I don't know. They never seen my text, or maybe they did. And they just were too busy. My legs have been sort of sore, so I don't know what's happening with that. So we'll have to just wait and see. So we'll send it back to net. So yeah. All right. Yeah, I was wondering what was making the noise. What was kept beeping? I think it was the new pump. It just sits there. Ain't being used yet because we ain't got all the parts, all the pieces for it. The sensor has to come. But the insurance company still has got to process. They got to do process. Paperwork. Yeah, Dave knows about paperwork. We're doing. But is it really paperwork anymore? Or is it all just dits and dots in the computer? Maybe all just dits and dots in the computer. But we'll send it back to net, KCFQV.
KC8FQV, W8WKY. All right there, Mark. It is all dits and dots. Ones and zeros there, binary for sure. You have a great night there, Mark, and good luck. I hope you find what you need there. Going to clear with KC8FQV. This is W8WKY. We got Ray in Tulsa, K5CFY. Ray, good to see you here on here at night. Sorry I missed your net tonight. I've been up here playing radio on here, and good to see you. What are you going to be doing for field day? Did you hear the trivia question, and what else you got for us tonight, Ray?
W8WKY. This is K5CFY. Good evening, Nick, and everybody on the net. I ran the RCWA net tonight. We only had 25, I think it was, so I jumped over here real quick, and thanks for getting me in here. My answer is going to be, I guess, is going to be, let's see, Delta. I think that's what I decided. And field day, if I could do what I wanted to do or would like to do would be to get the little back truck and hook onto the tower trailer and run up to Ohio, but that's not going to happen, so I'll probably be down here at the RCWA club. But anyway, I think I sent you pictures of it, but anyway, I know the Sasquatch and Wade and Russ came down and got to see it, but anyway, pretty nice little contraption to really is fun to play with on field day. And yeah, there's Dustin in there. And anyway, I'd like to bring it up there and see all the guys face to face, but that's probably not going to happen. But Nick, thanks for getting me in there, and thanks for letting me check into my other club net. I'll give it back to you. 73, everybody, take care. K5 CFY.
K5 CFY, WAWKY. And, Dustin wants me to be sure to tell you that we've been planning an overnight trip to go down there and hook up with your trailer tower there and drive away with it. So if it comes up missing, it wasn't us. Ray, always a pleasure. We'll try to reach out to Oklahoma there on field day for sure. You have a great evening, and I'll hear you in the morning when you're walking Fred there. K5 CFY W8WKY. Well, we're at the bottom of the list here. Before we go up to get the answer to tonight's trivia question from Eric, W8ELM, let's just shake the bushes one more time, see if anybody else wants to get on the list before we call tonight. This is last call for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Club Net. W8WKY, I'm listening.
Papa Julie Whiskey Mobile.
KC5 RBG, Shannon in Tulsa.
This is Whiskey 8, Uniform Alpha. I'm Javid and Rittman. I'll be in and out.
On Echo Link.
All right, we added a few there. We got K8 PJW Mobile, KC5 RBG, Shannon out in Tulsa. W8UA Javen was in and out. Thanks for stopping by, Javen. And we got W8HFZ, Tim, I believe, there on Echo Link at the end. K8 PJW Mobile, thanks for stopping by tonight. What do you got for us?
WKY, KAPJW Mobile. Just got out of a meeting here, and I'm coming to you from Ravenna. Well, a little bit of fencing, but I just got tuned in, so I don't know what the trivia question is. And I'll probably just try it.
K8 PGW, W8WKY. I know exactly where you're at, and I probably know where you just faded away, too. I was trying that on the way out here yesterday, and I could hit it there almost from Lake Milton, and then it started fading in and out. Thanks for jumping in and out here tonight, Phil. You have a great night. I'll hear you in the morning as well. Let's jump back out to Tulsa and talk to Shannon, KC5RBG, W8WKY. What do you got going on tonight, Shannon?
Howdy, just Nick, KC5RBG, and me and Kenyon had a fun, full day, and we're going to have a fun, full night. Fixing dinner, and give him some sustenance there, so he doesn't wither away on me, and hope everyone's having a good day there and had a good, safe weekend. We got our UBIDX build coming up June 10th, and boy, I'm looking forward to that. And have another radio in my arsenal. QRP, but hey, it'll be a fun project. And I'll finally get to say I built a radio. I'll let you get on down your list there, Nick. Good talking to you. And we'll catch up with you later. This is Kilo Charlie 5, Real Big Guns, saying God bless in 73. Back to Nick Control.
KC5RBG, W8WKY. Yeah, you got to keep feeding that little one there, buddy. And I took the liberty of answering the trivia question for you with the great state of Oklahoma, as always. Shannon, have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. And last but not least on our list tonight, we got Tim on Echolink, W8FHFZ. How you doing tonight, Tim?
Nick, good evening to everyone on the net. Really enjoyed listening this evening. And I think I mentioned before that part of the volunteer examiners at the Hamvention this year. And in case anybody was interested, we had a total of 211 applicants who took a combined 252 exam elements. And out of that, we got 34 new technicians, 5 generals, 2 new extras, 31 upgrades to general, 35 upgrades to amateur extra, and 3 administrative actions. So, all in all, I would say was a pretty successful testing session. And I've already volunteered to help out again with them next year. And as far as field day goes, I think I'll probably visit the Falls site and also the PCARS site. I don't know if I'll have time to get around to any of the others or not, but I'm at least going to try to hit those 2. And might try to get out to your site as well. I haven't been out there yet, and I know AB8MO is one of the ones in charge of that, so give me an excuse to go out and have an eyeball QSO with Andrew. So with that, I'll just say 73 to everyone on the net. Thanks for taking my check-in. I appreciate it. And turn it back over to you, Nick. W8WKY on the net. 73, everyone. W8HFZ.
W8HFZ. That is, those are some impressive testing numbers there. That's awesome. Well, you have fun on field day there. PCARS, I've met a bunch of those folks. That's a good time. And Tim wraps up my list there, W8HFZ. This is W8WKY. I'm going to choose Delta for my answer tonight, Scintilla. And let's go to Eric and see what he's got for the net tonight and see what the answer to tonight's trivia question is. W8ELM. Take it away, Eric.
Well, thank you, Nick, and thank you for running the net. You do a fantastic job, as always. In spite of Gary's warning, we had 4 people tonight that chose letter C. KD8EPC. Oh, I'm sorry. KD8SLG. I had it the first time. KD8EPC. K8EHG, KC8HDP, and KF8G. Also, we had 5. No, that's just 4. Okay. Anyway, of course, they're all wrong. Rovenska C was actually the original name of the yacht when it was launched on behalf of the Archduke Stefan of Austria. So even though they got the wrong answer, they were in the ballpark there. So as far as correct answers, the correct choice was Delta, Scintilla. We would say scintilla here. And as John pointed out, that means spark. Marconi thought that this would be a difficult to pronounce name in English, so for some reason he decided to go with Electra instead. He even named one of his daughters Electra, and he did a lot of good stuff with that yacht. It was good for him because he could be out away from everybody. People weren't bothering him, and he could be working on his antennas and his transmitters and all of the good things that he did. So our correct answers were Nick, KD8SLG, W03X John, WD8MIU Wade, let's see, what am I saying? Yeah. KZ8TG Jim, KE8OPY Dave, and K5CFY Ray. Let's see, choice A, La Spezia is a province in the Liguria region of Italy, northwest region. Capital is Genoa. The Trieste is not only the name of Jacques Cousteau's bathyscaphe, which reached the bottom of the Challenger Deep in the Marianas Trench on 23 January 1960. It is also a seaport and city in northeastern Italy. And I mentioned the original name of the yacht was Charlie Rovinska. So with that, I want to thank everybody for your fine participation tonight, and I'm going to turn it back to Net W8WKY from W8ELM.
W8ELM. Thank you very much, Eric, for another fascinating trivia question. And it's always a good time, and you do all the explanations, which makes it interesting. And yeah, those guys pick and see. They should know better. I want to thank everybody who joined in here with the Sarah Club Net tonight. It's been a pleasure, and we had a good time, and it's great talking to all of you. And it is your participation that keeps things alive here on all of the nets. Please check into the Barometer Net Monday through Saturday at the ungodly hour of 7 a.m. Got the Beacon Net here Wednesday and Sunday nights at 10 p.m. Early check-ins at 9:30, and of course the Club Net Tuesday night at 8. And tomorrow afternoon, if you're around at 1 o'clock, we'll be linking the W8WKY up to the Boredom Breaker Net out in Oklahoma. And that's always a good time as well. And Ohio has definitely been representing on Tuesdays, or Wednesdays, excuse me. So have at it. With all of that, I am ready to give the W8WKY call sign back to that guy who keeps cutting in on me. This is Kilo Delta 8 Sierra Lima Golf, KD8SLG, and I am returning the W8WKY repeater to customary amateur use. 73, everyone. Thanks for coming.
So what was it, A, B, C, or D? I had my ears on something else. KE8OPY.
It was Delta, Centella, and you got the right one there, Dave. KD8SLG over to KE8OPY.
All right, thank you. Had an interlude in here. All right, good sounding name anyway. KE8OPY. Have a good one. 7-3.
KD8SLG, clear with KE8OPY. Talk to you later, Dave.
KD8SLG, AA8CS.
AA8CS, KD8SLG. How you doing there, Gary?
I am doing peachy keen. Doing well, and pretty much, let's see, how many sheets? 1, 2, or 3? Probably a sheet and a half to the wind. Anyway, I just want to comment on a couple things. The net was fabulous. I mean, I'm telling you, it's entertaining. It is incredible, and Eric just does a great job with that explanation, and just the whole thing was quite Broadway. And I mean, I sat back for the first time and thought, wow, this is really good stuff. Anyway, congratulations to you and to Eric, and congratulations to everyone who took part in that, because it was a how would Ed Sullivan say? It was a really, really big shoe. This is AAHCS back to KD8SLG.
NTAD.
NTAD. Go ahead, Dave.
I had to interject. Hey, Gary, do you know where the phrase 3 sheets to the wind comes from?
Obviously, I don't. Over.
Okay, on a standard sloop, like the sailboat that everybody has, the punch-out hamburger version, there are 3 sheets that control the sails. There are 2 that control the jib, one on the starboard and one on the port. And there's a main sheet that controls the mainsail. And you have to have a grip on at least one and usually 2 of those sheets at any given time. And so when you just let all the sheets fly, you have absolutely no control over your sails or over your boat. Quick story, with the last boat I had, the rudder snapped off as I was sailing in Lake Erie. Sounded like a gunshot. Looked behind me, I saw it sinking behind me. I had nothing on the tiller. And so I threw all 3 sheets to the wind so that I would just sit there and drift until I could get the motor started. So, if you got 1.5 sheets to the wind, you got a little bit of control left there, Gare. Probably either a main sheet or one of the jibs. But I just had to jump in there, especially after your talk about how great of a net it was. Thanks there, Nick. I'll throw it over to you, NTAD.
Oh, NTAD, KD8SLG. Oh, always interesting stuff there, Dave. And sometimes you just got to let all the sheets go. And all right, thank you. And Gary, that was a fun time tonight, man. That was definitely a fun time. And everybody, we get into that Liars Club thing about giving explanations for your answer. And I think that's always fun, too. And Eric's questions are always fascinating. And it's always the extra stuff that makes it even more interesting, for sure. And we had some fun. We got a good group here at the Sarah Club, for sure. KD8SLG over to AAHCS.
Well, of course I concur. I do concur. And I am pretty impressed by our club, and I mean that sincerely. Oh man, it was a great net, and of course the net control person has a whole lot to do with it too. And you are quite honestly a natural. I'm telling you. So you do good work, and I'm impressed.
Well, it's really fun with the club net because pretty much you know everybody, and that just makes it easier. I mean, there's stuff to talk about, and I'd like to think I know what's going on with some of the folks. And as far as field day goes, man, I did a lot of activity today with communicating with some of the radio operators and some of the stuff that's going on. So I got a really, really good line on all of that stuff, and pretty pretty excited about that. Really excited about that. And then we get together over the weekend. We'll iron out some more wrinkles. And we'll be ready to rock and roll. Field day is going to be fun for sure. NTAD, I jumped in there. Are you still there, Dave?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to wrap up the day with here. Lane came over and we're working on some parts for the boat. We got getting things fitted nicely, and I was thinking maybe this summer we'll go out and do activate a park in Mobile Brain or something like that. But you know, I'll tell you, I just been ending up a little more sore at the end of the day than I expect to. I think it's because I've been crawling around under the boat and doing stuff more than usual. But I've gotten out all the old. I got the anchor out. I bought some personal flotation devices, or life jackets as they are more commonly known. Got some fenders to hang off the side of the boat for bumping into things. Found some rain gear and some cushions. Camping light, camping fan, some oars. So I'm digging out all the stuff. A whole bunch of line, lots of rope. So I'm digging out all the stuff that I put into storage 3 years ago and shaking it out and seeing what I got. And that was a really kind of cathartic afternoon. KD8SLG in the group in
W8WKY.
Good times. Go ahead there, Gary.
All right. Dave, I'm telling you, I absolutely loved what you said, and I understood everything, and I'm serious about that. Absolutely everything, except oars. Wait, what? Over?
Yeah, you gotta be ready for anything, Gary. I was out with my uncle. God, this was probably 25 years ago. My family and I were out, my uncle and his 33-foot sailboat down on Lake St. Clair. Could sleep 7 aboard, had a galley, and yeah, it was a nice little boat. When we were kids, we slept on it overnight, even though it was just tied up at the dock behind his house. He was an architect. But we were coming back one day, and we were a couple miles offshore. There was no wind. The wind completely died. And so did the motor. So he fishtailed it all the way back to the canal. It took about 3 hours, where you just wiggle the rudder back and forth like a fishtail. And that will give you a little bit of forward motion. You don't go very fast, though. So yeah, if we get stuck and you're aboard, you might have to row, Gary. NTAD.
NTAD and the group AA8CF. Okay, so yeah. I gotta tell you, when I think of oars, I think of Charlton Heston and the collision. That just is a little beyond my comprehension when I think of sailing on a wonderfully wonderful, windy, slightly windy day and sunshine, and that's very nautical, I take it. All right, Dave, I'm sorry. I'm kind of messing with you, but yeah, no, that's cool. And I love that boat. I can't wait to see it and in all its glory. As a matter of fact, I'd love to be on the maiden voyage if that is at all possible. Nick, take it away. KD8SLG, AA8CS.
KD8SLG returning. I get scared out on a boat when I can't see land anymore. I'm just going to admit it. So there's that. I've been out on the ocean, Atlantic Ocean, with a friend with a sailboat who, honestly, I didn't really trust the guy as far as I could throw him. So I really wasn't comfortable out on his boat once we got out of sight of land. And it's kind of stuck with me. So these are my sailing true confessions here on the W8WKY tonight with NT8D and AA8CS. What do you think about that, Dave?
Well, when I went out with the Cabs group a couple Saturdays ago, we launched 4 little sailboats, about 15-mile-an-hour winds over Chippewa Lake. And one of the guys who went out was going out for his second sailboat ride ever. He said his first sailboat ride had been 10 or 15 years ago, and he was with an aggressive captain on a fairly large boat who was obsessed with winning. Maybe it wasn't his fairly large boat, but he was in a race. So maybe I think he was one of the crew, or maybe 2 crew that was with this guy. It wasn't a big boat, I don't think. But anyways, the guy lost the race, and he blamed this guy for being a novice and not knowing what he was doing for the loss. And he said it was a horrible experience, and he never went sailing after that. And he went out for his second ride a couple Saturdays ago, and I'll tell you, he could not stop smiling. I don't even think he knew he was doing it, but he had a grin on his face all through lunch and the rest of the day that you couldn't wipe it off with bleach. It was so, let me take you out for a different experience. This is going to be a fun boat to sail. I'm very, very anxious to sail a cat yawl. The rigging on this boat is very traditional, and from what I've been reading is once I really get the hang of what I'm doing, I should be able to sit there and spin the boat in 360 degrees in one spot without going around in circles, but just sit there and spin like a top under the right conditions. So I'm just excited to learn this boat. It's going to be a lot of fun. So please join me sometime. I'll throw it back over Gary Way. I know you'll join me sometime there, Gare. But I think we'll do the sailing test. Again, I'm not going to put a date on it, but sometime probably after the 9th or the 10th of June, start listening for an announcement. NTAD, over to you, Gare.
NTAD in the group, AA8CS. Dave, I'm thinking about the sailing this summer, and I pulled up my weather station, and it has this prognostication bar here, and I'm looking at the next 7 days that we have weather-wise, and the highs and lows follow for the next 7 days. And let me tell you, the icons are all sun. There's no clouds, nothing, just sunshine. And here we go. Tuesday, 86.59. Wednesday, 86.58. Thursday, 87.55. Friday, 89.58. Saturday, 89.60. Sunday, 83.58. Monday, 82.54. I don't know what you guys think about that, but looking forward, if this is any indication of the kind of summer we're going to have, this is going to be an amazing opportunity, Dave, to boat. I mean, it is promising. That's what I'm looking at anyway. And of course, Dave, I will be part of it, assuming it's okay with you. I've calculated it, being a mathematician, as 0.01% of the whole project. And I say it for that one day that I spent with you, Dave, where we put that line across the hall for the painting. And I'm going to claim 0.01%. That's not a lot, but I'm claiming it.
W8WKY.
Go ahead, Nick. I got something for him in a minute.
Oh, no. You go ahead. I was answering an email here, and you guys have at it for a minute. KD8SLG over to NTAD.
KD8YCE monitoring.
Okay, I got to know what I did. I think I did something wrong.
Oh, we don't know yet there, Gary. Stand by, YCE. You recognized. We don't know yet, Gary, because that is, at least for me, because I know the boat is not going to leak, let alone sink. I have no, it's built like a tank. If me and another boat run into each other of comparable size, I win. The initial test is going to be, does the water line up with the water? That's like the first grade that you get there, Gary. You know how that works. You were a teacher. The first test, the first thing we're going to check is, does the water line up with the water? And that's about 0.01% of what we were, okay. Butterfly effect, I think that was a KE8YCE. Good evening. Join the group if you wish. Nick, KD8SLG is in here. Gary, AA8CS. This is Dave, NT8D. Go right ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen. Just on my way home from work a little bit early. Thought I'd tune into the band here and see what you guys are up to. If you're talking about boats, I'm definitely off of this game. The 3 times I've been out, which not very many, we're not all without serious incident. So, yeah, I'll be happy to listen, but not going to be aboard floating on anything anytime real soon.
NTAD, AA8CF.
I'm still here. I was wondering if Nick was still doing his emails.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I guess, okay, so remember earlier in the conversation when I said that I was maybe 1 sheet to the wind? I think maybe that was being very generous with my condition. I could have been 3 sheets to the wind, and I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to have to ask someone at a later time exactly what I said and exactly how what I said was taken, because I'm pretty sure that I don't know. I really don't know. I thought I was talking about how good the weather is going to be and how conducive to sailing having great weather would be. That's what I thought I was saying, but if I said something different than that, I really do apologize. AA8CF.
KD8SLG returning. AA8CS. You told us all about the weather. It was fabulous. And, yeah, I can't think of a better place to be when it's 88 or 89 degrees than out on the water. I just need sunscreen. I'm, I have 2 colors. I'm either fish belly white or lobster red. So I need to put that stuff on like rolling around in mud. So it's all good there, Gary. It's all good, man. Throw another sheet in the mix there. And I had always wondered about 3 sheets to the wind. That was a phrase my mom had used describing me from time to time. But she's also the one who used to tell me to watch my P's and Q's every time I left the house. And I finally told her that meant pipes and quarts. NTAD, KDSLG. Go ahead there, Dave.
Yeah, I love etymology, probably a little more than I love entomology. And no, you didn't say anything wrong, Gary. You said that you contributed about 0.01% of the building of the boat, and then we're going to test that 0.01% when we put the boat in the water. That's the first test we're going to do. We'll see how good of a job we did there. Hi. And yeah, you probably are 3 sheets to the wind. Somebody asked me if I was going to put a jib on it, and then there'd be 2 more sheets. I'd have 5 sheets, and I don't want 5 sheets and 3 halyards. There's too many lines. No, 5 sheets, 3 halyards. No, it's too many lines. And by the way, there is no rope on a boat. If it's in the garage, maybe you can call it a rope. But if once it's on the boat, it's not a rope anymore. It is a line. It's just so you know. Lots of different kinds of lines. Some of them are wires, some of them are ropes, but they're all lines. What was else I was going to say there? Something you said there, Gary. I was going to say somebody talked to me today about an anchor. I'm going to get quick, beep. They're talking about anchoring and stuff, and because I found my anchor, and it's a nice one. I thought about buying a cheap little one that folds up real nice, but it's like, no, it wouldn't do the job. I can anchor in Lake Erie with the one I've got. People think of anchoring usually like, well, I guess I'm going to anchor and fish, and, some people do. Most people don't even throw an anchor when they fish unless there's a lot of people out there fishing in the same spot. But the most important reason to have an anchor on the board is for an emergency. If it's too windy to put up any sails and you don't have a feasible motor, the only real hope you have is to throw out an anchor and get it to catch so it can keep the bow into the waves and into the wind, and you can survive until the storm blows over. So that's a real big safety device, really. And YC, sorry to hear you had bad experiences sailing. To me, it's I call it my church, I guess. But I'll throw it over to you, and then you can send it over to Nick.
Yeah, my spouse and I have decided that mutually, I think together, we are bad luck when it comes to boats. given the few bad experiences we've had. So, you know what? Some of us are just made, our feet are made for dry land. Content with that. Yeah, I'm just heading home here, so I'm only going to be on the band here for another minute or two. So I'm just going to hang out here and listen until I get up to the house. This is KE8YCE monitoring for now.
KE8YCE, KD8SLG. Jeff, you have a great night. We'll talk to you later on. And hope some of your projects are going well. And Dave, you gave me a flashback to 8th grade, entomology and etymology. You know, sometimes, well, you know, and some other people out there know, sometimes I overstep my bounds with familiarity. But it was one of the first days I was in my 8th grade English class, and Mr. Lampman did not yet know me as the person that I was or that I am, and he asked the question of the class, what is the difference between entomology and etymology? And I naturally retorted with an N. He did not appreciate my humor yet. But at any rate, there's a moment from my past there. Thanks for bringing that up, Dave. He sent me to the principal's office, by the way, for that. KD8SLG over to AA8CS.
AA8CS. AA8CS. And the group, this is AA8CS. Okay. Dave, you got to tell me, are there 4 sheets? Because if there are, I could be right there. Anyway, all is well. I absolutely have nothing else to say. Oh, man. Okay. I was impressed with the Miami Heat yesterday. They beat the Celtics in Boston. Unbelievable. Anyway, I think I pass it to NTAD. And I think this will be my final. I'm kind of running out of steam and juice and everything else. And this glass of bourbon is just about empty. So, with that, Dave, take it away. NTAD, AA8CS, I am listening out.
Well, Gary, you sound like you were in a very pleasant place, and you should just let the pleasant bourbon float you to sleep gently, and I hope you have some pleasant dreams. I will try to think of a rigging that would have 4 sheets. I will have 3 sheets, but I won't have a jib. I've got a mizzen. So again, if I had to put on a jib, then I would be up to 5 sheets. And trying to put 5 sheets to the wind, I don't know if I would survive that. But the first tests are going to be straight with a 4 horsepower outboard. There will be no sheets. There'll be some dock lines and some life jackets and an anchor. But no sheets the first water testing. So you won't have to worry about it, Gary. We'll say 73 to you. We'll say 73 to YCE. I'll throw it over to Nick, and well, see, Nick, you would outlast me doing this, I think. But you know, we can find other competitions. This is NTAD in the dwindling group over to KD8SLG.
KD8SLG returning. A8CS, let me start by saying good night to you, sir. and you have a pleasant evening. Sweet dreams there, my friend. And thanks for jumping on the club net there tonight. It was good talking to you for sure. And a little bit of an after party as well. Yeah, the after party after the net. It looks like I completely missed the watch net. That radio stopped lighting up a few minutes ago, but Charlie knows I'm thinking about him. Anchor. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that. And yeah, you need a good anchor, something to match the quality and the entire aura around the mag, for sure. So I'm glad you put some thought into that. Thank you, Dave.
Well, I notice a lot of motor boaters. I won't use the other word. They call us blow boaters, but we call them stink boaters. But a lot of them don't know how to anchor their boats. Watching fireworks on the 4th of July. Every other season, somebody tries to drift into me because they don't know how to set an anchor. I've got a pretty nice Danforth. I got 3 feet of some really nice, heavy vinyl covered chain. If you don't put chain on the anchor, it isn't going to work right. Some people just tie a rope to the anchor. It's like, no, it's not how it works. And then if you're in 30, 40, 60 feet of water, you need 150 feet of line on that anchor. Otherwise, you're going to pull it right up out of the ground. So it's one of those things. People buy a boat and they have more money than they have brains. I like watching the videos sometimes on YouTube, watching these knuckleheads, I guess. But a boat doesn't have brakes. It's the first thing they learn. And how to do things like set an anchor and like watching these boats roll up onto the rocks. And basically, if you knew how to set an anchor in an emergency, you could save your boat from being crushed on the rocks. But none of these people know what they're doing. They're just going out and jumping the waves in Florida and stuff. And that's why they inspect the stink boaters all the time. And the only time I've ever been inspected is the very first time I tried to launch my boat. It was on Memorial Day, and I was still on the boat ramp, didn't even make it into the water. They were just inspecting everybody as they were going in. And the second time was on the Grand River when this lady was trying to train a newbie, and I was the only person on the river, so she'd made a U-turn and boarded me and taught him how to inspect a sailboat. So they leave us alone mostly. KD8SLG NTAD.
Oh, man. Newbies. Yeah, more money than brains. There's a lot of that going around all over the place. Not as much as it used to, though. Wow. All right, man. Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to. I trust you to take me out in the boat, Dave. That's where I'm going to draw the line tonight. But I have been thinking about the water line, and now I'm guess. I don't know. You're going to have to explain that to me somewhat. I mean, I understand that certainly there was a certain amount of engineering and everything that went into making that happen, but it seems to me there would be a whole calculus of other factors about weight distribution and what do I want to say? Floatability is what I'm saying, but the difference between you know what I'm trying to say, the density. So the density and the weight distribution, all that has got to have some sort of impact on where the water line ends up and all of that. So I guess certainly it wasn't just a shot into the dark there, right?
Absolutely right. The water line was actually drawn as part of the plans. So there was no guessing as to where it was supposed to be. Big thing is whether it's level or not. If it rides a half an inch or an inch high, that's fine. You know, you fill it full of people, the boat gets a little lower, you know, it's a little closer to the water. At the float level is the big thing. Was a line drawn level, and was the boat built straight. That was my whole thing, and starting to put the whole thing together is like, how do you build a boat that's not crooked when every line is curved, or almost every line is curved? Yeah, we had the plans. Then the problem becomes, how do you draw a straight line on a curved surface that curves in different directions at the same time? This is something that I learned a long time ago, back when I was a little kid and into school, is physics is your friend. And the reason why physics is your friend is it does all of the math for you. Break. When we had rear-wheel drive cars and we would do donuts behind the shopping plazas, my excuse, if we ever got caught, was that we were doing physics experiments where it's friction and momentum and torque and you could sit down there and it would take you hours of calculus to figure this out. But here you could just do it in real life because it's physics. And every time you step on the brakes and figure out how hard to push on the brakes, you're doing all that math in your head, but you're letting the physics do it for you. So that's how we drew the line, Break. We used a level and set up a string that was absolutely level because the boat was being built absolutely level. It was upside down. And then we took a laser that was on a level and we pointed that across the string. And where the shadow hit the boat, we put a mark with a pencil. And we just put a whole bunch of marks all the way around the hull and then connected all those marks into with tape, and that's where the paint line was drawn. So we let the laser and the level and do all the work for us because there was no way I could do the calculus and TAD.
KDSLG returning. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Yeah. Physics and calculus are... I don't want to say there's something intuitive about it, because there really isn't, but there kind of is. And, the thing about calculus is it's all about the area under the curve. So you always want to make sure if you're working with something that is requiring a calculus-type calculation, is you just want to make sure that all of your data points are under the curve where you want them to be and not over the curve. And with that, you can start getting pretty close to what you want without having to do all those trinomial calculations. And same with physics. You know something's going to drop and hit the ground, and you can approximate when that's going to happen. You don't need to know to the millisecond that you have to move your foot. So, Science Made Easy with Nick and Dave, late night on the W8WKY. Tune in. Over to you, Dave.
Oh, you got me thinking of one thing, and then you got me thinking of two others right away. How about that? Well, think of a plumb bob. You hold a plumb bob, it's going to point straight down. It just is. It just is. You got level. You put a bubble in there. When it's level, it's going to be in the center. It's just the physics does all of that stuff for you. And then the last thing you mentioned was perception. I used to do this thing in the class where I would stand behind some kind of cardboard or piece of a screen or something where you couldn't see in front of me, and I would drop my keys above the card, and I would catch my keys like below the card, and I can't remember how I did it, but I was able to like slow the keys down behind the card so it didn't look you could tell that it didn't fall like it was supposed to fall. Your brain and our brains have evolved to understand exactly how fast things fall. So if you're watching something fall and it goes behind a sign, your brain knows when it comes out from beneath the sign if it hesitated at all. It knows intuitively, as you kind of said, what that acceleration is supposed to look like. Same with putting on the brakes on your car. You know how hard to press the brakes based on how everything is going past in your peripheral vision, and it sends signals to your brain. Oh shoot, no, we're not going to go back to the free will thing. No, we're not going there. No, you're tricking me, Nick. No, KD8SLG NTAD.
No. I'm nowhere near ready to open up the free will discussion with you yet. And I avoided that one like the plague on Friday night. But I think it was, I'm not sure if it was Groucho Marx or Bugs Bunny that said, I don't care who your lawyer is, you can't fight the laws of physics. So, yeah, there's a certain amount of things that goes into that. But the whole brain filling in the equation kind of thing is quite interesting to me, because there's no way that our brains are able to process everything that we see in real time like we see it. And to do that, we kind of have to, probably a bad word, but, we kind of have to stereotype things, We don't need to know that the breed of every tree. We just need to know what the tree is, the genus of every tree, or whatever. I don't need to know that that's an oak tree or a maple tree or an elm tree. I just need to know that's a tree, and I don't want to hit it with my car. And things like that, where we're processing so much information at the same time that we just kind of have to fill in the gaps with what is essentially stereotyping things. Just looking at wood grain right now, I could focus on the wood grain, but instead I just know that it's wood.
It's just so fun stuff to read about and watch videos and lectures and stuff and take classes, and you hit on one thing that we need to know what we need to know, but we can't know what we're going to need to know. I mean, the brain doesn't know if you're going to be born in Beijing or Idaho. The brain doesn't know if it's going to need to live in an agrarian society or a city, and I mean, there's just the brain is so malleable and adaptable. It's just when you start to get down into thinking about it and it's just, it's mind-blowing to use, I guess, a reiterative, self-defining term, I guess. And yeah, the processing. Oh, geez, that was what I was doing my PhD work in, was how the brain processes music, and you get a single wave that goes into your ears, and that single complex wave, your brain can pick out a conversation amongst a room full of conversations, along with music and clattering silverware, and an air conditioning system that's running, and your brain can shift attention between any of those things and pull them out of the mess at any given instant, but it's all one sound wave that's hitting your ears, or two, because you got two ears basically, but and the processing that goes into deciphering that. There's a great collection of experiments called auditory scene analysis. That's the discipline, is how does your brain figure out the auditory scene? How does it know what's going on in any place in a room that you happen to be sitting in? And that's just auditory perception. Visual perception is even more complex than that in some ways, although there are things your ears can do that your eyes couldn't do, so there's some trade-offs. And there's olfactory process. Geez, there's so you see where it gets to there, right there, Nick? And KD8SLG NTAD.
W8WKY.
Well, there's the start talking about the auditory, and the ability to the whole cocktail party thing, where you can be in a room of 30 or 40 people with 20 different conversations going, and you can still pick out when your name is spoken from across the room.
See, now that you're getting into hippocampus and memory and things like that, and my PhD experiment was just very simple. It was like how if you listen to two instruments, one playing a scale that goes up and one that plays a scale that goes down, you won't hear that. You'll hear a scale, two scales that are getting close to each other that meet in the middle and then bounce off of each other and start going apart. If the sounds are exactly the same, but if you have a flute going up a scale and a trumpet going down a scale, then you can follow, your ears can follow the two scales separately. So my question is, well, what differences have to exist for your brain to pick apart the two scales and keep them from sounding like they're bouncing off of each other? And that took me about 2 years just to ferret down an experiment that would kind of work with that.
Okay, wow. I'm not even going to try to do that right now, because that would make me dizzy thinking about, just thinking about the up and down, and especially if you're doing it in one ear, it was one, and the other ear was another, not even in front of you. If you were in a headphone situation, that would kind of make me cock my head in one direction or another, and that would confuse me. I'm trying to think. I can't remember what it's called now, but the guy who does all the music for the Chris Nolan movies, that kind of makes it sound like it's a constantly going up kind of scale. I think they call it like a barber pole effect, where you have three scales going at the same time, and it sounds like it's always increasing, but it really isn't. It's staying within that realm, and that's what you're making me think about right now.
And now you're making me mad at myself because I can't remember the name of that musical illusion, and I'm probably going to have to go look it up before I go to bed, but yeah, there is a specific name for that effect, named after the guy who discovered it. and it has been used in several different musical contexts, from orchestras to progressive rock music and other things. But yeah, that's a good description, that barber pole effect, where it seems like it's constantly going in the same direction. And that has to do with matching harmonics. The notes that you use in those scales match the harmonics so that they actually sound like they're part of the same complex tone. So as one fades away, it gets replaced by another one. If it's going up, it'll get replaced by a new fundamental that comes in below it. And each pitch as it goes up becomes a harmonic of the new fundamental that joins below that. And that's all... that's all part of your brain work, and your brain processes rhythm and pitch and connecting pitches in completely different parts of your brain, but it doesn't sound like it when you listen to a song. It just sounds like one song, but part of your brain is doing rhythm, and part of your brain is doing pitch, and part of your brain is doing language, and it just, when it comes out, it sounds like you're listening to a song, and that representation is so complex. That's one of the reasons why music is one of the last things that disappears when people have dementia and memory loss and stuff. A lot of folks can still sing along with the songs that they learn in childhood, because those memory connections are dispersed throughout the entire brain, not just in the visual cortex or the auditory cortex or the linguistic cortex. It's so diversely spread out that there's always a detour and a bit of something for the brain to grab onto. And that's one of the really interesting things about music processing in the brain, and whether or not it's adaptive or a spandrel, evolutionary spandrel, which is something Pinker argues. I disagree with the guy, but Anyways, I just talk about the audio stuff because that's what I studied. Trying to learn about the visual stuff is super crazy. NTAT.
SLG returning. Shepherd tones, I believe, or Shepherd scales is the barber pole effect that Hans Zimmer is the guy who uses them in all of those Christopher Nolan movies to create that anxious feeling in music.
Roger and Rogers, Shepherd tones. See, I was so mad I couldn't figure it out, or couldn't remember it. And that thing that causes the anxiousness. You have two things going on there. You have the rising pitch, which causes anxiousness in its rise. Not because high pitches are generally common, like a child's voice or a woman's voice, but the rising pitch shows that it is associated with an increase in tension. And music, at least most music we have, is based on an end of some sort. Okay, the phrase has an ending, like a period, or there's a group of notes that repeat over and over and over and over again. But that over and over and over again basically has an ending that just keeps on repeating, and you can predict where it comes in, and that predictability is a huge part of what makes music work. Great book called Sweet Anticipation, Music and the Psychology of Expectation. The guy tries to start studying music and ends up coming up with a psychology textbook on human expectation and how it develops in the brain and what's going on there. But with that Shepherd tone, that Shepherd scale, there's no end to it. There's nothing to expect to be fulfilled, because your brain realizes that you're on this infinite ride that doesn't have an ending, and the expectations become dashed. KD8 SLG NTAD.
I think I noticed it. I noticed it in Dunkirk, which was a very annoying film for me because there's no way that plane was going back and forth without its engine on as long as it did. But I noticed that that's what really got me looking for what the effect was, because that was such an unnaturally extended scene that listening to the music really drew out that effect of the shepherd's tone. Because if you actually listen to it, it goes on for so long that you actually start recognizing the patterns. And so that's where I really grabbed onto it. But in Interstellar, it's used with a little more brevity and has a greater impact, therefore. And one of the things in Interstellar that got me was there's a point where it's building, and you're hearing it, and then it just cuts off to absolute silence at one point, which the silence in a movie theater when you're in surround sound at theater level volumes, and then something just pops to absolutely nothing for a very long time is also just a complete absence of sound. Almost is more striking than more sound at that point. And Hans Zimmer. And I've also, for some reason, I ended up in YouTube watching like piano training videos of how to do Hans Zimmer stuff, and you get an actual visual representation of the shepherd tone happening when they do the little, light up the keys lines above it to teach people how to do it on a piano. And that really visually fascinated me as much as auditorily. And you have to understand, I'm not very musically inclined. Katie at SLG.
Roger. Well, you got me thinking of two things. First thing you got me thinking of was the movie Poltergeist, which I thought was an incredible soundtrack. But I think it came out before I ever learned of anything about shepherd tones. But I need to go back and listen if that wasn't part of that orchestration back then. That was one of the most intense musical scores I remember as a kid. It was the first Poltergeist movie. And then there's that Beatles song, I can't remember what it's called, where that orchestra plays to the end. And basically, I heard an interview with somebody who actually was recorded on that, and they were told to play the scales on their instruments from the very bottom to the very top at their own pace. So that's what they did, and then they cut up all these pieces of tape and spliced them back together in a kind of a random fashion, a stochastic fashion, and then it ends with that piano chord at the end. But that was, I think some of those experiments either inspired that kind of music, or the experiments were inspired by those musical effects. I'm not sure which came first, NTAD.
I guess at this point I'm wondering if there are any examples of the shepherd tones in what I call classical music, and I'm sure there are. Back to the composers of back in the day. I'm almost on the edge of Google boxing to see earliest examples of shepherd tones.
That would be an interesting question. In classical music, I would probably, as just a wild guess here, put my money on Bach, or then perhaps if you're familiar with box crab cannons, but he was really into musical puzzles. Basically, a canon is a very strict way of imitating different musical voices, and he wrote up to like 5 voice canons. Usually you need to have at least 3 to be a canon. Two voices is something else. But he wrote something called crab cannons, where you would play the music from beginning to end, and when you got to the end, you would flip the entire page over, or 2 pages, or whatever it was. You'd flip it over and continue playing, and it would sound just as good when you played it backwards and upside down as it did when you played it the first time, with cadences and the whole thing. And so if anybody figured out how to do something with shepherd tones, I would guess it would be somebody like him.
So, sort of a Mobius strip of music.
A very nice metaphor, Nick, Anti-AT.
So is that like if you play the White Album backwards, it tells you to worship Satan? just throwing that out there.
No, it would. I guess maybe it wouldn't. It wouldn't. It would sound different, but it wouldn't sound any different. It would. It wouldn't sound. Let's just put it this way: it wouldn't sound backwards. It would be like having a continuous palindrome, sort of, where no matter which little part you took out, you could play it either direction. And I think that might be because it's upside down and backwards, not just backwards. Maybe that might be the transformation that does the trick. Yeah, no, it still sounds like it's going forward, even when you're playing it upside down and backwards. So that's where I would kind of just try to clarify, I suppose.
Okay, this is definitely way above my pay grade at this point. And honestly, I'm reticent to start Googling stuff sometimes because I'd rather just talk about it, and it's a much more interesting way of gathering information than Wikipediaing or being force-fed whatever ends up at the top of the stack on Google, which quite frankly tends to not reflect reality in any way, shape, or form. But I did just Google crab cannon, and interesting stuff, for sure. Yeah, I apparently I hit the head on the nail there with the Mobius strip thing, and you brought up palindrome, and I've always been fascinated by palindromes. It's just one of those things from radar being the simplest up to more, if you will, more colorful examples. But yeah, if there's something where you can start playing it anywhere and just play it through, and it flips over to be backwards, and you keep playing it through, and you can start anywhere and end anywhere, that's kind of an interesting movement.
Well, and the cool thing with music is you don't have to just read about it. You can sit back and close your eyes and listen to it. And listen to a crab cannon. It's like, yeah, that experience is often much better than reading about it, I've found. And interesting fact about Bach was when he got his job, the city that hired him, they were trying to find Mendelssohn and some other folks, and they didn't want to go work there. I think it was in Salzburg. And if you look in their notes in the city records, they actually had a meeting when they were hiring the composer, and they wrote in the meeting notes that seeing as the bests will not come and work for us, we will have to settle for the mediocre. And that's what they said when they hired Bach.
W8WKY.
Oh yes, the mediocrest of the mediocre. Oh man, history has a way of ironing out wrinkles sometimes. I was thinking palindromes, and my favorite palindrome I got from a cartoon from the amazing world of Gumball: a nut for a jar of tuna. Yeah, spell it out.
You know, and this is one of the things I really like about cartoons, or I liked as a kid as I became an adult. They had to be child friendly, but the things they could sneak in there was always fun. I always liked Foghorn Leghorn was always one of my favorites, especially as I was getting older and older. And but he could be he was one of the most insulting characters of all of the Merry Melodies, and he never said a swear word in any of his insults. Lower belly of a snake in a ditch, and oh, he was just so good at it. And you could repeat what he said, and your mom wouldn't slap you.
I say, boy. You know, there's just something about throwing the southern accent in there that just kind of throws it into a different sort of level of insult. But yeah, you know, Turner Classic Movies. I think it was last month or the month before. They did nothing but Warner Brothers stuff for a month, I believe, and of course all of the cartoons from earlier on were Warner Brothers stuff, and they were showing original cartoons that you don't see on cartoon shows anymore in between movies, and some of them are just so fabulous. And as you said, kids love to sit there and watch the Bugs Bunny part of it and the animation, and they get what they get. But the adult angle on it was just fascinating. How those things are always working on multiple levels, and even today, even with the Amazing World of Gumball, I love that cartoon, by the way. And you get in there, and yeah, the adult themes are just fabulous in there, and there's something for everyone. And you know, the Bugs Bunnies in particular. I mean, you know, a tree grows in Brooklyn kind of cartoon, I recall, and killed a wabbit. That was the closest I got to opera as a kid.
Oh, those cartoons were filled with classical music and classical references, and lots of political references too. I remember one where he took a saw and sawed Florida off and it floated out into the Atlantic Ocean. Lots of World War II cartoons, and lots of that kind of stuff. And then they just really became much more iconic than probably the Hanna-Barbera stuff. the Popeye and I remember Popeye and Tom Terrific and the Bullwinkle stuff, and I mean there was really some heyday of animation then, and it was all that stuff was really esoteric, let's just say, and it went over the heads of most kids, and today, man. Well, I tell you, I really enjoyed SpongeBob. SpongeBob had some really interesting references to like Einstein's relativity and some classical references and stuff. So that was one that me and my daughter I grew up with when she was little, and when she became a teenager, we sat down and watched a lot of Rick and Morty together. And oh God, what was the one with the crazy cook? And oh God, I can't remember that one. There were just crazy stuff on cable TV when she was a kid that we did not grow up with.
KD8SLG returning. Oh, Rick and Morty is like next level for sure. Yeah, Adult Swim. Watching the Cartoon Network late at night is you get past the Family Guy and American Dad, which is the mainstream kind of stuff. You get into the Rick and Mortys. Those things are just yeah. Just that stuff I can watch those things 10 or 12 times, and every time I pick out another joke that I missed the time before. And I'm a big Robot Chicken fan because Robot Chicken just picks apart the zeitgeist of the culture for sure.
I caught some of that stuff. A lot of that stuff was when I didn't own a TV, probably. I remember, one of the first ones I remember was Wait Till Your Father Gets Home, which is one of those, primetime family cartoons. And that's the Flintstones was, too. That's how the Flintstones started. It was a primetime family cartoon for adults. And then he eventually had to bring Pebbles and Bam Bam in to keep the kids. But that was all about being a blue collar worker kind of stuff. And they used to do cigarette advertising with Fred and Barney smoking cigarettes as part of the cartoons and stuff. And so they were a little more adult than they ended up being edited to be when they came back on Saturday mornings. And then the first one that I remember, and this is back when I worked in television, that came out that was really just on its face gross cartoon, but it was like really groundbreaking. You probably know which one I'm talking about. Happy, Happy, Joy, Joy.
Ren and Stimpy, you idiot! I shall kill you. I love Ren and Stimpy. They're on Paramount Plus right now, man. That's on my regular playlist.
That was like one of the first cartoons I remember that really took it to the next level and just did not really care which lines it crossed.
What was his name? Crick Falusi. And that's one of those things that is so ground into the zeitgeist. I love that word. The Simpsons, their couch gag at the beginning of every episode, they did a Crick Falusi couch gag episode, where it was all like the Crick Falusi crazy stuff there at the beginning, and that's just part of what they do, and that's one of the reasons why they've been on the air for so long, is because they grasp onto those things that people recognize but don't necessarily recognize.
Well, that's what makes art into art. I mean, if you're going to sit down and really get into the aesthetics of it, that's classical music, and this is where we're getting all these stupid, crazy copyright things, and that's because songs only have 4 notes now. So it's like, well, those are my 4 notes. It's like, the whole thing growing up with classical music was, you sit down and listen to a piece of music, and you say, oh, that he took that from Debussy, and oh no, he took that from like Brahms, and you start to hear all these little nuances of different experiences that this composer had, and all the different things that they're working into the music. The Dvorak New World Symphony is all his musical reaction to coming to the Americas, and none of those melodies were actually, I think maybe one of them, he took one folk song, but those were all original melodies that weren't taken from folk melodies, but they sound like American folk melodies. It's just his reaction to the zeitgeist of the musical culture of the time. And back then they had shape note singers. I don't know. There's something for you to Google. Shape note singing, real big back in Ohio and in Pennsylvania back in the day when they were settling the country. A very interesting part of musical history that's lost pretty much in America. Another thing for you to Google there, Nick. KD8SLGNTAD.
Yeah, okay. You happen to catch me at the Google box. So, shape note singing. I will explore that further. There was, I had a thought earlier, way earlier, and I didn't mention it. But now I'm recalling that thought, as often happens here in the after party conversations. Thank God it's only 2 of us, or I would have lost it completely. When I used to study for school, I would put on my headphones and I would listen to music while I studied, and when I would be taking a test, I would replay that music in my head, and that would help me recall what I studied. And I tried to explain this to somebody one time, and they told me I was full of crap. And I disagree with them because it actually worked for me. And I'm thinking there was a Cars album, Candio, that was in one of my particular favorites for study music because I knew every nuance of that album in and out, and if I studied while listening to it, I could use that to help me recall the information I studied.
I'm not even going to say that's clever. It's just, yeah, that's how you do it. And he said, you're I can't believe you would say that, because my response to him would be A, B, C, D. What comes next? What letters come next? That's why we teach it that way.
E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V. Now, And yeah, I think it was a great study tool. And, you know, my mom would say, how are you studying with your headphones on? I'm like, believe you me, this is working.
Yes, it is. I can see it, and I try to. I try to, like, you know, go with my kid with what worked with her when she was growing up, you know, and you know the way the brain works is, yeah, you have to roll with it and use what's there, and there's some commonalities. I mean, there are, but you know, each actual individual one is uniquely constructed and wired, and you know, the exact same stimulus will do different things biologically to different people under different situations. So the amount of complexity there is just it's a hard thing to deal with, but the more you can kind of figure out what's going on in the individual situation you're dealing with, it can have some advantages. You know, there's that one little thing that kickstarts that one person, and if it wasn't for that one thing, they never would have taken that path, or one little thing might stop a person. I mean, there's just so much going on there, Nick, and I don't know. It's just interesting. The best thing I can figure out that I'm trying to do is, you know, when it comes down to it, we're all just little bits of the universe being aware of itself, and that perspective is individual with everybody. I mean, imagine like how aware somebody like Stephen Hawking would be or something, you know. But, you know, there's things that he wouldn't be aware of, I suppose, as well. So that's it's all very fascinating. But that's why we talk about it with each other and share those experiences, because the whole ESP thing, okay, never mind. KD8SLGNDAD.
There you go, Dave. You're trying to draw me into some kind of free will conversation again. I was with my aunt this weekend, and she's on. I think. Let me think. She's like 14 or 15 years older than me. She was my mom's sister who babysat me when I was a kid, and I was at her house this weekend, and for some reason, I started recounting one of those songs from a Sesame Street album that just popped into my mind because I was with her and I was in that environment, and I was do 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 do. I was doing that around her house, and it triggered her, and I was triggered by her to be doing that. And it's one of those albums as a kid that I would just play over and over and over again, a Sesame Street album. And I couldn't recall that melody, that series of notes, until right now when I started telling you about it. But she heard me doing it, and she was like, "Why are you doing that? That's Sesame Street."
I associate that one with the Banana Splits, but it could have been used on Sesame Street as well, so I won't say that it wasn't. And yeah, situational awareness, little things that trigger memories. It's kind of fascinating. Then you kind of get lost in them sometimes. And, well, you got yourself a good little earworm there going as well. I cook pretty well, and I cook very much like my grandmother's cook. used to cook, I should say. And while I quit smoking tobacco long time ago, although I've quit more than once, but the last time's been good 15 years now. So one of my daughter's friends who was staying here, I can tell when she smokes in the spare room there. And occasionally I'll come home and it smells like my grandma's house. And it's partly because of what I'd been cooking like the day before or something like that, but it's also because there's this faint hint of cigarette tobacco, which my grandparents smoked. And so that was part of the smell of Grandma's house, along with the garlic and the onion and all the other stuff. And I'll tell you, man, when that olfactory sense hits you just right, man, the memories just flash real hard. And your olfactory sense is really closely and deeply connected with your brain. When they first discovered it in rats, they thought rats had two brains. Their olfactory bulb was so large. It's almost as big or even bigger than their brains are. And that was the thing that kind of freaked me out when I first heard about that whole COVID thing, was losing your olfactory senses. You're getting really into deep sensory memory parts of the brain connections going on there. And that's crap. That's stuff I don't want to mess with, personally. KD8SLG, NTAD.
Wow, it's interesting you bring that up. I got to see some family I hadn't seen in a while this weekend. It was my mom's sister, my aunt's 80th birthday, and we had a little celebration for her. And I got to see my cousin Tina, who I probably haven't seen in 10 years. And she just moved to Ohio from Alaska, by the way. She lives down by Dayton right now, but she was at home in Pennsylvania. And she had COVID, and when I asked her about what was going on, she said that she had lost her sense of smell and still hadn't gotten it back. And I started thinking about how that would affect me, because that is one of those things where certain smells just send you into a different place very quickly. And we were eating grilled hot dogs and baked beans, and she was still saying things just don't taste right yet because she hadn't got her sense of smell back. And she's an interesting gal, by the way. It was really good to see her. But that is one of those things where that just connects you from a sense of the past that you probably want to stay connected to.
Funny you should say that. I take you exactly as you meant it, but I was thinking about that same kind of idea, but on a different scale. When you think about it, you think you got your five senses, right? Hearing, sight, smell, touch, touch is pretty complex because you have different nerves that feel pressure and heat, and different ones that feel cold. Sight's pretty interesting because you have some things that see dots, you have other things that see lines, you have other nerves that see curves, you have other nerves that detect vertical or horizontal orientation, and there's different nerves for all kinds of different things that are going on in your visual cortex, and they all get put together into this is what I'm looking at. And those are all just so fascinating perceptions and senses. But the olfactory sense, if you look at it on an evolutionary scale, is far older than either hearing or sight. It rivals touch is one of the earliest senses to evolve yeah, that's in animals. So it's an old sense. And so, yeah, it's one I just, again, it's so deeply connected in the brain, I just wouldn't want to mess with it. I went completely deaf in my left ear for a few weeks. It turned out the doctor said, first they said, oh, you have waxing ears. I said, no, that's not what's going on, because I went deaf within 20 minutes. I was completely deaf in my left ear. And they determined that I had an infection on my auditory nerve. And they shot me up with steroids and said, good luck. You got about a 30% chance of getting your hearing back. So that was, I've experienced losing my hearing completely for a few weeks. Don't think I would want to lose my sense of smell, really. KD8 SLG, NTAD.
Yeah, I gotta say, losing half of my hearing, that would drive me nuts, because since we're on ham radio, and losing half of my hearing that would change things as far as my perception of the world. But I think my other ear would adjust to that in some way, shape, or form, and start forming some sort of, peripheral hearing vision that would start adjusting to that. Earlier we talked about the cocktail party syndrome kind of thing, and the other day on the Border Breaker net, somebody checked in and their call sign was W5SLG, and I heard SLG, and of course my ears perked up. But the olfactory, the sense of smell is almost somewhat imperceptive. That is, I think we pick up on things that we don't know we pick up on them. That is, you can smell another person next to you, whether they're wearing perfume or not, but the underlying pheromones are working at a completely different level than we are perceiving them to work on. And that is, you are more attractive to some people, more attracted to some people, and attractive to some people than others, because of things that we don't perceive or even understand or can understand.
Oh, Nick, you're baiting me into the free will question again. It sounds like you're talking like me, though. Anyways, the thing I noticed is I could not find my cell phone, and I could not pull conversations out of a crowded room. Without your left ear, you lose a sense of location of where sound is coming from based on the difference in the echoes. Interesting experiment that I read about back when I was doing my PhD research was these folks, they did two things. They put on fake ear pieces on people, so they changed the shape of their the shape of the outside of their ear. So they could change whether people were hearing a sound vertically, if it was higher or lower vertically in space. And people adapted to that, and they could visually react to where the sound was coming from if it was changed up and down after they got used to the new earlobes and stuff that they put on their heads. Quick beep. The second half of the experiment is they put hearing aids into people, and they put the microphone that was in the right ear but fed that into the left ear, and they took the microphone from the left ear and fed that into the right ear, and nobody could ever adapt to which way to turn their head, right or left, correctly. They would always react to which ear the sound was coming in. And so what they determined was that in your auditory cortex, determining right and left sounds in your ears is hardwired into your brain and has evolved. However, hearing the vertical axis is a learned behavior because nature, it knows you're going to have an ear on the right side of your head and it knows you're going to have an ear on the left side of your head, but it has no idea what the shape of your ear is going to look like. So up and down is learned. Right and left is hardwired into right and left parts of your brain. Interesting experiment. I thought that was a fun one. KD8 SLG NTAD.
EEY.
I missed your call sign. Go ahead.
Good evening, fellas. This is Kilo Charlie 8 Echo Echo Yankee. Dave here. We've talked before. Nick. I am just trying out a new antenna. I've got my 7 element 2 meter beam up and just hooking it up and hitting the repeater for the first time. How am I sounding into it?
You sound absolutely fabulous. Full quieting.
Okay, if you guys would bear with me a little bit, I'm going to drop the power down here. I'm only pushing 14 watts. I'm going to drop it down and see if it changes much. It's antenna is supposed to have a 15.5 dB gain, and the repeater's coming in here. It's full scale. So I just want to see if it talks as good as it's receiving. Okay, this is 5 watts. Am I still hitting the repeater good?
No noticeable difference.
Wow. I am really impressed with this antenna. I am, if we had some video here, you'd see me dancing around the basement. 5 watts. And I'm down here in East Sparta, and that is very good. Well, fellas, I'll let you get back to your conversation. Didn't mean to jump in here on you. Interesting conversation concerning the ears. I've got 2 of them. We'll say 73. So thanks for letting me jump in here. This is KC8 EEY.
KC8 EEY. Sounding good there, man. So, antenna's working for you. Definitely. Wow, Dave, I lost my train of thought. My train of thought is easily derailed sometimes. I was thinking about the flipping the ears back and forth and how disorienting that would be. I've definitely grown to appreciate my hearing more now as I am doing the ham radio thing, and the ability to differentiate between voices and associate that with call signs. It's definitely been an advantage for being an NCO. When I do that, when I just get partials, which often happens, and to be able to say, okay, I know this person is this person, that person is that person, that person is that person, basically just on 1 or 2 syllables, has really fascinated me, because it's not something I ever really thought about before.
Oh, yeah, Roger, yeah. Well, I guess the first thing I said, I guess I would say is, being a musician and a music teacher, it scared the heck out of me. I'd say I probably got 95% of my hearing back, maybe a little better than that. I should go get it checked here, but I know both ears are not exactly the same. I'm sure of that. Let's see here. Oh, gosh, you had me thinking about something. What was the very last thing you mentioned there, Nick?
I think it was being able to differentiate people and associate their call signs instantly without really thinking about it.
Roger, voice recognition. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I do the same thing. You catch a parcel, you'll get a city, and you put together with recognizing the voice, and it makes it. You can pull things out of a pileup. Yeah. I don't know if I mentioned. I think the last time we had a long conversation, I may have mentioned a guy named Oliver Sacks, who was a case study psychologist, and he had a condition there he could not recognize faces. There's a particular part of the brain, and they've isolated this particular combination of nerve cells that does the job of recognizing faces. If he looked at his mother, he could not look at her and say, "Hi, Mom." He was not mentally capable of recognizing his own mother's face. But he could recognize her voice, maybe some mannerisms, but there was that part of the brain that did facial recognition was completely dysfunctional, which I think is part of one of the things that drove him into his profession. But he studied people who had all kinds of perceptual oddities like that. Just dozens and dozens of you can't imagine how these people could get through their daily lives based on the stories he tells about them. There's just some remarkable things, and they're all human brains. NTAD.
KD at SLG returning. Well, I will often say that I can do that. I can pull out people's, I can pull out call signs, or I can pull out, just from a snippet or a couple of syllables. And I have to be right there in that moment to do that. And sometimes it doesn't work. Out in the ether there, if somebody throws out their call sign in the middle of the afternoon and I just hear that one voice and I don't catch everything, I can put it together very quickly. But sometimes during nets, in particular, sometimes I'm like right on, I'm right on key and I can do it. But other times, not so much. It seems like there's a variability in there. And where sometimes I would be able to do that if I just heard that one syllable or two out there by itself, I'd be able to do it. But when there are 4 or 5 of them stacked on top of each other, sometimes I do it miraculously and I even confuse myself being able to do it, and sometimes I just can't.
Spinning the wheel on the broken bumper card ride of life. One of the cases this guy described, I'm trying to remember the ones I've read about, was this lady who could not see continuous motion. Her entire life, waking life, was like living in a life with a strobe light continuously flashing. She would get glimpses of freeze frames, one after another. but there was no sense of continuous motion that connected them together. That's all done part of her brain. This is why we get to watch movies and television, because our brain does this automatically without us thinking about it, and it makes it work. And for her, that part of her brain just didn't work. So when she would try to pour some coffee, she couldn't follow the glass filling all the way up to the top because there was no continuous motion. Could not drive, of course. Another person could see parts of things but could not see the entire thing. Could point at a wheel, could point at a windshield wiper, could point at a grill, could point at a headlight, couldn't see a car. Could point at a door, could point at a window, could point at a shutter, could point at a chimney, could point at a porch, could not see a house. The part of the brain that took the parts of things and made it into an entire thing to look at, that part of their brain just didn't function. And so you read about these people, and it's just amazing to just imagine these brains, I guess. And they're all, as I say, they were all just humans. KD8 SLG, NTAT.
KD8 SLG returning. Well, that loops, that circles back way to the earlier point of our conversation where I said the brain spends, so much of its time just basically stereotyping things and filling in all of those spots around you that the brain simply cannot process in real time unless it makes certain assumptions. And that just magnifies the fact that our brain looks at all those pieces and says that's a car, and looks at those other pieces and says that's a tree, and looks at those other pieces and says that's a person. But if someone does not have that going on in their brain, they're going to see all those different parts and not be able to put it together. And wow, that would be a heck of a way to spend life.
Oh yeah, and this guy worked with dozens of patients like this, and so when I was reading his stuff, it just really got me to think of what it got me more in touch with my humanity and how fortunate I am. I read the other day that there's a huge number of people who don't have an internal dialogue, that they don't sit there and think sentences and words and talk to themselves, and I'm thinking, wow, what keeps them up at night? It's just so we after reading all of this different things and stuff, it really kind of makes me interpret people's assertions about other people's brains with a certain sized grain of salt, I suppose, depending on the authority and the experience with their making their assertions. But wow, it's just it's such cool stuff. It's fun to find somebody else who's interested in that kind of stuff. And not everybody is, and that's just because everybody's brain is different, I suppose. NTAT.
I'm pretty sure it was a barometer net someday this week, or maybe it was last week. I don't know. My memory is uncertain at times. But I made a joke about, getting a call sign for the voices in my head so that they could do their talking and not involve me in it. So, that whole inner dialogue thing is, if you're not talking to yourself, well, golly, who is? No one ever knows just how you look through other people's eyes. I believe that's a butthole surfer's line, but it's ever so true. you have your perception of the world, everybody else has their perception of the world, and to think that there is actually just one world out there that we're all perceiving differently, that's a leap of faith.
Oh, you are just too full of synchronicity tonight there, Nick. Oh, yes. Well, that whole... That's what Carl Jung's whole thing was about. Yeah, Chuck might be out there listening. I don't know. That's what Carl Jung's entire psychological career was about, is trying to ferret out this idea of what it is that you are in that process he called individuation. And he got into the persona. What are you, the self? What are you to yourself? What are you to other people? The shadow. What is the part of yourself that you refuse to see? That's part of your subconscious. If you are a woman, what is the male part of yourself? If you are a man, what is the female part of yourself? He would put up all these dual dimensions or quaternities. He was really big in putting two x's together so he could get a quaternity, and then so with the quaternity then he could get into all of the Christian symbolism, because you've got the 4 chapters of the gospel, and for the male, the feminine part was in the Mary symbol. The self was the Jesus symbol. And he expressed all of these psychological ideas through Christian symbolism as part of the way he was processing all of this stuff. And so, yeah, so you went on the whole, how do other people see me? How do I see me? And then you ended up with the word faith. And, of course, Jung is the guy who came up with the entire idea of synchronicity, which is the connection of time and meaning as opposed to cause and effect, to put it as briefly as possible. KD8SLG, NTAT.
Oh, Dave. Dave. Dave's not here. Yeah, dude, I get into, I'm sure no one sees me as I see me, and on the same hand, I'm sure that I don't see anyone the way they see themselves. And occasionally I do, and they do, but overall, perception is reality. So my reality and your reality and anyone else who's out there listening right now, and their reality is something different. And that's what reality is not what is, but how you see it. And I'm not even going to try to loop that back into free will at this point, because I know better. But I see me as me, you see as you, and then we look at each other and we process what we process. And there you go.
K8AMX. Howdy there, Dick. Good evening. Well, everybody has their own imitation of reality, I think, there, Nick. Everybody has their own individual imitation of reality in their head, and I consider myself an anti-solipsist and think that reality is that which exists without regard to anything that is able to or intelligent enough to attempt to understand it. We're just kind of along for the ride. Yeah, no, you got me thinking of police and synchronicity and that whole thing there. Dick, good evening. Yeah, I'm sure you're surprised to hear me up this late, but probably not Nick. K8AMX NTAT.
No, I'm not surprised to hear anybody up this late. And I'm watching a program here, so I'm not going to really hang in, but all the things that you guys talked about, and what is interesting is when you all of a sudden have a stroke, maybe 2 strokes, maybe 3 strokes, which I've had, and you have people tell you, boy, you're lucky you come out of that, and boy, you seem perfectly normal to us, but then you see the changes that happen in your brain, and you start categorizing what changes were made, and those changes, many of them are permanent. That brings up a whole different topic of conversation. Go ahead, Nick.
KD8SLG returning K8AMX. Yeah, perception is reality, and I know when my mom had her stroke, at least one of them, she went to work that morning and worked throughout the day before she went to see what was going on, and yeah, your perception changes from one event to another, undoubtedly. And I'm not going to, I'm not even going to question or delve into that. But yeah, I'm sure, Dick, that the way you see things from moment to moment has probably changed because of what has happened. KD8SLG over to NTAD.
Yeah, well, we'll have to stick with the fundamental philosophical disagreement about reality and put that in the folder with free will. But I would go so far as that our perceptions are integral to our connection with reality, and those perceptions exist reaching both outside of our bodies and bring in impeding and impinging stimulus, but there's also internal stimulus. You get all the whole sensory deprivation tank kind of experiences and all that kind of stuff. So our perceptions are our, I think, perhaps maybe only connection with reality, and which is why everybody seems to have a slightly different one, I suppose. Dick, I hope you are doing well in the way you cope with the changes, and we're glad that you're still able to be active in the ham radio community with us. And some people go through quite severe changes. I know a couple folks who ended up with some pretty severe Parkinson's symptoms and some other things that I would hopefully not wish upon anybody. But you seem to be quite a clear thinker, and you're a good ham operator. So that part's still working. And if you're making note of the changes that are happening, you're able to do that. So that's a good thing. I think that's one of the scary things probably about Alzheimer's, is that when I think a lot of people understand that something's happening, but they can't actually try to figure out what exactly that it is when they're in that state. So there's so many different realities out there, Nick. KD8SLG NT8D. I think it goes over to Dick, K8AMX NT8D.
I'm out of here, guys. I just wanted to inject that different when you actually make changes in the brain that can be sometimes immediate or over a very short time, and things quickly change, and you have to get used to it. But that's all. I just wanted to make that statement. And I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Hope I didn't interrupt too much here. NTDK8AMX in the group.
K8AMX, KD8SLG. You are always welcome, sir. And as I said earlier on the net tonight, I was very, very pleased to meet you a couple years ago at Field Day. And how do I put this? You're considered Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association royalty. And there you go. That's all I got there, man. I always enjoy talking to you. I always enjoy listening to you. And I truly enjoy meeting you from time to time. And it was great having you at dinner a few weeks ago there at Casa Nuestra. And there you go. That's all I got there, man, Dick. You're always welcome. NTAD, go ahead.
Roger. Well, thank you. You're always welcome, and it was not an interruption there, Dick. And, yeah, that's how I knew that it wasn't earwax, is that you don't have a ringing in your ear and then go completely deaf in 20 minutes, literally that quickly from earwax. They checked for earwax first, and then when they didn't find that was a problem, they gave me a hearing test, and then, like I said, they shot me up with a bunch of steroids and said, good luck. I guess 30% of the people get their hearing back, 30% get some of their hearing back, and some of the people, a third of the people, don't get their hearing back at all. So I got probably 95% of my hearing back. And, being a musician and now as a piano tuner, that was kind of like, how I would make a living. So, But I'll tell you what, if I can hear a slight difference between my two ears under the right conditions when I focus on it. But boy, oh boy, it was kind of a shock to go through a change that quickly. It took about 6, 7, 8 weeks to get better. In nature, that would be a sawtooth wave there, Nick, I think. And that's the other thing. People talk about waves, and I was reading an interesting article the other day. And because when people think about waves, they think about periodic waves. I mean, that's just where our brains go. And that isn't a 100% true case all the time. There are waves that are not periodic and are still waves. And they have a completely different math and physics than periodic waves. And those are the ones that we need to start becoming concerned about in our physical environment when we start looking at things. KD8SLG, NTAD.
W8WKY.
Well, the thing about waves is we don't know how long some of those waves last. And this correlates to a lot of other dimensions besides, listening waves, but also like climate waves and the periodic waves of our life and what we're riding on and how long things last or don't last. And while we may be looking at something and saying, we'll look at this short little segment of time and we'll try to identify something that is recurring that we can identify. And then we look over at a longer period of time and see if that's a recurring wave or not. And it's difficult to step back and look at the bigger picture all the time as it exists in, can I say this to you? In reality, because certainly, within our time frame, we're looking for recurring waves within our time frame, within the minute, within the second, within the hour, within the days, within the months, and within the years. But we exist in something that lasts eons. So can we really identify a wave that is happening within time spans outside of our perception? That's the question.
I suppose that's what lies, it depends on what lies inside or outside one's perception or one's perceived reality or individual reality as they perceive it. Scale, I forget what you call the window where you examine a window of time. There's a name for that window. I think it's a calculus name or a quantum name, but you're looking at a window of time and you can expand that window and shift it back and forth. I forget the name for that. We look for those waves. Those are the waves that please us aesthetically. It's why we look for harmony and harmonics and the periodic things, days, but the waves of an earthquake are distinctly not periodic. We should be concerned about those kinds of waves. The wave in a tsunami, climate waves that you're talking about, not periodic. Learning about aperiodic waves, chaos, making a new science, James Gleick best book you could read to get into that subject. I mentioned it to you last time. Really explains aperiodicity and complexity just so it's easy to understand. An incredible book. Read it 30 years ago, still an incredible book. I will read it a fourth time, I'm sure. Aperiodicity becomes very, very important, especially in this kind of thing, because basically the vibration of an airplane wing is aperiodic. But you better understand that aperiodicity, because if you don't, you're at risk of your airplane wings breaking off all the time. So that's what I mean. The danger is more in the aperiodic waves. This with the rogue waves we like to watch on the cable TV stations. It's the aperiodicities that is which worse than that is the chaos that can evolve in nature that makes things evolve and makes things dangerous at the same time. KD8SLG NT8.
Well, yeah, the aircraft wings are a perfect example because, someone will say, well, you have this vibrates at this level, at this speed, and 1 in a million times the wing will crack apart. And that's all fine and dandy until you're on that 1 millionth flight, right?
I'm just thinking, if you're just tracking the vibration of the wing, that's all you're doing. You're doing a simple measurement of the vibration of a wing of an airplane. It will vibrate within a given range of speed and distance, velocity and distance. It's going to, if you measure those things, it will vary within a given range, and it's supposed to flex like that. That's how it's designed. And that vibration will not be periodic because there is no steady, the air is always constantly changing by the tiniest little bit. The flexing across the wing is always vibrating at a different thing across the wing. There's just so many variables. It's varying within a range, but it is not a periodic vibration. And then at some point, that vibration, which is semi-predictable, it's kind of like a fractal it's not exactly a fractal, but we're getting into that kind of range of mathematics, I suppose. But right when it's breaking off, that will become completely chaotic. And then after the wing breaks off, it will still, as everything falls to the ground, it will start vibrating aperiodically within a small given range again as it falls to the earth. But that chaotic, extreme vibration that goes beyond the stresses that it's designed for, that you cannot control, which is what breaks things apart. It's throwing the brick into the washing machine on YouTube. It's that kind of thing. And we can do that with our climate, and we can do that with our economy, and we can do that with all kinds of things if we don't pay attention to what we're doing. NTAT.
NTAD KDSLG. Well, that's the calculus that we started this conversation with. Is 99.99999% of the time, everything will fall under this curve, the calculus. But if you line up everything correctly, or in this case incorrectly, you're going to get that one outlying point that is outside of the calculus under the curve. And that is the chaos.
Sort of. I see where you're going with that. But that one random point can be expected because there's going to be an outlier. So I'm not sure that's not particularly chaotic. And that one point may end up being completely insignificant in the grand scheme of all other points, but at the other hand, it might change the world as well. So that's on a variable scale. So we really can't say with any definity of what that point's value is going to be. Chaos, you're looking at a series of completely unpredictable points that are in an unpredictable range. Periodicity, every point is predictable. It just is within a range, not just within a range, it's just predictable. You know, at a particular wavelength cycles per second, measurements. An aperiodic wave is going to stay within a range. You've got this kind of, you can predict, it's going to be between like minus 20 and plus 30 or something like that. And maybe you'll get an outlier. And it's going to happen between every 1 second and every 5 seconds, and it's going to vary back and forth. And so you can't predict where the next point's going to be, but you know it's going to be within a particular range. And then you'll have a set of points that would be outliers. Well, now the system's breaking or something like that. And then chaos is you can't predict any of that. There's no prediction on the time domain. There's no prediction on the distance domain. It's completely unpredictable in all dimensions. And that's where you really become chaotic in its description. NTAT.
Well, any system where you are applying predictable and or non-predictable variables, especially like a flight, okay? This works all the time with the exception of this, and this works all the time with the exception of that, and this works all the time with the exception of this and that. And if you run that simulation often enough, eventually you're going to get the situation where this variable is an outlier, that variable is an outlier, and that variable is an outlier, and that is what one calls chaos.
Nick, you are just nailing the synchronicity thing tonight. I'm telling you. Can you tell me, because the way you phrased what you just said was important. Do you know how many variables it takes to create a chaotic system?
If I were to put a number on it, I would say 99.
99 would do it, but the minimum would be 3. And that goes back to like the Greeks and stuff. Yeah, the minimum is 3. It's the orbiting bodies problem that goes back to the ancient Greeks. You have 3 orbiting bodies. You're trying to predict the orbits. You might get a predictable system. It's possible, but once you have 3 variables, it is just as possible that you may end up with a chaotic system, something that is unpredictable, and very completely unpredictable. any particular spinning motion of a crashing car, I guess. I don't know. But this is what it really what I found really interesting in this book, and it gets into so many things, everything from the stock market to climate to biology and how your brain cells and your blood cells all flow and all that stuff. Is the difference between periodic motion, aperiodic motion, and chaotic motion, and the difference between chaos and complexity. Something may be complex, but not chaotic. Complexity and chaos are two different. Remember, we were talking about different kinds of infinities the other night. Complexity and chaos are two different types of unpredictability. I guess is my best way of trying to explain it. NTAD.
I read an interesting little bit today in my Google feed about Jupiter, and Jupiter does not actually orbit the sun. It's so huge, it has so much mass that it actually orbits a point between the sun and Jupiter because of its mass and the way orbital mechanics work and physics and all those things that we've wrapped into this conversation tonight. But it circles around a point between the sun and the moon that is very close to the sun but is not the sun. And that's just one of those things where when I start thinking about it and applying it to the rest of civilization and us and people, is that even when it's something seems centric and seems to be a central point where people rotate around, like say ham radio, that they aren't really. They're off center a little bit, and even though they seem to be circling around it, they aren't. They're working off of something that is not centric, if you will.
WNET-SCI. Heard something about physics.
Hey, Walt. You're the perfect person to jump in. Oh, Nick. Well, what you mentioned is absolutely true. And the thing is, that is true of all planets in this case. It's an orbit that isn't around the center of the sun. It's an orbit that's around the center of the masses between the two bodies. And with Jupiter is the one planet that is so large that that point lies outside the perimeter of the sun. For a planet like Earth, that effect still holds true, but that center of gravity is still inside the sun. It's just not at the exact center point of the sun. Now, when you add a third body, such as a moon, or in Jupiter's case, many moons, then the exact prediction point of that orbit can become, and does not necessarily become, chaotic. I'm looking for, I gotta find my copy of that book. I thought I had it on the bookshelf here. It's around here somewhere in the shack. The book I was talking about, the James Gleick book, I know you're not a huge reader. I can't find a video on it. There's an audio book, which is okay. I mean, if you like audiobooks, that's fine. but the writing style is really nicely done. The opening of the book starts out like you're reading a detective novel, a noir detective novel. The neighbors at Palo Altos are getting nervous because there's this guy who's walking in the middle of the night down the street smoking a cigarette, and it's kind of changing over the weeks as he's doing this, and nobody knows who this guy, this mad scientist is, and he's experimenting with like 23-hour days, or I can't remember exactly the number, but yeah, he's experimenting with living on a 23-hour day. Well, that seemed crazy, and they start out like this dark, detective novel of like, who's this creepy criminal guy smoking cigarettes in the middle of the night walking down our street, and well, think about this now. Who's running the Mars rovers? Let me get a beat.
W8WKY.
Mars days are like 40 minutes shorter or something like that than Earth days. So the people who work on the Mars rover have to get up 40 minutes earlier every day for months at a time. Now, talk about a rotating shift schedule. Well, that's what this guy was working on. He goes, how do people adjust to working on a 23-hour day? What happens? We got to know this stuff before we start putting things on Mars. And so that's how the whole book starts. It's really nicely done writing. Walt, WN8SCINTAD, good evening. Nick's here, and I think he's the only one speaking. There may be others around.
Yeah, copy that. I just got off work a couple minutes ago, so I turned the radio on, and I heard something about orbit and physics, and I was like, this is where I need to be right now. So I decided to report for duty, and yeah, here I am. Really, I wasn't sure what was going on, but physics is always fun, so I figure I'll just sit and listen for right now.
WN8SCI, KD8SLG. Oh, we've been delving into philosophy relating to physics, as well as numerous other we talked about physics earlier, Dave, and the esoterics of physics is one thing, but the actual physics is another, and that's where you get into these orbits that aren't actually orbits. And like you said, when you approximate Earth orbits around the sun, you can kind of discount that center of the orbit or things. But when you get into Jupiter, you can't discount the fact that the center of the sun is no longer the center of the sun. It's outside the orbit of the sun. So these things, these actual physics of weight and space-time and all of that stuff starts factoring into what you're actually going to do. We're no longer dealing with the Galilean physics of it, but the actual physics of it. And those are hard concepts to deal with unless you either recognize the math or at least accept the math.
Oh, I'm having so much fun, Nick. First of all, I'm going to say, how many sheets are still tied to a cleat at your place? And so what you're describing goes back to our conversation from the other night. What you're describing is a difference of scale. How many Earths fit into Jupiter? How many Earths fit into the Sun? How many Jupiters fit into the Sun? We're talking about differences of scale. Once that scale difference crosses a particular threshold, we use powers of 10. That's just our math. There are probably other ways to do it, but that's when things make a difference. Now, imagine a star, because I was reading about one of these the other day. Imagine a star that was so big that it would be filled by more than 1 billion of our suns. What does that do to the fabric of space-time? And we were talking about scale earlier. We were going back to early in our conversations. I think we were talking about the difference between one little thing. Think of the difference between 1 million, 1 billion, and 1 trillion. You can think about it in seconds, or think about it as spending $1 per second if you want to make it like gambling. Let me get a beat. If you retired with $1 million and spent $1 per second, you would be flat broke in about 3.5 weeks. If you had $1 billion and spent $1 per second, you could do that for over 31 years. If you had $1 trillion, we're just changing one letter, M to B to TR, right? Okay, 2 letters, all right. If you had $1 trillion when you retired, spend $1 per second, you could do that for 3,100 years if you didn't die first. That's the difference between 1 million, 1 billion, and 1 trillion. And you put that into space and then go even longer than that. We're lucky to be living in a blip of the universe that can have life to understand that it's living in a universe. We're really lucky. KD8SLG, NTAD.
Walter, go ahead.
Well, if I had to be the life of the party, I would say something like, first, doubling it SCI. But then I would say something like, what you guys are talking about were basically like the complex components of different, equations and blah, 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 but really scenarios and circumstances. Every little thing about everything matters. And a good example would be, I heard somebody say, this was just a fleeting thought, but it's something that I thought was pretty relevant, for example, kind of, and, was, they were like something to the effect of an antenna using copper wire versus steel wire. They said they believed steel has a higher resistance at RF, which one might argue anything that has a higher, resistance is kind of proportional, blah, 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 with that regard. You're not going to find something that has a low resistance at RF and a high resistance at, DC in the sense of it being one uniform material. I say that because, they say capacitors, AC, blah, 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 but that's not one material. Anyways, and they were like, let's say a leg of an antenna needs to be 10 feet long with copper. It may need to be longer with steel simply because, you have a higher resistance and you have to reach a certain voltage for a peak, for blah, blah, blah. And so naturally you need more capacitance so the voltage doesn't build up as quickly, blah, blah, blah. And, it's something simple, really, but I just made me think of when Dave was saying something about having, or maybe it was Nick, saying something about having to keep all the math in your head at the same time. I absolutely love that. I can't get enough of that. I really can, but I have to, as far as when it comes to verbalizing, I definitely got to pick my battles because, I don't know, it's like, mentally, I live in a gym when it comes to practicing philosophy and logic and theory. So, other than that, though, I guess I'll go ahead and pass it. And I'll be here. Doubling it SCI.
Oh, Walter, WN8SCI. KDI. This is KDSLG. You've just entered the conversation. You're thinking way too small, man. We're talking galactic scales right now. And speaking of galactic scales, Dave, I'm thinking back to our earlier conversations on Shepherd scales and musical scales. If we were to draw that out to the galactic scales that we're talking right now, it would be imperceptible to our mere mortal ears. But when you start getting out there and doing the calculations for a bunch of these things, and we are looking at actual rotations of planets and rotations of stars and things like that, the calculus just becomes insurmountable. Well, not insurmountable, but just insignificant to us. When you get out to working out the rotations and the orbits of Jupiter and those other planets out there, we're starting to talk out in decimal places beyond where we want to be. And it just becomes, just so galactic in scale that does it even matter to our mortal minds?
Oh, Nick, you always have to go philosophically deep after you do the physics, cosmology stuff. What's meaningful? Oh, God, that's 6 hours of QSO right there, man. Come on. Let's see. Galactic scale. Big Bang inflation. You can think of that as a wave if you want, but it's only in our universe going to happen once. There's nothing periodic about that. It predictably, as far as we can tell, is going to end with the heat death of the universe. When I was a little kid, there were 3 different theories of the universe. There was the Big Bang theory, there was the steady state theory, and there was a third, cyclical theory. And that's what I remember reading about as a little kid. And then Hubble came around, and we figured out that those fuzzy little things we called nebulas were actually galaxies of millions and billions of stars and stuff. And eventually, the galaxies are going to be so far away from each other that the planets within them that have life will not be able to see any other galaxies. They will think that they are the only one. There will be no Hubble expansion to see at that point in the history of the universe. So that part of science will be absent to them. It won't be visible. There won't be any evidence of it as it is for us here today. So that made me think of the idea of inharmonicity, where basically it's kind of like harmonics, but each harmonic is not really an exact theoretical, as you were saying, it was off just a little bit, Nick. So it's not a theoretical harmonic. It doesn't exist. It's inharmonic. And now the difference between what should be mathematically harmonic and the physics of the universe as it actually turns out creates aperiodicity and even sometimes chaos. Boy, we just keep on recycling through all these different topics, don't we? Go ahead, Walt, if you want to. If you're just listening and you don't want to, go ahead, Nick, NTAT.
Sure. I'll say something provocative. W8SCI. My personal opinion is, while the bodies within the universe may be moving, the universe itself is infinite, and the universe is not expanding. It's one might argue, the light is simply just not to us yet, one might argue. I say this in quotes. It could be electromagnetic energy, whatever it may be. The idea is that it's so far away that however long things have been has not been long enough for them to be detected where we're at. So there's that I think. Also, I don't really believe in the idea of the heat death, simply because to say that the heat death, it really sounds like ultimately what it would come to is there's not enough kinetics, heat energy to provide stuff, but the nature of gravity does provide a degree of heat, and the number of I can't see the total energy going to zero, because that would imply that it had to go somewhere, and wherever it is, none of it's in the universe, which would be impossible. So W8SCI, over to you, Nick.
KD8SLG. I am easily swayed toward the fact that we are simply riding a wave that we're not here at the beginning of, and we will not be here at the end of. And the fact that we are trying to identify that is admirable and yet fruitless. So everybody can conject all they want to conject, but the fact is we'll never know the answer, because we're not going to be here for either end of that wave. And while we can try to identify it through all of our means, be that Hubble or the next telescope or the one after that, we're going to see things that we cannot actually confirm. And that turns physics into philosophy. KD8SLG, over to NTAD.
Oh, that was one heck of an assertion that I really can't abide by that. But I'm not going to go into that one there, Nick. Physics into philosophy, I suppose. I liked your metaphor, though. Imagine that you are in your personal bubble, riding this wave, bouncing against all the turbulence and all the other bubbles in this wave, and you're spinning your controls, doing all the things that you can do to control your bubble in this wave and all the turbulence and banging against all the other bubbles. That's how I would expand your metaphor. Walt, second law of thermodynamics, entropy, heat death of the universe. There's just entropy. We haven't found any way to get around that one. So that's what physics says. Now, what you were saying about what is accessible to us, this gets into one of the multiverse theories. Is that the idea of a multiverse is that it's just different regions of the same infinitely expanding universe, where different regions cannot have contact with each other, so we'll never be able to pass information between each other, and different parts of these regions will be in a different state of entropy throughout this entire complexity. And ours is going to go through its phases, and there will maybe be others that we don't have any information from, but what we can see happening in ours is pretty much what we've got to look forward to, as far as we can tell. WN8SCI, NTAT.
Yeah, WN8SCI. I mean, whenever I think of heat death, it's such a... I guess that really needs to be defined further. I mean, for something to die, does it have to be alive? So when you talk about the heat, I mean, I can assume that this phrase does not directly pertain to what we consider biological life. However, it does assume that there must be some sort of process that, due to heat, is somehow stopped. The question is in said heat death, what has died exactly? Under the assumption that we are the only things alive, but heat death hasn't occurred, is heat death only occur after all earthly species are dead, or only after all living species are dead? What if something happened that wiped us out, but it was just an unfortunate event? Does that mean that heat death has occurred even if the natural water cycles and things like that may still take place? Question mark. So whenever I think of heat death, I think of something like a reaction can't continue. But I mean, between black holes, stars, and large bodies, gravity does have the potential, obviously, for heat and pressure. So to say that there's heat death might suggest that there's no degree of mass anywhere that's in enough of a volume at any given moment to generate heat. I don't know. I was just curious as to what it meant. So W8SCI, and I think it's over to Nick.
KDE at SLG returning. So here's where I am, guys. All right, man. This is such a defeatist and minimalist and just defeatist kind of thing, but NTAD I think will grasp onto this, and that is the fact that on the galactic scale of things, we are not even a blip. Okay, so our existence in the billions and billions and billions of years that everything exists is an absolute nothing. And our perception of what we are and what we're doing, while monumental and important to us in our time, means nothing in the existence of everythingness. So while we are enduring and loving and just completely reveling in our even existence of sending radio waves back and forth right now, and we love our existence, and we endure it, and we make the most of what we're doing. Over the period of time that is the start to finish of this chat line, we are literally nothing.
It's a matter of scale, maybe. When you talk about meaning, though, now you have to be talking about philosophy. You can't be talking about physics, because we don't mean anything to the universe, and the universe does not mean anything to us, I guess. I mean, we create the meaning that it has. This is where you were getting the reality thing earlier, I think, is, that's we create that. Meaning is that's we do that. That's philosophy. The entropy does not care about what we think about entropy. If we like it, if we don't, what we think the meaning of it is, it doesn't care at all. And that's what Walt heat test. The point of maximum entropy, the exact opposite of the Big Bang. Maximum disorder. There's flow of water, planets, gravity. This is all order in the universe. That order comes about throughout the life of the universe, but the second law of thermodynamics shows us that all of this is a gradual motion towards maximum disorder, in which case there are no stars, there are no black holes. They've all dissipated their information with the Hawking stuff and whatever other things we haven't figured out yet, maybe, and the only thing is left is space-time coordinates with quantum fields. There's nothing there to measure. And when you were talking about nothing there, Nick, the way I see it is that even though there is such a thing as the Einstein light cone, as far as we can tell from our understanding of Einsteinian physics, is that all coordinates of space-time are all coordinates of space-time. We exist in a certain set of coordinates of space-time. That's where we are, when we are, when we are, however you want to try to put it into words. We exist in certain coordinates of space-time, and we exist in many, infinitely more than we do exist in, and that's the nature of the universe, and we got to suck it up and live with it. NTAT.
Yes. So, Nick, I think the description or the noun that you're looking for, if you're looking for it, is, I think, nihilism. I would say that you have a nihilistic view of existence on the grand scale, and which isn't necessarily bad. That's obviously just subjective. I hear what you're saying. Ratio. Large scale. It's very interesting. Nick, with regards to the entropy, so I hear what you're saying, and see, the problem is you have to look at it like this. One, the majority of space is a vacuum. So even though there's a lot of room, when there's no mass, not including the Doppler shift and things of this nature, when there's no mass, there's not going to be any energy absorbed, okay? And so it's like if something's hot and there's nothing around it, it's going to stay hot for a long time, and the only quote-unquote way it'll get rid of energy is via light. Now, it is arguable that, eventually it'll cool off, however, but when you talk about entropy, it's more a good analogy is, you have a very hot drink and you want to cool it down. You can put some ice cubes in there, and as you mix it, the entropy will bring everything to equilibrium. It doesn't take everything to zero, it takes it to equilibrium. So if anything, if the entire universe, entropy, blah, 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 if anything, it would on average be the same temperature. But it wouldn't be zero, because for everything to be zero, first of all, that way you would have to be able to actually absorb it and move it somewhere else. And it can't be in the universe. So I think that's maybe that's what you mean, but to say that something is zero, well then if something is zero, then something gained all of what used to be the zeros. So that had to go somewhere, and since it can't leave the universe, I don't believe that the universe will cool down, and everything will just be absolute zero, and then the lights off and everyone's gone home. So, that's how I think that is, and of course, gravity operates over, is the largest, I won't say largest, the longest acting range, if you will. One might propose, infinity for everything, but the way that it dies out, one moment. Gravity acts the longest, and this is obviously observed via, you don't generally see intergalactic thunderstorms. However, you do see, galaxies the size that they are being held together only by their mass, for example. So, WNET-SDI, over to you, Nick. Nick.
Comment.
W8WKY.
Go, comment.
KC5 RBG. I'll just leave this comment here, and then I'm going to go to bed. I got my grandson already asleep, so. But I've been listening for a while, and it's neat talking philosophy, reality, and all that other good stuff. But what it all boils down to is absolutely nothing, because our sun is going to be a red giant. It will grow to consume our entire solar system. Nothing will be left. There won't be any history behind, or artifacts, or anything. It'll all be gone. That's our fate. Well, it's the world's fate, I should say, because I'll be long gone before that happens. But in the end, we'll just be dust in the wind. KC5 RBG. Enjoy, gentlemen. Have a great night.
KC5 RBG. Shannon. You go, man. Well, Shannon's illustrating my point, and that is the fact that on the galactic scale of everythingness, we are nothing more than a blip. We are here enjoying it. We have rearranged the atoms to fit our needs, or they are there to fit our needs. And while I exist here, I can touch the table in front of me, and I can think what I'm thinking, and I can share that with you guys over radio waves. But over the scale, and Dave, we talked about shepherd scales earlier. We're living in a shepherd scale where we are continuously revolving around the barber pole, and we are reaching a level of anxiety continuously. We are simply using all of this matter to our own ends while we are here, but ultimately it's all going to dissipate and float into a state of entropy. We're not going to be here for it. We have no consciousness of that. We can only postulate that it's going to happen, but yeah, it's going to happen. NT8D, KDSLG.
Well, Nick, consider us as relatively lucky blips. There have been and will be blips that are far less fortunate, and probably those who will be far more fortunate than us as blips. But that's just part of how the whole thing works, I suppose. So I imagine, me existing, think of all the places in the universe that you do not exist. and all the time in the universe that you do not exist. And then realize that space-time are all the same thing. Einstein got us there. We're tracing a line of space-time coordinates with our conscious existence. It's really kind of a lucky thing, and we're doing it at a time when we get to understand that is what we're doing, and that makes us even more lucky, I think. Walter, two things I think I heard you kind of confused on physics-wise. One is confusing how entropy works in a closed system and in an open system. As far as we know, the universe will eventually, all the difference between everything and all the fields, the positive electrical charges will all go away. They won't be here anymore. There will just be quantum fields. That's it. It will take trillions and trillions and trillions of years for this to happen, so don't get worried about it, Nick. And the other thing, you were talking about galaxies held together. Dark energy, whatever that is spreading the galaxies apart. They do not spread the space apart within galaxies. You'll have to kind of look at the physics of how that works. What you see happening within a galaxy is different than what's happening in space-time in between galaxies. And this isn't what I believe. Okay, this isn't my belief. This is what the body of scientific evidence and research experimentally tells us is the best explanation we have so far. NTAD.
Okay, W8SCI. Then maybe it's not your belief, but it is your explanation, because you said I was confused, or that I might be confused. This is crazy, because you say about an open and closed system, but you forgot we're talking about the universe, and by definition, we're not talking about anything outside the universe, and conversely, or inversely, nothing exists outside of the universe, because it is the one verse. If there are these other verses, which I don't really play into that theory, but let's just say hypothetically they were, they might be some sort of a verse, but they can't be the universe because they, by definition, don't contain everything. If the universe contains everything, then by definition is a closed system. So under that technicality, which is a arguable fact, and of course we say it's infinite, but if there's other stuff out there, the argument really makes it sound like you're arguing on behalf of the only mass that has this energy is the stuff that we know. Therefore, beyond what we believe to be the edge, there may not be anything such that if that area were to open up, everything would get averaged out into that zeroness, bringing everything down, that if that were to be some sort of another infinite, that it would be infinitely close to zero average, but not zero, but basically what maybe then you might describe as heat death. But I do not believe that I'm confused, because I definitely understand the importance of an open and closed system. And I assume that we were both agreeing that the universe is a closed system since everything is contained within it and there is nothing outside of it. So, and on the thing with the galaxy, they say the Milky Way galaxy. I mean, obviously, we do not live long enough to be able to go, yeah, that galaxy has stayed together and it's moved across this point in, trackable sky. But the fact that they are held together, I mean, they wouldn't be called a group of stars, a constellation, or I can't say that. I should say a galaxy, and I mean, so by definition, they are coupled to some degree. And that coupling is not a result, at least in large part, by the nuclear force or the electromagnetic force. It's by large, on this scale, the gravitational force. So that's why I made the gravitational argument, and also why I made the entropy, argument that I did, with the heat being, or energy, I should say, at an absolute rate or level being contained. W8SCI, and it is your turn, Nick.
I'm going to go all Rick and Morty here, and I'm pretty sure there's a mirror universe somewhere where I am not only the president of Sarah, but I'm the president of the world, and I think there's a whole bunch of realities going on that we don't even know about, and we're probably better off not knowing about it. But the reorganization of atoms in space and time is infinite. And while we are occupying this moment of space and time, these coordinates, and everything around me is physically real, there is another space and time happening simultaneously, if you will, where everything is different and nothing is the same, but everything is the same and nothing is different, if that makes any sense. There simply cannot be a moment in time that exists only in our moment of time, except for the one that we perceive it to be. But there has to be some other perceptions of time and space out there that we don't know about.
Comment again.
Go ahead, Shannon.
KC5 RBG. I'm just going to throw out my little perception of the universe. One of the most common shapes in the universe is a circle. One of the most basic forms of matter is an atom, broken down into electrons, protons, neutrons, etc. And I feel, in my mind, that everything is made up of something. Our bodies are made up of all these little atoms, DNA, etc. What if our solar system was an atom in something bigger? And, we are a part of that. And that is an atom in something bigger still. And that can go on infinitely. That would, to me, be the universe. I don't know that I would call the universe closed. Scientists even say the universe is expanding. Everything is going outward. And if that's the case, that means there is more out there. So I don't know that I would call it closed. Yes, by definition, the universe is everything, but it's really not. Because if it's expanding, that means there's more out there. So, just kind of my thoughts on things. Stuff I've thought about pretty much all my life, and just had it in my head. Lord knows I'm no scientist or a scholar or even a gentleman. This is Kilo Charlie 5, real big guns.
Shannon, you remind me of Horton Hears the Who there, yeah. Well, you know, one of the more interesting theories or hypotheses, I should say, that I've heard is the holograph hypothesis, which looks at the structures of black holes and extrapolates what the universe looks like as a giant black hole, where all the information is on the surface, but is still expressed basically inversely from our universe into a black hole's universe. The simulation computer universe, that one isn't particularly fascinating for me, I guess. Well, at the end, the end of our infinite universe, when things, the maximum entropy is when there's nothing left to change. Shannon talked about what got at the question as to what is fundamental. At first we thought energy was fundamental, and then we find that maybe it's quantum fields are fundamental, and now there's a debate of whether simply information, which is simply the difference between any two things, becomes fundamental in any way possible, which is the most basic definition of information. And maybe that is the most fundamental part of existence. At some point there will be no gravity because there won't be any mass to exert any gravity. That's the whole point of maximum entropy. There's no mass. There's nothing changing. There's no electrons. There's no protons. There's this kind of we got to the bubbling. Well, whatever word you want to use. Quantum fields self-annihilating each other in positive and negative directions in less than a Planck second, so that they never actually created anything that could be detectable in space-time. Maximum entropy is what we're looking at eventually. Until I see some good physics that tells me otherwise, I'm going to roll with that one, I think. NTAD, I'm not sure if it goes back to Walt or Nick. I can't remember who talked last. NTAD.
W8SCI. To me, 1 second. All right, well, good physics incoming. So, I feel like I forgot one of the points he said already, but trying to hold on to the one that you did say, you talked about there will be no more mass, there will be no more protons and neutrons. Just the other day we were talking about, quarks and gluons and all these good things, and the thing is, now remember, your argument was heat death. The only way that you can have, quote, no protons and neutrons. We're talking about going from a state of mass to massless. And technically that still isn't happening, but I'm giving the benefit of the doubt that the proton and neutron is being non-existent. That would just mean that you would have gluons and quarks in free dissociation, a gas of gluons and quarks. Hypothetically, if that were to be the case, that would mean that they would have to be sustained at the Hagridon temperature, or however it's pronounced, which is in the trillions, if not higher degrees. So that's the only way. Otherwise, the quarks and gluons will reform into protons and neutrons. So to say that there's no mass, and first of all, the mass is still there because the mass is defined as energy, and in this case, the energy is held within the potential of the gluons, I would believe, and the mass of the quarks. And so that right there is where you have nothing going anywhere and leaving. And, and to say that the universe is closed, the reason that this checks out via logic is to say that it contains everything means that nothing can be excluded. And in a closed system, everything that's in question is included. And by definition, since everything is included, it is therefore closed, even though it's still infinite. And some may say, oh, well, they may challenge it. But same way that you can say that there are different types of infinities means that this is an example of it is defined from one direction and confirmed from another, But yes, as far as the whole massless thing, entropy is when you put your cold soda out and then it becomes room temperature, and they're the same thing. So at no point does anything just get freakishly cold. And just like anything that cools anything off, the heat has to go somewhere, and the question is, where does it go? I feel like I say your best argument, but when you say that there's none, that means zero. One moment, I'm almost done. And even if energy was somehow physically Doppler shifting, red shifting, you still wouldn't ever get to a frequency of zero. It would just be in the, nths of 1 hertz, a millihertz, a microhertz, a nanohertz. But it's still going to be a fluctuation. So, there's support from that side. W8SCI, I just pulled into the driveway, so I got to put my antennas down, but I'll be listening, and then I'm going to try to get on the indoor rig. So, W8SCI, I'll be away for a minute or two.
All right, Walt. But yeah, no energy, no mass, nothing. No. That's what the science says. There's nothing, no energy, it's all quantum fields is the only thing left. Maximum entropy, no free energy at all. That's what it means. And that's one of the best hypotheses we have. When we get a better one, show it to me. I'll read it or talk about it. But that's the best one we got. Maybe catch you in a minute. We'll see if Nick's still here to keep me awake. It's late. KD8 SLG NTAD.
NTAD WNSCI KD8 SLG. I at this point have trouble differentiating quantum physics from philosophy because there is no difference, okay? On the grand scale of time, and that's what we're talking about now, there isn't a difference because right now, in this point in time, we exist in a physical world where atoms have mass, where atoms can be touched, where things exist that I cannot pass through, and where I can have thoughts and feelings and all of those things that are associated with philosophy. At some further point in time, those things won't exist, and it'll all just be, gluons and mufons and glaxons and any other on that you want to attach to what we call physics today. And if you read any physics today, quantum physics, it all wanders into philosophy, and philosophy wanders back into physics, and that's what we end up with. And as Dave stated earlier, it all just boils down to a point in time and space where this is our existence, and that existence in a billion years won't mean anything.
All right, I don't mean to sound like a Buddhist, and I know this is going to. That's not my intention, I swear. It's not supposed to mean anything in a billion years. It's only supposed to mean something in these space-time coordinates. You are, for some reason, philosophically thinking that there should be some sort of meaningful connection between space-time coordinates without giving a philosophical reason why there should be. And there's no physical reason why there should be. So I'm not sure what you're trying to wish for there, Nick. I think you and I have had some very similar, not all, but some similar life experiences in the back of the bus. And mine pushed me in slightly, I think, different direction maybe. I really like a quote I got from Matt Dillahunty a few years ago. He says, I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. And that was part of his personal philosophy. Gosh, did I just start talking about philosophy? Oh, geez, what happened to me, Nick? NTAD.
Well, Dave, you're caught up in the moment. That's all I can boil that down to. But, you know, it all boils down to I think, therefore I am. And that's fabulous right now. But in a billion years, what I thought and my collection of atoms right now won't mean anything in the big picture. And that's all. And I'm perfectly happy existing in the moment and doing what I am doing in the moment. But I have no delusions that what I am thinking and what I'm doing right now is going to make an atom's worth of difference in a billion years.
Oh, Nick, it won't take that long. Nothing personal, trust me. and that's, I agree with you. I just don't understand why one would entertain the possibility that it should for any reason, because that would seem to cause a great deal of consternation in one's enlightened life, I suppose. We'll see if Walt's back. We'll give a Jurassic pause. If not, go ahead, NTAD.
I would call that hubris. You know, that just loops back into what was that word you used a few nights ago? Solipsism. Okay, where someone who thinks that the only thing that matters is what they think and what they do, and I'm well beyond that, man. But I also believe that what I think and what I do right now matters a whole lot to me. And that's important to me. And I'm okay with that.
Oh, God, you're going to make me sound like a Buddhist again. Yeah, because that's that point of reference of space-time that we kind of identify as our self. And Jung did a crap load of writing about the self. That is our point of reference, and it's the only one we've got. That gets you into the whole Star Trek episodes of the alien creatures who are completely amazed at how isolate we are as human organisms, and they can't understand how we could live and exist like that. But that's. I don't know, maybe it's different on different planets. Maybe that was what was fun about Star Trek to me, I guess. I'll tell you, though, go back and watch those. And Captain Kirk is an absolute, let's just say he was not as does not have the valor and the honor that the character seems to have portrayed to have when you watch his behavior. NTAD.
Well, I will say, Dave, that, in the late 60s, early 70s, he was that was what represented us to the galaxy. And, that's where we were. That's not where we are now. I think Strange New Worlds actually has a much better take on how we would have liked to have gone out there and portrayed ourselves to the rest of the galaxy, if the rest of the galaxy existed. And there you go. We are limited by our own perception of reality, and some of us try to expand upon that and look out beyond what we can see, and some of us don't. And to each their own, but regardless of how each of us sees ourselves and sees each other, we are still bound by the fact that we are just a moment, dust in the wind, if you will.
Nick, you keep on putting down all of these drop pins that keep on limiting. It's like every time I turn around, what seems like what should be a universally free determination is keeps on getting limited by another pin. And it just keeps on getting more crowded and crowded till this whole freedom of movement thing keeps on getting limited by more and more and more variables. Well, it fits in with some of the math that I read in some of those books I suggested. Hi. Am I being coy? I don't mean to be. Yes, I do. And truly, a lot of what you're saying is absolutely not wrong. I think I just look at it with a different perspective that makes me feel, I guess, better about it. He said, I'm pretty happy with what I've got because I can't imagine anything else. This is what we've got, and it's our one reference point. That's the whole thing with the whole multiverse argument is so far we only have one reference point. Let me hit a beep real quick. That's the best argument against the fine-tuning argument for God. There's this whole fine-tuning argument group of folks. They talk about this fine-tuning argument, but we only have one set of data. You can't make a probability determination from a single set of data like that. We don't know if this is only. We don't know how finely tuned it is because we can't determine the probabilities without looking at other universes. So using that as an argument to prove something just kind of fails on the face of it, I suppose. There's so much. Oh, man, I have so much fun staying up late and talking with somebody, and I don't actually have to entertain them on my couch and kick them out when I'm done. Oh, you guys are great. Thanks. We'll see if Walt's back. NTAD in the group.
KC3QFC.
AA8SCI. Yeah, I'm back. Just got back in. But go ahead and go another round. I'm going to change my battery and some lights. I had to do a sweep for those caterpillars, those they're not caterpillars, those centipede things. And it looks like I got one. Where was it? Right under my amp. I'm not happy, but I'm glad I caught it. So now I know that they can be up by my amp. So pray for me, everybody. W8SCI.
Go FedEx, Mike.
Yeah, thank you there. This is a really good question. How do we not, number one, not know that there is anything else out there in the great beyond of our sky? And number two, how do we know whether or not if we aren't just an experiment from another world, possibly gone bad? You know, I sit here thinking about that. Out of all the other billions and billions of stars out there that potentially have a galaxy of their own, there's just a vast number of them. How do we know for sure that our origins isn't on that other planet? You know, we talk about aliens and whatnot, and time and space. How do we know ourselves, our very existence, isn't just an experiment? Food for thought, KC3 QSC.
KC3 QSC, KDSLG. Don't go all Matrix on us here, Mike. So Dave, I was actually trying to explain to someone on the radio, someone we know on the radio the other day, off the radio, how it is that you and I, who are so politically diametrically opposed from time to time, can get on the radio and have 3 or 4 hour long conversations where we don't grab at each other's necks. And quite frankly, it's simply because we are on the circular spectrum where we come to the same conclusion from opposite sides, where we're only this far apart, and I'm holding my fingers like 2 inches apart here, where we're only so far apart from each other, we just got there from different angles. And I find that quite enlightening.
I enjoy that part of life there, Nick, and I've found that to be true of probably the majority of my best friends in life. I'm not sure why it works out that way, well, you know how I think about my opinions on what all human behavior is. So, and that's part of the reason why I try to be able to relate with people who do think differently than me, is because of the way I think, I suppose. I mean, holding somebody responsible for their behavior and blaming them for their behavior by their own volition and free will are two completely different things in my mind. So that really got me to get a long way in my later adult life, I suppose. I didn't realize that people who I was friends with thought as differently from me as I did till I got older. It came as quite a shocking surprise. I was so naive. I didn't realize that I had been. FedEx Mike, yeah, the whole simulation hypothesis is a fun one. I said before I like the holograph hypothesis. We're a hologram. We're all living inside a hologram, which, when you look at the physics of black holes, leads some credence to that. There's probably a good dozen or so really interesting beginning of the universe hypotheses that I've read or watched, with interviews with the scientists who have proposed them, and some are cyclical, there's a whole bunch of different versions of how there could possibly be a multiverse, and the whole thing comes with how do you exchange information. I was kind of really fascinated by string theory, but I've also really enjoyed Lawrence Krauss's jokes about string theory. What does string theory predict? Everything. Anyways, that one I really kind of enjoy the aesthetics of, but I also really take the critics pretty seriously as well. Brian Greene's a good guy to look at for that theory, I suppose. Walt, pick it up if you got your antenna going, and you stick with us there, Mike, TAD.
Yeah, Whiskey November 8 Sierra Charlie India. I don't really got too much to say, I suppose. Don't really have any comments. Wow, trying to decide whether I want to put some more glue traps down, because, they're only centipede thingies, right? But, yeah, I'm not a bug person, though, so that's kind of what's going on. Like, literally, the bug moved the whole trap, so, I'm glad I'm not going to arm wrestle with this thing. It's got a lot of legs or arms, whatever it uses, so, more than I do. In any case, I don't know if anybody's on HF, but if you are, maybe I can meet you on there. I do have an experimental Yagi. Unfortunately, it is not supported well, and it is pointed pretty much into the roof, but it is pointed towards the repeater. However, right now I'm talking off of a quarter wave vertical that is in the basement, or maybe it's a 5/8 wave, I don't know. But WNSCI, I'm just kind of listening right now. I know there's a number of people here, but I don't remember who all goes to. Maybe FedEx Mike, I think.
Hey, KC3 QFC, I got nothing more to add. I'll leave it up to you two. KC3 QFC, 73.
Grab the main sheet, Nick. Grab the main sheet. Walter, you would do not spend the weekend at the Fairport Harbor Lighthouse. We activated that a few years ago, and I stayed there for the entire weekend. One of my buddies, who, like Nick, sees some parts of the world from a different perspective than I do. We've been best friends probably for 30 years. We haven't been chatting much lately, now that I think about it, Nick, but he stayed with me there for the entire weekend. Brian, KFAG, was there. Brooker came out. A couple of other folks to the lighthouse at the end of the break wall up there. And there must have been probably 13 million spiders throughout the lighthouse. There were thousands of them at night around all the windows and all the railings and all the antennas and paraphernalia and rocks, and yeah. My buddy did not sleep a wink. And I looked at them all and I said, wow, there are so many of you. You guys are going to be so busy catching bugs, you ain't going to be busy with me. He was up all night killing spiders. I didn't lose a wink of sleep and did not get a single spider bite. I don't like them particularly. I just assessed the situation and looked at it from the most reasonable point of view. They weren't looking at eating me. They were like out there catching all the bugs out on the lake. They're smart. KD8SLG NTAD.
Man, I don't do spiders. Spiders freak me out, but Walter, I want you to consider an alternate universe where you're stuck on the glue strip and the centipedes are wandering around getting all freaked out because you're underneath their amp. That's what I'm thinking. KDSLG WNASCI.
Oh man, I don't know about that. That's I try not to think about that verse. Whatever verse that is, that's the one I try not to think of. That'd be terrible. But yeah, no, I would. You're right. I wouldn't want to be stuck to a glue stick. But I mean, who sees an ACOM amp and goes, "Yeah, this is where I want to be"? I mean, obviously this guy did, but I mean, I don't know what to say. I know I wouldn't. I say that, but now look at me acting like I know exactly what I would do if I was an insect. I need to keep it real, so. Yeah, just playing some games right now and scrolling through 40 meters, hoping 20 meters will be open tonight. Maybe I'll work something nice. Maybe I'll work one of you guys. So, I guess if I'm going to call CQ, I should probably switch out the ICOM, so. W8SCI, I'll go ahead and pass the bag to, I think right now is going to Dave, so take it away.
Boy, that went quickly from nihilism to Kafkaesque. Stuck on the pad with a cockroaches, well, you know. And there is a whole science discipline about that there, guys. The science of trying to understand what it is like to have the brain of a different species is called ethology. And it's been around for a while. It's kind of interesting. It's why does a chimpanzee do what they make war or what they do? What's your cat thinking? Dolphins, I think, would be fascinating. We do so little work on dolphins and whales as far as brain research compared to other primates. We do quite a bit of research on chimpanzees and apes and gorillas and other primates, but we do so little on I'm thinking crustaceans because we're all going to evolve into crabs one day, but cetaceous species, the dolphins and whales and stuff. I think doing brain analysis on them would be really interesting research. Man, I should have become a marine biologist instead of a musician. Then I could do this stuff and be on the boat. NTAD, over to you, Nick.
KDSLG returning. That whole everybody is evolving into crabs thing was in my news feed today from Google. So apparently we're sharing some news feeds that, or I don't know, we've said the same keywords, or they're just pumping us up with the same prop. agitprop, as they call it, I guess. I'd have to think that we experiment and try to understand chimpanzees and other bipedals more than other species, simply because they look like us, or we look like them, or I don't know, whichever direction you want to go there. Despite the fact that we may be closer in brain power to some other species that are not bound by legs and arms. WNACI. Go ahead there, Walter.
I'll just spin that playground toy where everybody stands on it, and then have that person that's not on it spinning it. I'm just gonna keep this thing rotating. WNACI.
W8WKY.
The merry-go-round, where you try to get it spinning so fast that centrifugal force throws the kids off. Centrifugal, centrifugal, yeah. Words matter sometimes there, right, Walt? Oh, man, you guys are so fun to talk to. This is great. I haven't had so much fun playing ham radio the past couple of nights, and I'm sorry. This is for me is the fun stuff to think about. Sailing, music, that kind of stuff is cool. But the music stuff's pretty interesting because that's what got me into all the other stuff. Because, going back to our conversation earlier there, Nick, is I got into string theory quite a while back ago, and that was pretty interesting. And the idea was, all your perceptions break down into your biochemistry and all biology, and all your biology breaks down to your chemistry, and all your chemistry breaks down to the physics, the atoms, and all this stuff. And if string theory is correct, then all that breaks down to vibrations. And then if everything is all vibrating strings, then we're all just back to studying music again. So that was my mindset for quite a number of years. And while I don't know if it's accurate as it should be, it served me well motivationally. NTAD.
KD2HCE.
Go ahead, Chris.
KD8SLG. Gotta ask a favor from you.
Ask away.
Because I do a Tuesday night net that had 55 check-ins tonight and didn't end till kind of 9:30 or so, I could not make the Sarah net. Can you proxy me in? Because I'm doing a net and I would check in if I have time. But on the nets that I can't, can you proxy me in?
No, I cannot, because that would not match my wave. Oh, man, I had to throw that in there. I ran the net tonight. I would have, but it's a little late for that now.
Yeah, I've been doing stuff with that and been on the phone with the XYL. She comes home tomorrow, so, yeah, it's just me and the kiddies. Say hi, Lisa. There's a hi on the phone. That's third-party traffic. So, with that, I'm going back to the phone. 7-3, everybody. I'll be one ear listening. Hopefully everything went well, and KD2HCE back to the group.
KD2HCE, we had an absolutely fabulous net tonight. It was memorable, like Memorial Day. I had a good time tonight, and Chris, I can do that in the future for sure. But back to Dave. I think we seek out waveforms that match everything, and when you talk about string theory in that respect, where everything is just a wave and it's moving along a string and all that. I would not want to see what my wave looks like in such an environment, and I would also have to wonder, how does the wave of everything else stand up against that? I mean, you know, I'd like to think that I'm fairly complicated and beyond being confined to a wave, but I guess that is something that could be done. WN8SCI, what does your wave look like?
I can only see a small part of it. It's like trying to see, you get a ripple and then you can't see over the next wave, but there's more after that if you've ever sailed on the ocean, which I think you have in our life. Wave of everything else. Dang, will you stop with the synchronistic comments, because everything just, it fits our conversation too freaking well. Quantum physics, that's the whole thing, the Feynman equations and all that, and the ultimate would be that you could theoretically, in quantum physics, and we have tens of thousands of experiments that show us that quantum physics is even more accurate than Einsteinian relativity. Ooh, I lost a sheet. Sorry, excuse me. If you knew how to do it for this instantaneous state of the entire universe, the wave of everything else and you, there is a quantum equation that is solvable if you could solve it, that would give you the answer. That's one of the weirdest, most fascinating, interesting things about quantum physics. NTAT?
KD and SLG returning. And I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Okay, I've got a pretty expansive knowledge of enough of everything to make me dangerous about anything. But if I look around the room around me and I try to reduce that to a quantum equation, it's overwhelming, and I don't have that much space around me. And then you throw in just the waves that we are making right now, and I can look at them on a scope and say, well, I can't discern what's going on in that wave from just me talking or you listening, or you talking and me listening. And then I start expanding that out to the world around me, to the parking lot, to my car, to all of the individuals within a certain amount of range of me and all of their belongings, and I try to pack that into a wave form, and I started thinking, well, this is starting to get overwhelming, and while that may well be overwhelming for me, perhaps some other being outside of me can look at that waveform and pull all of that out, and we start getting into the falling rain code of the matrix that explains everything, but really everything becomes very localized and not globalized, and certainly not universalized. So I question that.
You doubled with somebody and you won, Nick. Overwhelming. Absolutely yes. That's why nobody can solve the equations yet. If you look at Feynman's solution for solving Feynman equations. It's all a simple. It's like you were saying before. The brain can't do it. We have to simplify. But it gets us such dang good answers that we can teleport quantum particles now and do all kinds of crazy stuff that were only silly ideas 80 years ago. And just keep in mind, discerning what's around you is perception. Solving equations are two different things. Solving the equation for a single quantum field is one thing. Solving the equations for all the quantum fields simultaneously, including now the Higgs field, becomes a very complex equation that even our most powerful computers are not capable of doing. But we know that there should be an equation that can do it. We just don't have the computing power to actually execute it. So, again, I understand the disbeliefs. I'm just saying, show me better science, and I will join your disbelief. But right now, I will trust the thousands and tens of thousands of quantum experiments that people have shown that, hey, this is what the science shows us, guys. I will put my confidence level a little bit higher with them than I will with other folks' disbeliefs, I suppose. But better science is always the winner, I guess. Whoever doubled with Nick, please come back. NTAD.
Yes, it was Whiskey November 8, Sierra Charlie, India. I have no clue what I said when I doubled with Nick, so my most recent response will be, something he just said. When it comes to placing your faith, I forgot what the wording that you said was, of all the other experiments and all this good stuff, just know the past 3 years was a good example about how quote-unquote professionals literally misled the entire nation. So it's one of those, they may know the truth and they aren't telling it, or perhaps they don't know everything all the way, but I'm trying to remember exactly what it was that you had said, but you said something right before I got off the radio and came inside, and you said that something was the best theory that we have, but the best theories that we have are supported. And, of course, I can't remember what it was, the exact theory, but I remember thinking this is something where it's proposable, it's theoretical, but what is observable that you would say is proof as to go, this shows that it might produce or perpetuate a certain pattern or characteristic or artifact, whatever it may be, to support the theory. And but of course I don't remember what it is though, so yeah, sorry about that. I'm not really sure who goes to maybe Nick.
WNSCI, KDSLG, I'll pick it up. And, no, Dave, here's what I will say to that. And that is that I can look around my space right now, and I do not question that every object and everything and every motion that I'm looking at right now can be reduced to an equation, a Feynman equation, if you will, and all of those can be overlaid on top of each other, and through that process, create the same view from this moment in time that I'm looking at. But what's the point if I can just look at it and see it and know that it's there and process that function through my neural network?
You can look around your environment. You can't see the neutrinos passing through your body. You can't see the X-rays. You can't see the RF. Observing your environment with your senses is an extremely limited way to engage with the reality around you. So for a long time, it was all we have. Now we have technology that helps us change that. Nick, I never use the word faith as something that I have. I don't have any faith. I've decidedly rejected that as a behavior that I want to engage in. I have different levels of confidence. Take, for instance, the discovery of the Higgs boson, the particle that quantumly becomes a particle in the Higgs quantum field, and it is apparently one of the things that gives mass. And we were searching for that at the CERN lab for a couple of decades. We could have been searching for it here in Kentucky and Ohio, except after we started building an even bigger accelerator, the Republican Congress shot the idea down because they didn't want to spend the money. That's, somebody was talking about politics there. No, I don't want to get into that. But, we could have been doing that research here. Right here. Jobs. Scientific breakthroughs. But the Higgs boson, they did not agree that they had actually discovered it until they were 99.99999% sure that the data showed them what they thought they were looking at. That's sigma 5 level of confidence. 99.99999, 5 nines after that. I can be that confident in something. It's not 100%, is it? Faith would say you got to be 100%, and a scientist would never do that. WN8SCI, NTAD.
I guess WN8SCI, I guess my whole opinion on it is, and of course, even though I do say the statement, something being an opinion doesn't make it fact. It also does not mean that in your opinion you can agree with what is the truth. Therefore, your opinion not being a fact because it's your opinion, but simply coinciding really with the truth. And whenever I start thinking, I guess whenever it comes to stuff like the Higgs boson, I don't want to say I haven't given too much thought to it, because I definitely say I have. It's just it's never really necessarily been something that I've overly entertained. And you have to ask yourself to say that something is sigma something confident. If something was sigma 18 and then something else was sigma 56, the question is, in reality, would you really go, oh, I need the most confident? Sigma something isn't enough, and then at a certain point Yeah, for me to be convinced, I'd like to see what are the people that are claiming it to be true. What are they seeing that's convincing them? You know, because I don't have a problem admitting that I have faith, and I can understand the difference between faith and confidence, and I also have confidence with a lot of stuff. And generally faith is more with regards to things of spiritual nature, which isn't necessarily science, but I also have no problem admitting that I do believe that obviously God created everything, that science is also an artifact of that, and so I have no problem giving credibility to both, and so yeah, I like to move through things slowly and pick things apart. So yeah, I'm just kind of sitting here listening, and as in right now, also giving 2 cents. So W8SCI, on to you, Nick.
W8WKY.
KDSLG returning. I guess where I wander to at this point, especially using the Higgs boson particle as an example in the forefront, is they called that the God particle while they were looking for it, because that would give all the answers to all the questions, hence God. Wow. But it didn't. So whether it's sigma 5 or sigma 9 or sigma infinity, nothing is positive for sure, but yeah, it was a great advancement. It proved a part of a theory of a part of a theory of a part of a theory, and that's fabulous and everything, but it didn't provide all the answers that everybody seemed to think that it was going to. And as I've stated before, and I will state again unequivocally, is quantum physics has wandered into some sort of philosophical gray area where if you talk to any of those guys now, they've wandered way past the Sheldon from the television show into this whole sort of philosophical realm of science that it kind of mangles the two together into some sort of unbelievable and undecipherable kind of mash of is it science or is it religion, sort of, you need to have faith in this if you want to go on to this theory of that. And it's grown quite distasteful in my mind. But that all just circles back to Higgs boson is the God particle. Once we find it, all the questions will be answered, and they weren't. KDSLG over to NT8D.
Who said the Higgs boson was the God particle? No scientist at CERN ever said that. That's crappy Western scientific journalism, as they call it. It's clickbait crap. And just because people use a word doesn't change what the science shows, period. Just doesn't. That's sorry. And then not knowing something doesn't prove anything that you don't know. And to clear up the confusion between science and philosophy, science absolutely relies on experiment, period. It does. Doesn't matter what your hypothesis is. No scientist will say it doesn't rely on experiment. That is absolutely 100% not the case with philosophy. There is no reason to confuse the two. They have two completely different operating procedures. You might use philosophy to guide your science. You certainly should use science to guide your philosophy. But they are in no way the same thing. Science absolutely relies on experimentation and will never not rely on experimentation. That does not apply to philosophy. And if you need 100%, Walt, then there's no reason to have faith, because show me any 100% proof that would give you, anybody, faith in anything. That doesn't make any logical sense at all to me. I'm sorry. 99.9999 probability of being correct that is what they decided they needed to go public. You want 18 nines, you want 4,000 nines. You're just making an excuse for wanting 100% and saying, well, since science isn't 100%, I won't trust it, but I'll have faith even though that's not 100%. That just doesn't seem like a balanced argument to me logically. I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to be mean. NTAD.
Well, I guess it depends on whether, if you say that something assertively can be 100%, such as a carbon molecule does have 6 protons. If it doesn't have 6 protons, it's not a carbon molecule. That's 100%. So something could be as provable as simply proving it and it being 100% true. So for it to be 99 point something and going, you mean to tell me you can't accurify it and prove it even further? So the fact that it's unattainable, it's kind of like, if anything, it sounds good, but you have to wonder, how can something not possibly be, you know? And maybe it just means that it fundamentally is not 100% whatever, what 100% entails. And for some unknown reason, I won't say for some unknown reason, I'll say coincidentally, we're not willing to redefine the 100% as the 99 point whatever. So there must be something that is not a budging boundary, that 100% is that, let's say 99 point something is not. And I just find that whatever that difference is so big enough that, I mean, who cares about 99? But if it's 100% provable, then all of a sudden everybody's going to look at it like it's going to be 100%, you know? I'm just saying, you know? But it doesn't mean that you can't make plans off of something that's 99 point whatever. I certainly have no need to really argue or battle it. You know, I don't have anything dependent on the Higgs boson that I'm currently aware of, you know. But I will say that, you know, when it comes as far as the philosophy goes, if you assume that everything is scientifically provable, I think, I definitely think that your beliefs can determine how you go about trying to find an answer.
KD at SLG returning. Yeah, Dave, I have no argument with what you put forth there as far as scientific proof or media coverage. However, they are inseparable now. If I watch a quantum physics YouTube video of the latest, I don't even remember what it's called, where they put somebody up there and have them do their thing. You watch a quantum physics presentation for 12 minutes, and there isn't a single equation or proof in there. They're merely postulating and bloviating. Prime example would be climate change. This model says this model says that, and none of it is even remotely provable, or I would even go so far as to say they're nonsensical. but that really doesn't remove itself from someone who is a quote-unquote scientist saying it and putting it forth as some sort of gospel proof. So the reality of the situation is that someone calling the Higgs boson a God particle is inseparable from a scientist making an equation to make the same claim in a scientific way.
W8WKY.
You are now 3 sheets to the wind, Nick. Sorry. There's no way that some idiot blogger saying something about the Higgs boson is undifferentiatable from something that a CERN scientist would say about it, unless you just don't want to look for the difference. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. And Walt, you're still applying 2 completely different standards. You show me that 99%. You don't even have to go to 99.99999%. Just show me 99% proof that God is real. And then the other argument you were kind of shoving in there is because it's only 99.9999999 and not infinitely 9999999, so it's 100. That is evidence that the science could be wrong, but my faith is still right. There's no logic in that reasoning. You can't push me over into onto that side with that kind of a logic. You know, 99.99999% sure that the Higgs boson exists. Well, yeah, you're 100% sure that some electron has, some atom has 6 electrons, except when it becomes ionized, in which case it might have 7 or something. So, you know, I'm sorry, the arguments you're putting forth just aren't strong enough to say that the scientists that I'm trying to I think have the best science. You're not showing me that they're wrong in any way. I know you're trying, but there's nothing there that makes that happen. The logic isn't holding, there's scientific journalism is very often. It's gotten worse over the years, as all journalism has. That doesn't mean the science is bad. The people who are... Let me get a quick beep. The people who are studying our Earth's climate are the same people who took the clearest picture of Pluto that's ever been taken. The same people who have sent satellites outside of our solar system and still retrieve information from them. This is NASA. But when it talks to what they understand about what's happening right here on Earth, it's nonsensical. It's still NASA scientists. I don't understand that complete 100-degree flip. That doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't. NTAD.
WNet SCI. Well, Dave, I can objectively say you said something wrong. You criticized me about my reference with the carbon atom, which I specifically structured that example. I said, objectively, a carbon atom has 6 protons in the nucleus. If it doesn't, it's not carbon. You emotionally invest, I say emotionally invested, maybe not, but if actions speak louder than words, then your voice is evidence of this. You said, unless it's ionized, and then it may have 7, which you were referring to electrons, which I did not say, nor did I mean. Even if you would have said neutrons, that would have been a different isotope, but it still would have been carbon. So what you're doing is you're taking parts of an argument, substituting it with different other kind of potential parts, and then going, it doesn't work. I specifically said protons, and then when you quickly tried to dislodge what I said, you said electrons, and then said because it could be ionized. And I was like, anybody that may have heard that may have said he knows what he's talking about, but electron was not the word that I used. And so with the word, with proton being how it was defined, yes, that is how 100% works, opposed to 99. And that's why that was a sound argument. You know, there's a lot of things that are easily provable. And it's one thing if you're trying to discover how to prove it. But let's say you discover the method, then you should be able to repeatedly do it. It's one thing if you're talking about a cosmic ray and you're trying to catch something that is hard to detect. Okay, that's one thing. But this is something, and those are generally high energy particles. Now we're at the other end of the spectrum, which is low energy, which means it should be relatively easy to track, especially when it's about existing or simply not, you know? So it's one of those, if somebody goes, I can do this, I'm 99.10% sure, you're going to have to ask yourself, why didn't this person just say 100? I know it's simple, I know it blah, 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 and yet it can still be done. So just something to think about, you know. And as far as proof of God, you know, I don't think you would accept anything less than a photo ID, to be honest. So that's not really fair. And, you know, I guess that's pretty much where I have to, you know, end my argument as far as conversing with that. You know, I'm not trying to push you onto any side. You said I was trying to push you to a side. I'm not trying to push you. I'm simply countering what you're saying.
Let me take a sec, Nick.
On to you, Nick. WNAS.
Let me take a sec, Nick. I'll just concede you're absolutely right about the carbon thing you said. I was wrong about what I said about the electrons. Doesn't change my argument at all. We are 99.99999% sure that we have a Higgs boson. We actually have photographic evidence. We've got the picture. Get me anywhere close to that with your faith argument, and I'll give it the same credence. But until you do, I can't. I'll give you the carbon atom. You win on that one. That's the one I'll give you. Go ahead, Nick. NTAD.
KD at SLG returning. Yeah, I have no dog in the fight there. But to say that the Higgs boson has not been presented as the God particle, you know, I'll just roll through. Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, CERN scientist announces Higgs boson God particle discovery. So to say that Stephen Hawking, Michio Kaku, talking about the God particle. So to say that it was not presented as such by names that are recognizable by everyone is nonsensical. I'll use that word again. And as far as, you know, climate change stuff being presented by scientists and you can't refute it, well, NASA et al. Are funded by a government that is demanding that climate change is foremost in front. So to say that those guys are not swayed by their necessity for funding is ludicrous. KD at SLG.
Guy. Well, if there's ever been words used against somebody, Dave, you said they have a picture of it. Since when is photo evidence not permitted as proof? And then you go, even with photo evidence, 100% can't be given. You gotta wonder. I mean, almost anywhere else you see photo evidence, that pretty much counts as it happened. You know, a video or a photo, they say it's worth 1,000 words. And, I mean, so if they have a photo of something, if if it does exist, then that's 100%, or they photograph something that's not the Higgs boson. But the question is, does that really mean that there's a 0.000000001% chance that they photograph something that's not the Higgs boson, and they're not willing to admit it? I go, so, you know, it's such a big difference that, you know, I mean, imagine going carbon atom 99% proton, you know? So it's like, I understand what you're saying, but ultimately, it's either and you know, it's, honestly, it's no different than saying it's 98%, to be honest, because it either exists or it's not. If they got a photo, it should be 100. But if they can't identify it from the photo, so it's not 100, then the photo really is kind of useless. It's just something that's a picture of something, but whatever it is, it's not good enough, you know. So I mean, you read all the people, scientists here, but nobody can put their foot in for certain. I mean, at this point, we're all at the same point. We're just all looking in, going, I say somebody has to do it. Nobody has to do it. You know, it's not about faith. It's not about whatever. But I mean, 99 point something. I mean, something's going on, and nobody knows for sure, apparently. But in any case, W8SCI. I'm going to step away from the radio for I don't know a couple minutes. I'm going to get a soda and step outside, and I'll be back. So you can probably get me for a round.
I don't know whose turn it is, but when I said photograph, I didn't mean taken with a camera with photons on a film or with an LCD. We're talking billions of worth of sensors that are trying to image subatomic particles. Imaging, photograph. They say they're 99.99999% sure because there is that 0.0000001% that it could be something, but when you look at that in the scheme of statistical probabilities, that's what the level it took for them to feel confident enough to admit that they actually think they found something. And since it was one of the most elusive particles, a thing that gives mass to everything, people like to call it the God particle. They called Mandelbrot set the thumbprint of God. You know, so people have this weird, poetic, religious thing about their language. Nick, that doesn't change anything about the science that they are looking at. It only changes how you want to look at that science. Doesn't change the science at all. That's physics does the math for us. We don't have to invent the numbers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to get emotional, but this boy, just trying to get through some of these layers, it got a little frustrating tonight. NDAD.
I know it's not a photon camera, Dave. I'm not stupid. I can't believe you thought I was talking about a Kodak. I know what you meant, and I'm just saying, however you want to define it, it's still not good enough. I'll be back.
If it's good enough for a CERN scientist, it's good enough for me. Much better than your opinion is. That's my point there, Walter. When you can come up with better science, then I will take your opinion over theirs. It's that simple. Better science. That's all. NTAD.
Hey, Dave, I'm not questioning the science behind it at all. There's no doubt they found this quantum physics particle that was missing from the equations that they proved existed, and that is a major breakthrough. But it doesn't change the fact that they're all still calling it the God particle. That's all. So whether that is agitprop or random propaganda or a way to appeal to the masses, as it were, that's still what they're calling it. So it doesn't change the science behind it in any way, shape, or form. And it's a wonderful thing. And they should continue doing that kind of stuff to continue finding other particles that we wouldn't otherwise know existed. But regardless of that, they all still call it a God particle. So there you go. And that still does not change my postulation that if you want government grants and government funding, you better be doing something that proves man-made climate change and not something that doesn't, because you aren't going to get funded for it.
No, you don't prove one thing or another. You prove what is there. You don't prove that something does exist or doesn't exist as a political idea. You prove what's there. Now, if you find something dangerous, then you try to figure out what to do to mitigate it, because you don't want 5,000 people coming over. If 5,000 people coming in a caravan is one thing, how about 50 or 500,000 coming over at a time in a caravan? Military is $1 trillion a year. I mean, with what we could be facing, we could be looking at $10 trillion a year just for the military. There's lots of things that are consequences of what may happen with the changing climate. And climate change, I don't think, no reputable scientist thinks that the climate isn't changing, and no reputable scientist thinks that we aren't part of what's going on. The question becomes, scientifically, is what are we going to do? The rest of it is we're just looking at what nature and what everything's showing us, man. There's no. The question isn't whether the climate is going to change. It's whether the climate is going to become so chaotic that we can't deal with it. That's the big problem, NTAD.
Dude, we're coming out of an ice age right now. And that's not disputable by any reputable scientist. And to think that we are having any effect on that is, I'm going to use that word, absolute hubris.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for an animal so small that it's called plankton. That's what gave us all the oxygen that we have that we're breathing now. Now, as animals that are far more complex and do far more physical changing of energy from one form to another than plankton does, yeah, we can make that kind of change. That's not too hard to imagine.
One volcano spews more CO2 out than we could put out in 100 years burning all of our fossil fuels. So there's that. And, the last ice age, CO2 levels were about, somewhere between 400 and 1,000 times higher than they are right now.
WNSC returning.
Yes, climate has always changed. That doesn't mean we're not part of the change now. That doesn't make any logical sense it doesn't make logical sense to make that assertion. NTAD. Go ahead, Walt.
Yeah, well, I don't really have too much to say. I'm trying to play a game. I've actually been kicked from the round 3 times for being idle because, this conversation is top-notch, Wagyu grade conversation that we're having. I've just, priority But I must say, and let me get a beep real quick, and this won't be 3 minutes.
W8WKY.
I'm saying this objectively, and I'm being critical. Whenever we are debating opposing arguments, and in this, I just observed this, you cannot, obviously there's some degree that, you assume words mean the same thing, but you can't have them mean different things, certain times, especially when context is provided. And I think it was extremely inaccurate to go that plankton provides all the oxygen that we breathe. Obviously, trees provide a considerable portion. Plankton also provides a considerable portion. But I think that the exaggeration of the use of the word all was a good example about how subliminally that plays into the effect that an argument has in a debate, because it insinuates that it's true, but obviously that is not true. So that's just something to be careful of by every party, especially when a debate is taking place, that, words do matter, and, when you say they don't, and then so. All right, I'm going to be on the side for a little bit. I'm going to maybe do a little late chef and play some games. So, W8SCI, great talking to you, Dave. Great talking to you, Nick. But I know if I don't stop talking now, I'll never stop, and I won't have done anything else. So I got to split my time up. I got to adult. So, W8SCI, I'll try my best to maybe listen a little bit and not get drawn back in, but I know that's probably not my best idea. So, W8SCI, I'll be back later.
NTAD, there are molecules of water in your body, Walter, right now that pass through the body of Julius Caesar. It's true. Probably a bunch of dinosaurs, too. Yeah, the tree's oxygen has been recycled from oxygen that was produced millions of years ago. The plankton transformed the Earth into a completely different planet. Not that trees haven't done a great deal, but I'm sorry if you think I exaggerated a little bit, but the planet wouldn't be like it is now if it wasn't for creatures that tiny. And I'm just saying, as that symbol, we are far larger and far more complex. Why wouldn't we be able to change the atmosphere? That assertion just doesn't make any sense to me. That's all. NTAD.
KD2HC.
Go, Chris.
I can't hold back. Dave, I have to ask if Plankton, his first name is Sheldon and middle initial is J, and was he on SpongeBob?
That's the one I'm talking about. SpongeBob even talked about Einstein in a couple episodes.
Sorry about that. You're talking about Plankton, and he just popped into my head. I'm like, that's Sheldon J. And everyone's talking about Plankton. I'm like, that's definitely Sheldon J. Okay. I'm going to bed. Have a laugh. Goodbye. Goodbye. Good night. And with that, 7-3, everybody. KD2HC. Laughing myself off into the corner and then going to bed.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, KD2HC, take your Sheldon J. Plankton plushie to bed with you there. You can hug him on your way to sleep. We changed the concentration of CO2 by 3 or 4 parts per 400 per million, as opposed to the 400 that are already there, and it's the end of the world. I don't buy it. Neither does anybody else who doesn't get paid for it.
Oh, that's not true. I buy it. I don't get paid for it. Don't make a dime. Look at this. Look at the data. Look at the charts. Look. If you understand changing scales, you know that this is not a natural change. All right? This is part of, again, go back, please, read this book, Chaos Making a New Science, so you get an idea of dynamical systems. You got this system, it's kind of like a pendulum, but not really, because it's not periodic, it's aperiodic, you know. You got cold systems and hot systems and da-da-da. You know, at one point the entire world was covered in ice. At one point the entire world was covered in volcanic activity. That's not what we're talking about, guys. That's not climate change now. That's climate change millions of years ago. It's not the same thing. Ice ages of 30,000, 40,000. We've got ice cores that show us all of this data. They go tens of thousands of years back. Again, we're not shooting in the dark here. This isn't just a guess. And as a matter of fact, it is kind of a guess because all the guesses that the scientists have been making publicly have been wrong. They've been way too conservative. They've been pretending that it's not as bad as it's going to be. And if you really look at what's going on, that's the data you would see. NTAD.
Yeah, I look at the data and see that the temperature changes follow CO2 changes by hundreds, if not thousands of years. So, and the fact that we look back 10,000, 20,000 years to try to make basis on things that are changing over literally billions of years, and we're taking a snapshot at a blip and trying to postulate from that, and it doesn't fly.
Please share with me any studying at all, classes, books, articles, any studying you've done on complex dynamical systems and how they work. I just want to know the depth of your understanding and what you've delved into to try to understand the topic that you are absolutely so sure about. NTAT.
Spend a little time on Quora. Check out the climate pages and look at the charts and look at all the data that hasn't been screwed up by NASA to make sure that it fits. Take a look at data that hasn't been, adjusted for the latest modeling procedures, and you'll see that, I don't know, just look at the temperature change over the last 200 years. It hasn't. Look at the sea level rise that's supposed to be engulfing Florida that will be underwater and California that will be gone in the next 100 years. 50 years ago, that hasn't changed. Look at every prediction that any alarmist has made since 1970 when they said, oh, it's going to be an ice age now. And nothing's happened, dude.
Oh, science was wrong before, so it's wrong now, and so we should never trust science, and science is just BS, so why do we even do it? Because we got, like, satellites, FT8 and whatever. If you're going to criticize computer modeling, you have to study it, understand it, do some of it. Data. Well, gosh, we can look at data. Guess what? I couldn't use any of the data for my dissertation until I took 2 or 3 statistic classes and understood how to use data and what to do with it, how it works. Data, a calculator can spew out data, but if you haven't studied how to make sense of that data, what to do with it, what it means, all the relationships are, how to statistically look at differences. It's just data. bearish at that point still. So yeah, the arguments you're trying to make to just to convince me of your opinion aren't as good as the ones I've read from actual researchers and scientists and statisticians, and I guess you can have your opinion on people's motivations, but the people who are running the rover on Mars really only care about running the rover on Mars. They really don't care if a Republican or Democrat, other than like, well, shoot, maybe I'll lose my job, maybe, but there's no political motivation to doing that in their daily jobs. So, the anti-intellectual, anti-science movement is disguised as anti-government, anti-political rhetoric. I just can't take a big chunk of that and swallow it there, Nick. Sorry, and TAD.
Talk to W2JLS. He's an actual scientist. So we'll take it from there. And if you don't think scientists are driven by granting, then you don't know what's going on, Dave. Okay? And don't try to attach politics to it because, that's just the way of the world. Okay? If you go to the government and say, I have proven climate doesn't exist, climate change doesn't exist, or climate change is not driven by man, AGW is a farce, you are not going to get funded unless you go to an oil company. And if you go to an oil company, then you, Dave, are going to say, well, they're driven by oil company profits, and you will not agree that the government who's granting funds for people are not driven by politics. So step back for a minute, take a beat, and think about it.
Well, you just interchanged the word profits and politics, so I'm not sure what to do with that exactly. Oil companies biasing the research like tobacco companies did for quite a long time is pretty much how we got into this problem, and they're even admitting that they've done that. Now, perhaps there are political reasons, like maybe the military thinks, if we want to protect the country, we should do something about it. I guess that could be a political reason, because if you ask the top brass there, I think you're going to find articles that support doing this research. And the only political thing I can see is the Republicans saying, it's just a hoax, it's just a hoax. That's the political part that I see. I guess, as in everything in government, you got the oligarchy going on. You got businesses hand in hand with government getting money, but that ain't any different than the oil companies. If one's going to make oil companies profits and the other one's going to give me a little bit cleaner water and better agriculture, okay, I can probably weigh those two things together and pick one over the other. But it sounds like you're going on this, this is a liberal rant kind of thing, and I'm sorry, that's just propagandist, if you ask me. KDASLG, NTAD.
Okay. Well, Al Gore's inconvenient truth can't be shown in other countries because, it's crap. And to say that anything isn't political at this point is putting your head in the sand, and to think that there isn't some sort of agenda attached to the green movement is also farcical. So, you know, and quite frankly, if the temperature was 1 degree warmer across the globe, it would actually feed more people, and less people would die.
I would love to see where you got that research. Honest, go ahead. I didn't bring up Al Gore. I suppose he is a marketing person for his agenda, no more than anybody else is who wants to make profit off of not worrying about it, I suppose. Again, you know, if I have to pick between one or the other, I'll pick. Yeah, okay. Show me the more agriculture thing and how that's going to work and who gets it and where it is and all the details and how that's going to work. You know, I personally, I think where we live now is going to become some of the most expensive land in the continent around the Great Lakes. In about 100 or 150 years, we're going to have the greatest reserves of fresh water in the hemisphere. Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, California are already just trying to steal it all. I mean, we've had to come up with entire coordination between 7 states and 3 provinces in Canada to keep people from basically taking all the Great Lakes water and shipping it out west for the people out there. Because they take it if they could, and then, you know, they drain that too. But if not, this could become some of the most profitable, wealthy pieces of land in the hemisphere in 150 years. So, yeah, okay, I can get behind that, I suppose, except I'm not going to be around. Yeah, if everybody's got a scientist, man. That's not how you do science. You do peer-reviewed papers. You look at things. You look at all the science. You put things together. It's like, well, I don't want to change the subject, so please don't take this one as a changing the subject. During COVID, no child. We used to. I can't remember the actual number. So if you're listening, Walt, please don't quote me on the number. Something like 60,000 people would die from the flu every year. You know, thousands of children would die from the flu every year. During the 2 years we had the COVID pandemic, not one single child died of the flu. There was some behavior that we were doing that must have changed that, because the flu didn't change its behavior. Wonder what it was. NTAD, back to you there, Nick.
Well, that's the answer, Dave. The reporting changed. Nobody died from the flu for those 2 years because everybody died of COVID.
I didn't say nobody. I said no child died of flu complications.
Okay, no child died of flu complications during that time because every child that died with flu-like symptoms died of COVID.
So, what's your point?
My point is that the death rate didn't change. The cause didn't change, but how it was reported was changed.
Oh, come on, stop that. If they had COVID, they had COVID. It's like somebody who gets shot. Well, you know, when they die because they lost too much blood. When they die, it's because their liver or their kidney or their heart stopped functioning. It's not because of the bullet. The cause of the death was organ failure, blood loss. Come on, that's the exact argument you're using there, Nick. NTAD.
W8WKY.
No, actually, you just proved my point for me. because FBI reporting would say that a mass shooting would involve at least 3 individuals dying from gunshot wounds during a mass shooting. And the media and the powers that be have now changed that to any thing that involves a gunshot being a mass shooting. So now you have somebody that is that will sit in a parking lot of a school and commit suicide by gun. They will now call that a school shooting. So yes, Dave, how it's reported and how it's recorded actually makes a difference in the ultimate calculation of the data.
If a shooting's committed on a school property, yes, I do understand that is reported as a school shooting. It's on school property. Mass shooting, I believe, is 4 or more people shot. And I don't know any media company that has changed that definition. If you do know of one who has said that it is any shooting is a mass shooting, then please go ahead and show me evidence of that assertion. And so that's not what I was saying at all. I was saying that if I get COVID, and because I get COVID, I also get pneumonia or flu and die. It's like getting shot and I also lose all my blood, or I also lose function of my kidney and die. You're saying that COVID wasn't the cause, it was the flu. That's the same thing as the bullet wasn't the cause, it was the blood loss. That's the logical argument that you're making there, Nick. I can't make it any more clear. NTAD.
QFC.
Go, FedEx Mike.
KC3QFC returning. Okay, I will speak up on that way. Nick, I kind of agree with the reporting. Dave, could you explain, now this is off the wall, how my niece died of COVID when she had flu-like symptoms and tested 9 times negative for COVID, but it was declared a COVID death. So the reporting, and I have hesitancy to say that the numbers, based upon one incident, if one time that they can say a flu-like symptoms was COVID, how many other times were the doctors and scientists wrong? Actual cause was the flu instead of COVID. How can you believe all the numbers? KC3 QFC.
All right. First of all, you're taking a single incident and extrapolating from a single incident. That is a logical fallacy. Don't know who tested her the 9 times. Don't know if it was the hospital or she did her own self-testing or what the final, how they came to the final diagnostics. Without knowing that, I can't comment on the validity of their claim. I don't have the evidence to make a reasonable assertion about it. As far as how many times something happens because of an example, I think they found something like 20 or 30 examples of election fraud in the last election that they documented out of, 150 million votes or something. So, again, you look at the statistics. I don't know. You find one. Does that mean there's a million? Does it mean there's 10? before you make an assertion and say, well, you can't trust any of it, you got to have something to back that up. Oh, there's one, but you can't, so that means you can't trust any of it. You know, if you got one, well, then really do the work. Statistically, what does that turn out to be? Does that mean there's 10? Does it mean there's 1,000? Does it mean there's 10,000? But to jump to the leap that you can't trust any of it, that goes too far. That stretches a line for me, NTAD.
Dave, there were documented cases during COVID where people would die in car accidents. And upon their arrival at hospitals that were being reimbursed for COVID deaths, that person who died in a car accident would be diagnosed as having COVID at the time of death, and therefore they would be counted as a COVID death, so that the hospital would get reimbursed. Now, is that enough to sway the data in one way or another? No. But to say that it didn't exist is not true. And to say that the motivation was not government-funded money is not true. And just to have somebody with some anecdotal evidence to say this happened, there's no reason to discount that as not true or untrue or not having any validity. But the fact of the matter is that since money was involved and deaths that could have been caused more by comorbidity than by the COVID virus itself, doesn't discount the fact that it was happening on a large scale. And that sort of circles back to the fact that climate change scientists are driven by getting grants, and to say that, well, peer-reviewed studies say, well, those same peer review guys are the same ones getting paid to say that it exists. So, yeah, don't call it some sort of Republican propaganda-driven crap, because if you want to start doing that, I'll start throwing some Democrat-driven propaganda crap back at you.
Oil company-driven crap, tobacco industry-driven crap. Comorbidity, don't throw that term out, because that goes back to the gunshot death bleeding out thing, comorbidity. Now, hospitals. Were there hospitals who ripped off the government? Sure there were. People love to rip off the government, especially military contractors. And we blame the government for that. Well, maybe to a certain extent because of the hand-washing crap that goes on between the two. But, the people who steal from the government, well, yeah, for-profit hospital finds a comorbidity, puts it down, sure. Maybe some of them are fake. That probably happened too. Guess what? All the publicly funded hospitals in rural areas have gone out of business. They can't find a hospital for 100 miles around them because it ain't for profit. They can't afford to have a hospital. So the only people who can afford to have a hospital have for-profit hospitals, and they're stealing from the government. So that makes the government bad. I don't follow that whole logic thing. Maybe the government should be stricter in how they give out their money. Sure, but let's stop ripping them off, because that's our money, and it's our neighbors who are ripping us off. The price gouging hospitals, I'm sure they exist. Meanwhile, other hospitals are going out of business who are trying to help people. Because, well, we can't have the government fund any hospitals. We have to have for-profit hospitals because that's what makes hospitals efficient until they start ripping off the government. And there we go full circle again. Yeah, no, I get some of what you guys are saying, but I don't agree with where you're kind of ending up at the end of the road there. That's all. NTAD.
The end of the road is people are savages.
People are what they are biologically, interacting with their environment. And savages is part of it. We are primates with incredible imaginations, such powerful imaginations that we can imagine our own deaths. And that makes everything go really weird.
I imagine a whole lot more than that, but I guess I can imagine that as well. Let me reflect on that for a moment. Yeah, I'm okay.
That's why I asked about the dolphin thing. If there are any other creatures who can imagine their own deaths, I think it could be the dolphins and whales. I don't know if it's the other primates, but maybe dolphins and whales.
And penguins. I think penguins have a high level of self-awareness, and we just don't know it.
I know my cat has some idea of the future because he knows that if I close the back door to the shack and go out the front door, the garage door, I might leave for hours to go to work and he might be stranded outside. So sometimes he'll come and hang out at the back door like he wants to come in. But he doesn't. He's just checking to make sure that I'm still here to let him in. And if he hears the garage door open, and I go out, take out the garbage, and come back in, he's like at the back door ready to come in because he thinks I'm leaving. So he's got some inkling of the future. I don't know how detailed or how far it goes. But that's what I've observed in him.
Yeah, I think we're wandering into the difference between self-preservation and actual self-actualization.
Yeah, self-actualization, individualization, we're already back to young. What time is it there? My clock went turned off.
It's time to go to bed. That's what time it is. Oh, man. Oh, Dave, good times tonight, man. Tons of fun. And I'm completely serious in the fact that we're going around the circle and meeting on the other side most of the time.
And different scenery along the way, dude. Enjoy the trip. I had a great time. I'm glad you did too. I hope others did. I hope I got a little frustrated, but hey, just freaking human like everybody else. Just this organism interacting with my environment, and every space-time coordinate follows each other one. So it's all good. Had a good time. I don't even want you to tell me what time it is now. I'll talk to you probably tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to make it to the barometer tonight because I have no clue how far away that is. But thanks for the QSO, man, and everybody else who jumped in. And it made a nice night of ham radio. And philosophical even discussions. Good night, Nick. KD8 SLG 73 NTAD.
It's 24 minutes after the bar closed, and 4 minutes and 36 minutes before the barometer net. I'll see you there in the morning, Dave. Always a pleasure there, man. Good times tonight. KD8SLG, clear with NT8D. Good night, Dave.
I have to ask, how many weeks and how many sleeps until field day?
Right now it's 3 weeks and, 3.5 sleeps until field day.
Yeah, I had to ask just because of what you said. 73. Good night. NTAD.
Hey, thanks, guys, for keeping me entertained for the last about couple of hours to help keep me awake on my shift. Have a good night. Whiskey, 8 Tango Mike.
Whiskey, 8 Tango Mike. Well, you enjoy the rest of your shift and tune in anytime. KD8SLG.
73. That's why I go out in my sailboat. Somebody's got to be scenery out there for somebody else, for somebody else's environment. You can return the favor sometime. Have a great night, and have an easy shift. Be safe, NTAD.
Hey, thanks for that, guys. Have a great night. Hopefully I'll talk to you guys later on. Whiskey, Tango Mike.
W8WKY. W8WKY. Repeater PL1 14.8. W8WKY. Repeater PL1 14.8. W8WKY. Repeater PL1 14.8. W8WKY. W8WKY, repeater PL114.8. W8WKY.
Remote already in this mode.
WA8GXX.
K8 PMI. Go ahead.
Good morning, Phil. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing, Tom? It's a beautiful morning.
Yes, it is. Oh, doing all right. I don't have to go into work till tomorrow, and got some things going on though today, so see what I get accomplished.
Yeah, you'll have to do a little bit of porch time where you sit out there and enjoy a nice beverage and enjoy this great weather. So much better than the cold. I'll take it.
Here you go. Yeah, late spring, summer, early fall, that's my time of the year.
Yeah, you do the changes. I love spring, fall, and summer. It's just if winter was only 1 month, we'd be in real good shape.
Although, this last winter was kind of like that. We probably only had about a month straggled out of winter. I think it was the mildest January and mildest February.
Yeah, very true. I mean, the temperature wasn't as bad, but you get a lot of those gloomier days, and just the mist, the overcast, and 35 degrees. I mean, if it was 55 degrees and like that, it'd be a little bit better. That's all.
We do have a lot of gloom and doom days. What's nice about when you start getting into February, the days, you notice the days are longer, and the amount of light, I'll put it that way, kind of sparks you a little bit. What's coming? That they're going to keep getting longer.
Yeah, the shorter days definitely hurts. I mean, anytime it's sunny out, it makes you feel a little bit better. So, hey, you going to be at field day when we do that?
I'll have to see what's going on that day. Probably, if I do it all, it'll probably be later in the evening, or maybe early in the morning, Sunday morning.
W8WKY.
Be there, me doing 40 meters, so that probably, I would think, probably about 40 meters through the night. So that's what I'm going to be on. That'll be my station, I guess.
Sounds good. Well, I got to get back at it here, so great talking to you this morning. You have a great day, and probably catch you in the morning. K8 PMI WA8GXX Pearl.
Okay, we'll talk to you later, Tom. Great to talk to you this morning. 73 and be safe. This is K8AMI. I'll be listening.
Yeah, Tom, if you're still around, this is N8LTR. Yeah, just give me a holler whenever you want to pick up that GP15.
No problem. Yeah, last week I forgot, Monday was a holiday, and that's usually when I work in the morning, but so it's always Tuesday when the holidays are on Monday, so yeah, no problem.
Okay, sounds good. N8LTR listening.
Hey, GXX, have a good one.
W8WKY. W8WKY.
WBHVMW. Sitting and listening on this beautiful, nice, cool morning. Anybody out and about? How about it, Lee? Are you up this morning?
K8PMI. Good morning, Jim. I have been up and about and at the office. Roads are great. Weather's beautiful. And glad to see you're up and moving this morning. So I'll let you get all the Outlanders together and looking forward to a great net. Take care. This is K8PMI.
Well, good morning, Phil. Well, yeah, some of the regulars are out there just listening, waiting to see if something interesting or funny or educational is on the air. So, good morning, and yeah, there's somebody out there listening. They'll chime in. So, my weekend went pretty well, but it's hot, and I got my air conditioning going now. So it must be officially summer.
Yep, we turned ours on as well, and looks like it's going to be a summer week, which is awesome. So your porch is probably getting a little bit too hot now because I believe you have a enclosed porch. So now you're back inside. K8PMI.
Okay, Phil. Well, my grass is not as green as it should be. It has sort of a brown cast to it, but it'll perk up. The only flowers I got, the only plants I got to water is I have 2 clematises, and they're climbing, but this year with all this, they're climbing very slowly. So I guess I'm going to have to go out and water them because it looks like we got about 5 days without any rain in store, so I'll have to give them a drink. WBHVMW, sitting and listening. Anybody else want to join in?
K5FY, Kilo 5 Charlie, Foxtrot Yankee.
Well, there's Fred, good buddy Ray. Well, good Fred. Got you out in the park there. So, are you expecting any rain down your way? Because I got a funny feeling you're going to get rain before we do. Because weatherman said today that we got about 5 days of high temperatures and no rain. Boy, that's hard on the people that put out their garden, and now they got to water it to keep it going. K5TFY, WB8BMW.
K5CFY. Yeah, we got rain in the forecast. Think like 30% today and tomorrow, and then 50 or 60 Saturday and 70 Sunday. So we got a chance for some rain. Whether it gets there or not, we don't know. But anyway, Fred and I are out in the park, and it's I think 65 degrees. So we're having a good time. Catch you later, Jim. Thanks for getting me in there. K5CFY.
All righty, Ray. Glad. And if you can spare a little bit of that rain, you could sort of point it up north, because we could use just a good farmer's rain about one night this week would be just fine. So, but anyway, you guys take care, and when the nets get started, I'll tell them to give you a little space, and you can check in if you want to. But you and Fred have a great day, and keep cool. WB8BMW. Anybody else out there looking to get the early nets up and running? Well, I guess I'll just get on here and keep the tubes warmed up. I talked to Joe yesterday, AB8, let me see, AB8AF. Let me see, yeah. Anyway, I talked to Joe, and he's looking for a vehicle. And as soon as he finds one and gets a radio in it, he'll be on the air. So everything's okay except his vehicle's broke. He's just fine. Now, today is his last day of school. So, I don't know if he'll be on there as early, but usually he gets on pretty early. Now he'll be out bike riding. WB8 BMW.
K5CFY. Jim, get your sticky note out, and at 1 o'clock, come join Dustin and Nick on the border breaker net.
Absolutely. I'll put that on a sticky note right now, as soon as I unkey here. But you know how us old people are, you know. I could walk around all day with a sticky note right on my forehead and wonder why the sun ain't shining in my eyes. But we'll give her the old college try. The last 2 times I was in there is when I was sitting out in the parking lot of the dentist's office. The last 2 times I was in there. So she doesn't have to go to the dentist today, so maybe I'll just sit here in the back room in the AC. Okay, Ray, we'll take care of that. WB8 BMW. Well, now, Tom's not working today, but usually he's up sitting on the porch. And Thomas, I think he's going to work today. Wes, maybe he rode his bike. But it's awful quiet this morning.
W8W.
This weekend I'm riding it. Not taking it to work. It'll look like a storm.
Well, I thought you rode that to work when the weather was good. That way you couldn't get on the radio.
Yeah, rarely. Especially the first part of the year. It's so. I just cleaned this car and it's filthy already. We park over there by the field, by the trailer park, you know,
there in Medina. And my word, you thought I drove this car down to the dirt track races, and I just washed it over the weekend.
Well, I noticed yesterday I was sitting out on the front porch, and I looked out at my truck, and there's that yellow pollen all over it. That's the only thing I get. I don't have no dusty roads around here, just pollen. And I think those cottonwood trees are starting to shed now, because we get them cotton or them little fuzz balls drifting all over the neighborhood. I didn't know we had a cottonwood tree that close, but that sure looks like what it is.
Oh yeah, the cottonwood. The dogwood petals are all over the floor, ground, and some yellow stuff and a few other things. It's just junk all over the place. So it's a mess. So all that stuff's gone. I don't ride it in. I'll go home and jump on it in the evening after I get out of work, which I do a lot. Just pull in the driveway and take right off. Going down to mid-Ohio on Saturday, so I'll be in Sandusky Saturday morning.
Yeah, I remember you said they had a bike rally up there in Sandusky. But what is it? Just go up there and sit around and all you bikers tell lies about different things?
Yeah, some of that, I'm sure, is in there. But they'll have concerts, some live concerts on the downtown. They'll have cook-offs, competitions, places you can go take the bike down to the track and go run. Dealers, a bunch of bike dealers and everything else will be down there. You know, maybe some parts guys. Usually there's some parts guys selling parts too.
Oh, well, that sounds like a pretty nice weekend. You know, a lot of times, those the bikers end up with a big fight someplace. So a lot of towns they don't like them, but. Yeah, you get a bunch of regular bike riders, and you can have a lot of fun, just like everything else. Like field day for hams and fishing tournaments for fishermen, and the golf outing for golfers. Yeah, there's always sometimes though there's always a bad something bad comes up, and it spoils it for everybody.
I've been looking for events from the Rolling Thunder because they usually do an event, and I rode with them. That was a blast. I was the back 1/10 of the pack or 1/15 of the pack, something like that, and there was a mile and a half of bikes in front of me. A mile and a half of bikes, and they rode through every town. Straight through, nonstop. Then no lights, no nothing. Just drive right through. We block all the roads and let them pass.
Yeah, well, a lot of times that their Rolling Thunder is for a good cause. They got a cause that they do, not just a big rumble. This here, they go through there. And there's a lot of different motorcycle clubs that are really nice. I mean, family-oriented. You get a father and a mother on one bike, and maybe older kids, they have their own bike. And I've even seen it where grandma and grandpa, they got their bikes. So we got about 3 couples up the road, older couples. And, in the summertime, a lot of times, they have breakfast at different places, but those just nice people want to get together and ride their bikes.
went one for the Eagles and the VFW, and the Thunder. The one from the veterans we went on, the VFW. They had a guy ran like one of them open Jeeps, and Grandma and Grandpa rode in the Jeep in the back. It kind of kept up the back of the pack for us. So, yeah, getting a couple of those a year. Been kind of scarce since they did the shutdown, but I think this year it'll be back open.
Yes, slowly but surely things are getting back to normal. I'll tell you, this here hot weather this early in the season is putting a damper on a lot of the things that people used to do early in the spring, but this here hot weather is nice for a lot of things. The boaters are probably just living it up, and they say the beaches up in Lake Erie, up around there, and man, they're just packed. It's a good thing they ain't got no sharks out there.
Morning, Jimmy. KCFQV, if I'm making it. KCFQV.
Yeah, you're making it, Mark. Good morning.
Well, with not too much rain this year, there shouldn't be too much overflow running into Lake Erie. They have to sometimes leave it low when it gets too much rain. But with not much rain, it kept the lake clean so they could go swimming. But, yeah, morning, and I'm going to sit back here and listen, but I want to say good morning, KCFQV.
Alrighty, well, there's not much going on this morning. All we got is Wes and Ray, and, Phil was in here early. He's probably up there just listening for something funny or interesting.
Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo. Good morning. I'll be taking off here, taking it right out to Medina. Got to get my car into the shop. But it's good to hear you all in there, and hope everyone's having a good morning. Looks like we're going to have a good day today. Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo, Mobile 8.
All right, well, it looks like it's going to be a nice day. So, if you got long hair, put a hat on. If you got no hair, put a hat on. You don't want to get it out in that sun, get it burned. All righty. We're sitting and listening for anybody else that wants to join in. WB8 VMW.
We'll catch you later. Gonna go visit and find out what we got to do for today. KCABO.
Okay, Wes. Take care. Keep cool.
Let me get my 2 cents in. Just say good morning to everybody.
W8WKY.
Have a good one, Wes. Good morning, everybody. KE8OWS.
Well, good morning, Thomas. And if you put your 2 cents in, Mark, I'll give you your 3 cents change next time I see you. And it's work day for you, isn't it, Thomas?
Gee, with the math, I gain a penny.
Yep, we got another work day. Well, I ended up closing my computer at 11 o'clock last night, so we're back up at it. These holiday weekends are nice, but you got to make up for it, especially when everybody's breathing down your neck.
Well, that's just about the way with anything. You know, you get things going, and now the older you get, the less you like change. You know, and it, well, like me, 85, you know, and even if you move stuff around in the house, I don't like it. Because if you move a chair and I fall over it, I don't like change. The older I get, probably the worse and worse I'll be. But anyway, get everything up and running real nice, and then the weekend comes along, and then Monday you got to start all over again. Put everything back in its place.
Yep. And it's I got to run somebody out to camp on Friday, so doing work from home on Friday. One of those odd weeks.
Alrighty, well, yeah, some people. I never was at a job where I could do anything from home. All mine was hands and eyes and stuff. I had to touch it. I couldn't do anything from home except sit out on the front porch. But well, I'm going to run in and refill my cup, get an early start here. So we'll be right back. WB8 BMW.
Yeah, I didn't take any coffee this morning. Hopefully I can finish this sprint to work and get my cup of coffee. I need it this morning.
Alrighty, I got my coffee. Got me a couple Ritz crackers. That'll be my breakfast until the oatmeal is ready. But I don't know, the people out there that talk to Joe in the morning, they were wondering about him. I talked to him yesterday, and His vehicle is broke, and he's looking for a new vehicle. And as soon as he finds it and gets his radio back in, he'll be back on the air. But now his school is out today, so he might get on the radio sometime this week from home. But as soon as he gets a vehicle and gets a radio in it, he'll be back on the air. No body parts broken. It was just cars broke, and so he's looking for another one. So that's about it from Joe. And I called. Who was it I called the other day? Well, I haven't got a hold of Ron. His wife is not very good at returning phone calls, so I don't know if she does a lot of running around or what. But usually she don't call back for maybe a week. But hopefully, if something does happen to Ron, we'll hear about it.
Well, that's good hearing Joe's just fine. It's a tough spot to be in, trying to replace a vehicle in this market, but hopefully you find something suitable. It's hard looking for new, let alone used vehicles right now. KE8OWX.
Yeah, well, let me see. I've got an 04 F-150 pickup. And this only got about 28,000 miles on it. Yeah, we bought it when Judy retired. We never did really use it. And then when we sold our green one, that was my favorite one. Then we started driving Judy, what I call Judy's truck, the wussy truck. We don't go anywhere except Acme, Giant Eagle, and the doctors. So we don't get many miles on it. In fact, if we had that 36,000 mile warranty on it, we'd still have about 10,000 miles to go. But that don't last over 3 years, so we lost that.
Yeah, that's not many miles on that. My wife's 15 has 80, I think we just rolled 89,000 or 87,000, something like that. We certainly got use out of it, but yeah, I'm not looking to replace it anytime soon. The exact model and features are $20,000 more now than it was when we bought it.
Oh yeah, I was surprised that when I sold my I had an 02 and 04. When I sold the 02, we got 5 out of it, and I'm not sure what we paid for it. Judy knows down to the last dollar. But we bought the trucks when we were still working. And we filed for Social Security early. I said, if we're going to retire, I said, let's take the early money, pay off all of our bills, and then we can maybe live what we got left. And it worked out real good that way. So, yeah, some things you work at, and it comes out right. Sometimes it don't. But this time, this come out pretty good.
Yeah, I was looking at pickup trucks the other day. You almost can't get out for anything less than 50,000, which is way above where it was just a few years ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, ours was in the upper 30s bracket when we bought them. Now they're in the upper 40s. 'cause I was down there looking at some of them. They're pretty, but I'll tell you, you got to take off your hip pocket and everything that's in it and throw in your firstborn if you want to buy a new one. Well, we got about 30 seconds before Fred takes over here, so we'll give him a call, see if we can't get him in here and up and running. WA8KOC, WB8VMW. And we don't have much of a herd out there, but whatever is out there is ready to go. So, Fred, if you're ready, it is 7 o'clock.
Alrighty then, good morning, Jim. Good to hear you this morning, warming up the airwaves for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Barometer Net. CQ for the Barometer Net. The Barometer Net comes to you on Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association's W8WKY repeater. That repeater is located in Doylestown, Ohio. Frequency for this repeater is 147 Mark 390 megahertz, and the CTCSS code for this repeater is 114 Mark 8. This is a controlled net. We request all traffic come through net control. Emergency traffic may break in as needed. My call sign is WA8KOC. My name is Fred. Glad to be with you guys this morning again. I'm going to throw it back to our Sergeant at Arms and see what he's got for us. Jim, hopefully, and Judy are having a good week so far. It's going to be a short week for most of the folks that are out there working. Over to you.
All right, thank you, Fred. Well, the only Outlander we got is Ray. Ray and Fred, they checked in K5 CFY. And the first one in this morning was, I think it was Phil, K8 PMI. And let me see, OWX is out there headed for work. West is already destinated. And both marks, northern and southern mark, they were both in there, made their appearance, and they can probably check in a little bit later. And I talked to Joe, AB8AB, and the reason he hasn't been on the radio is because his vehicle broke down, and he's looking for another vehicle. So as soon as he gets a new vehicle and gets his radio back in it, he'll be back on the air. So that's all the news for this morning, so we'll turn it over to you, Fred. And I'll be here for about 20 minutes, and we'll give you a call when we're ready to cut out of here. WB8VMW, back to net.
All right, Jim, I thought Joe's Toyota truck was in pretty decent shape. Maybe that's not the one that broke down. But at any rate, thanks for being in here with us this morning. We'll talk to you in just a few minutes. I'll go ahead and, before I call for any short time or mobile stations, I want to try and get Ray back in here. K5 CFY WA8KOC, are you out there, pal?
K5 CFY, we are here, Fred. Walking around. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful day today. We got a slight chance of rain, but we're having a good time out here listening to Jim and everybody, and thanks for getting me in there. We'll hang around and see how it goes. So thanks for running the net. You guys do a great job. 73 K5 CFY.
Okay, Ray, thank you for being here. Give Fred a pat on the head for us, and we will look forward to talking to you again soon. Glad you got to stick around so I could say good morning to you. 7-3 for the moment. Any stations, short time or mobile? This is WA8KOC for the Barometer Net calling.
WA8KOC. This is Phil. WV3K. How you copy? Over.
Phil, you sound just great. Good morning. How are you?
Wide awake. Been up all night. Worked on the car last night. Finally got it together and changing a lot of things that the dealership don't need to get their nose buried into. And I'm going to get a key programmed, which I need to do because I lost one key fob. Boy, they're expensive. So I'm going to be there for probably half the morning, if not the whole morning, because they don't get to get on the job at 8 o'clock like they say they do. So that's what I'm up to. Back to you, Fred. It's good to hear you, and sounding good this morning. And I think we should have a real good day today. It's about 63 degrees here on the outside. Inside's comfortable, and I'm plugging right along. Okay, back to next.
God bless you, Phil, man. Those key fobs are really, really expensive, but they're electronics in them. You know, they're shrunk so small. I get it, but hopefully you're not there all morning. Thanks for checking in on the Barometer Net. Always good to talk to you, pal. And I hope that you have a good rest of your week, and nice that it's going okay so far. We'll talk to you soon. Any other stations that are short time or mobile? This is WA8KOC.
KE8OWX, in and out, off to work. Good morning, everybody.
K8BMI, that's Kilo Echo 8, Papa Mike, India, mobile.
K8 Victor, Mike mobile.
Got
That's that time, Mark. Anyone else? Okay, for this round, I did copy Thomas, KE8OWX. Thomas, I'm sorry it took me so long to get you this morning. Head off to work. Try and have a good day. We'll look forward to talking to you soon. Always good to hear from you, pal. 7-3. K8PMI, Phil. First of our K8 crowd. Good morning to you. Hopefully this Wednesday's treating you well. I'll throw it over to you and see what you have to say.
WA8KOC, this is K8PMI. Good morning, Fred, and good morning to all the Barometer Netters out there. Yes, I'm moving quite early this morning. Got another busy day, but I'm glad it's total sunshine today, and I love this weather. Other than that, that's about all I got. I got the thought of today, and it's some days you are the pigeon, and some days you are the statue. With that, I'll send it back to Net Control 73, everybody. This is K8PMI.
An astute thought of the day. All right, Phil. Well, if you're out this early, I imagine you've got some stuff lined up that you have to get done. So whatever you have to do, hopefully it comes to fruition with no issues, and we will look forward to talking to you soon. Thanks for heading up the K8 crowd here this morning. Appreciate it. 7-3 to you, KD8VMM. Brian, good morning, pal. How are you doing this morning?
W8WKY.
Hey, good morning, Fred. Everybody on the net. I had 54 degrees this morning, 53 dew point. No dew or anything, so it's all dry. So clear skies and everything. It was warm yesterday. Turned the air on in the house. So that was the first time running it. So ran good. Got pollen on the truck this morning and stuff. So a lot of pollen out there too. So other than that, heading down to Mount Hope to do a job and see what happens after that. So busy. So other than that, stay cool, drink plenty of water. KD8VMM, and I'll be clear.
All right, Brian. Good to hear you this morning. Drive safe going down to Mount Hope. Hopefully it's not a real hectic day for you. And should I not get the chance to say good morning again, until next week, we will talk to you then. You take care of yourself, and like I said, drive safe. There's some crazy, crazy people out on the roadways lately. Talk to you soon, pal. KE8SFS from WA8KOC in the barometer net. Mark, I did catch you the second time around. A little bit light on the audio, but good morning to you. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Let me turn it up a little bit. Okay. We got 64 degrees here in Wadbury. Quite clear. The sun is out in that. And feel like 64. The wind is 5 miles per hour southeast. And it's going to be 86 today. Of course, you can't pinpoint the temperature. You can get up to 90 if they want to. But gas price, it's funny. We got 32 to 34 on one half, and 58 and 59 on the other half on some of these gas stations. So wherever you choose, all I can tell you. But other than going okay, gonna go play some chess today at the senior center, and I hope I do good today. I did pretty good yesterday. Somewhere else. Maybe I'll do good today. Other than that, doing okay. Other than that, I'll get it back to you, Fred. Q8 Sarah Toaster, Martin Wadbury.
Okay, Mark. We appreciate you being here this morning. The gas prices, it's my belief that they all buy on futures. So, although they may up the price a little bit, just because somebody else does, they kind of have to make their money back. So maybe that's why the severe difference in prices. Seen it once or twice here before also. Anyway, good luck with the chess game today. Good to hear you did really well yesterday. We'll look forward to talking to you soon. 7-3 and have a great rest of your week. Any other stations for the barometer net this morning? This is WA8KOC.
Kilo Alpha 8, Mike November Tango, Tom in Canton.
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo, Mike over in sunny Seville.
KE8EHG Mobile.
Great Whiskey Sugar Bill in New London.
This is Kilo Delta 8, Sierra Lima Golf, KD8 SL.
Kilo 8, Papa Julia Whiskey, K8PJW, Philip in Twinsburg.
N8 LTR. You still need a traffic cop, Fred.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't be shy. Anyone else?
E8VOX, Scott and Vermilion.
N8XLQ, Lenny, Huron City. Still horizontal, but good morning.
Kilowatt 8, American Motors Experimental.
Yo, go.
Yo, buzzers.
Careful, guys. Nick's going to find a farm animal name for all of us. Right, Nick? Pops, are you out there? K8AGW, WA8KOC in the net. We've got everybody else in here.
I am. K8AGW is here and got caught in a pileup.
All right, Pops, we got you. You're on the list. Hang on. Be patient. We'll get to you. KA8MNT, WA8KOC. Hi, Tom.
WA8KOC, this is KA8MNT. Good morning, Fred, and everybody else that's here on the net. Well, the sun's out, and the critters are actually moving around a little bit this morning. and we've got 60 degrees with the dew point at 51. The humidity is 75%. No breeze out there at all. The winds are nice and calm. And there's been no rain since midnight last night. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any for a little bit. The pressure is sitting at 30.16. And we're supposed to hit up into the mid-80s today, so we'll see how that goes. Might be a little bit warm, but I'm not going to complain. I can remember those sub-zero days. Well, let's see. We didn't really have anything too much yesterday. Went out to dinner last night, come back home, and got on the local Aries net, and then popped in and did trivia last night on the Sarah net, and then jumped down to the watch net down there, and that was almost done when I got down there, and so we'll see what happens. Let me grab a quick. Oh yeah, today is a QCWA luncheon at Tim's Tavern at 12 o'clock, as it's the last Wednesday of the month. So we'll see what we can get into there today. Probably a few of the world's problems will get solved. But, let's see. With that, I'm going to grab a quick nickel. You know, it was really a sad and very disappointing day when I discovered that my universal remote control did not, in fact, control the universe. Not even remotely. So with that, I'm going to say 7 threes, everybody. Stay safe, stay healthy, keep smiling. This is KA8MNT. Back to the net.
There's some truth to that too, huh, Tom? Hey, real quick before you go, can you let me know when the 50.4 group meets and which frequency?
Okay, yeah.